For the 100th time, even after some technical gremlins, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. However you happen to be
I
watching
hate to
and or
break it
listening
to
to
you,
this.
sir. I am getting an echo.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're already getting echo. Oh, no. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear us, microphone check 1 2 1 2. If you can hear us, ladies and gentlemen, please let us know. If there's an echo, please allow us a moment to make sure our audio levels are working. And so, Everborn, please speak. The crowd says they can hear you perfectly. Hear me perfectly. How about you?
I don't know. So maybe the echo is coming from me. I don't know.
Yeah, they say they do not hear an echo, sir.
No echo. Okay.
Yep.
Right.
Testing
All
1
right.
2
I
1
guess
2.
I'm
No
just gonna
echo.
have to deal.
Fantastic.
All right.
Well,
Well, I think
welcome.
you're feeding me the echo. That has to be what it is.
Okay. Well,
I can deal. I
uh-huh.
can deal while you figure it out. Let's get through the
Okay.
opening.
I
These are the things
will
we
keep
suffer for the audience.
I will keep playing with the dials and switches while we do this, and hopefully you will tell me soon enough that there's no echo anymore. But I will say welcome everybody to episode 100. I am your host, Mr. K Asante, TK Asante on your X, your Threads, your Blue Skies, and all the other ridiculous things that a year ago you wouldn't think we'd be talking about. And I am, of course, joined on this 100th episode, even though this is an official 100th episode. I think without the 100th episodes, we may have been, we're around 102 or 103, but
Don't worry about that.
Don't worry about that. Yeah. Joined by my co-host, the man who elevates this show every time he's on it. The man who I have been privileged to have with me on this voyage for as long as he has been on here for 100 shows and hopefully for 100 more. The writer, the businessman, the deep thought, the Everborn slanderer, Mr. Everborn Saga. Good morning, sir. For 100 episodes, how are you today?
I do have one little caveat there, and I really genuinely appreciate the intro, and I love doing this thing every week. And even though I don't have time, this is the thing that I look forward to every week, and I make time. I move things around, and this is what we do. I will say, you did say I elevate the show, but you did leave out that I also drag us down to the gutter every now and again. And don't forget that, because I think that's what makes this show great. We can we can be a lady in the streets and a freak in the sheets.
Yeah. I know. Yes. We elevate this show.
By the way.
Stop. We're not gonna start there. We're gonna end there. We're not gonna start there, sir. You know, I have to before we start this whole thing off, and let me tell the audience right now, right? For those who know this show, for those who watch this show, for those who are part of our community, you know, there's certain things you expect from me. Today there'll be none of that. There'll be no show notes. There'll be no show game of the week. There'll be it'll just be myself, Everborn Saga, and a bunch of wonderful people on here, and we're just gonna be foolish, and we're gonna talk about whatever they want to talk about. Maybe it's the news of the day.
Translation is we're gonna talk about the Sega acquisition by Microsoft for 3 hours. I
will put the kibosh on that one there, sir, but just to warn the audience now.
So there are rules.
To warn the audience now, you know, these shows, these 100 episodes, it's fantastic to have so many people on. You know, people tend to tell us how great we are. My mission on this show is to bring on old friends and new, and thank them profusely for getting us to where we are today. Because everyone you will most likely see on this show today have in one way, shape, or form really contributed to us still being here and doing this and enjoying it as much as we are, and you guys enjoying it and it being a part of your weekly show. So yes, sir.
I do want to say, not to get like sentimental or whatever. I'm not, but really the reason let me speak for me. The reason I keep doing this show every week is for the chat. It is it's interacting with you guys, it's the jokes, it's researching the things you guys want to talk about,
Yeah.
and coming here and interacting with the chat, because we have so many smart people and introspective people. And this is one of the few shows you watch that will have a couple hundred people watching every week, and you really don't see trolls in here.
Nope.
Apart from Slomo. But the thing is,
apart from one of the co-hosts who's King Troll himself, but okay.
But no. I mean, it speaks to this community we're putting together, and I like to think we keep a classy thing, and it's really the reaction from the chat every week that makes this show fun doing it. Because if it wasn't fun and you guys weren't coming back every week, there wouldn't be a point for us. Like, Kay Asante and I are very busy guys. We're doing this because we just love hanging out with you guys and bringing people in from the community to talk in the show and that kind of thing. So we don't like to think we're talking at you. We're talking with you. We're having a conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that I think that's the thing that makes this specific show special to me.
Absolutely.
So, that's it.
I completely agree with you, sir. Back to the slander, he says. No, I wholeheartedly agree that the community that has built up around this show, the folks that give me unadulterated trolling online every time we miss an episode, man, I love you guys, man. It's absolutely great to have you guys as part of the community, keeping us going. All the amazing comments in the comment section and the debate and the back and forth. It is the highlight of our week. So this is just a show today to just bring some folks on and just, talk about what they want to talk about. Talk about the year as it has been. Go ahead, sir.
Speaking of talking about what they want to talk about, I'm going to be a shill for a second. Hey, you know where this name Everborn Saga comes from? It comes from a world that I create and produce, and we sell comic books, working on a few video games, and we also sell merch, which I am purposely modeling today. Do you want this trucker Everborn hat? What about this Everborn shirt? Or that Everborn poster you see in the background?
That's right.
All these can be found at everbornsaga.com. So, if you like the show, you want to support the show, you do that with the super chats, which we love. If you want to support,
we appreciate. Yes,
Everborn Saga, you go to everbornsaga.com. We sell a bunch of books. They all come signed and all that stuff. Check it out. I'm staking this claim. I said it on Boom's show that I will put the quality of our work up against anybody in the professional comic industry. And
as he says so, we have the Everborn Saga on your screen currently. You can see all of the great books that he has produced. There is merch also interspersed in between there. Print art for your enjoyment, and a little bit of visions of the games that have been and yet to come. Some real cool stuff there. So if you have not checked out everbornsaga.com, there's a reason the man is called the Everborn Saga. Check it out. Putting the link in the chat right now. I know we talk about it from time to time, but yes, it begs repeating. He is the Everborn Saga, and you should be checking out the Everborn Saga.
And again, I'm not. Judge for yourself. Just go to the website, and we got a lot of artwork up there. You can tell me if our quality is where I say it is. Anyway,
shilling over
episode 100.
Episode 100.
Absolutely.
I'm
shilling for my own company. I'm not shilling for a $1 trillion corporation. So
shall we get started?
Support Black business, right?
Exactly. Please continue to support Black business and support people in their dreams, and we appreciate that. So let us get started in earnest. Like I said, on this show, we're going to bring folks on. We're going to have great conversations. Folks that know me know that I enjoy the debate. I enjoy the back and forth. I see some super chats in there. We're going to get to all those super chats. We're going to talk to the community. It's going to be great. But let us bring on our first guest. Folks that know me know that I have always been about that slander. I keep it PG-13 as I enjoy it to be. But it doesn't mean you can't say what you need to say, right? And of course, that is why me and Mr. Everborn Saga, we connect as well as we do. And it is to be said that myself and the next guest connect as well. My other co-host from the Gamers Playground, which you can find Monday nights, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on this very channel. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Wolf. What is going on, John?
Morning.
Good morning.
The
Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning.
What do you mean, the
No,
trader?
you guys doing?
Trader. He's gonna explain. I don't have to say it to him.
Nah, no trading here. The only thing I'll say is right off the bat, congratulations to you both. 100 strong episodes and counting, but we're not gonna go there. 100 strong episodes. I just want to say that number one, it's a pleasure to be here this morning to congratulate you both, and second, to be considered within the Gaming Circle podcast family with Kay Asante on Monday. Appreciate that, sir, for the opportunity for us to have slanderous conversation on Monday evenings. And and I heard Everborn say freaking the sheets, and that's what actually brought me out. So I'm
oh my God.
I'm here.
I'm
here.
All right. I will take a quick pause because the PG-13 is stronger at 10 and it loses its steam as the day goes on because it's still 10. I'm just saying. But
well, you said it was no holds barred today, so I just want to know if
it is no holds barred today.
Episode where we get F-bombs.
Well, we've already gotten F-bombs. Remember, we got F-bombs when the man Gaz showed up the first episode.
Free F-bombs, but sure.
Free F-bombs. Let's see.
I'm in F-bomb jail.
Oh, okay. Well, it's like that. It's like that party where you start and everybody's a little timid, and as the drinks start flowing, it changes on. It takes on a different color.
You gotta.
I don't want to get us demonetized.
You gotta Everborn. If you're gonna use the F-bomb, you gotta use it like Hugh Jackman in those X-Men movies, where it's just perfect time.
It rolls off the tongue.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me catch up on a few of these super chats, and I'm actually gonna bring in another guest in a minute. Wow, this is great. We're already getting this thing rolling. So first and foremost, on here we have Enigmatic Dreams, always a great member of the show, joining us. Thank you so much with a $2 super chat. He says, congrats on 100. You guys have the best podcast on YouTube. Again, every time he says that, you make a black man blush, because I'm like, really? We are this little teeny tiny show. We just started not too long ago, and people are considering us in that high esteem.
Not too long ago. This is episode 100, sir.
I know, right?
I would say that we earned it, and we
have earned it. We have earned it.
We have earned existence, Enigmatic Dreams.
We have earned it. We own it. It's us. We own that for sure. Absolutely. And not to be outdone, Mr. Silent Cipher. He's in here with $25. Thank you, sir. You didn't even do that much. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. He says, congrats, gentlemen, on 100 official episodes. Here's to 100 more. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. And of course, if you don't know Mr. Silent Cipher, he's the man with the smoothest voice you will ever hear. He's been on this show before. He probably will be on this show again. And we're hoping that one day we hear his voices in our greatest and our awesome video games. So shout out to him. Now let's see. We're gonna get some guests in here, but first and foremost, Mr. John Wolf, let me ask you, and we'll start this off while I get folks in here. The year that it has been, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, up and down, right? Where are you right now in your heart of hearts? Because you are not what is called a missionary gamer.
Damn right.
So you game wherever games are played. I hear you, right? So
Did
that
you
means
hold the line? That's what we want to know.
I held the line.
All right.
I definitely held the line. I've been holding the line, all right?
My question to you, sir, is the year as it is right now, the roller coaster ride that we have been on so far, give me some grades for the folks for all the various platforms that you play on, which is everything right now, right? You play on everything. So give me some grades. Like Xbox has been on a roller coaster ride, PlayStation, as you know. What are we talking about?
Guys, we're sitting at a solid A+ for 2023. The amount of content and the hardware that's out there for you to pick and choose where you want to play these many games has never been as robust as we're seeing this year. We started off the year with content like never before.
Talk about it.
Yep, surprise drops. We've had it's been just an incredible plethora of any type of game that you may or may not be into. There's something for you. There's something for everyone. And like I said, it's exciting times because you kind of, in my opinion, we're seeing where this industry is heading towards, and that's knocking down those barriers of being held behind plastic boxes, aka Jim Ryan, okay, and moving on beyond that missionary lifestyle. Yeah, we're moving on beyond that missionary lifestyle where now you can carry literally your game library in your back pocket. Not, it's not the Aces Raw Gala ain't that small, but you know what I'm saying.
You
John, got a really big back pocket, sir.
I hear you say a lot. I hear you with a lot of missionary slander. I just want to say there's a lot you can do with missionary. You want to talk about
man?
Okay. Talk about feet on the shoulders?
No. Okay.
Okay.
Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen,
let's hold on. But
you'll hear me do this a lot on this show because I'm gonna have to take the reins. This is gonna get wild. Ladies and gentlemen,
just
before you push back, man, Mr. John Wolf, this conversation deserves a fourth. Because
we're talking about video games. I just want to be clear.
We are. That's what we're talking about. That's right.
Of course, that's what I'm talking about.
As this show has some stalwarts, some pillars that literally created the fundamentals of this show. Our next guest, I would say, is a fundamental pillar of this show. The man who I started this off and thought, hey, I had some ideas, see what we can do. 5 minutes later, we are looking good, we are sounding good. We continue to look good. We continue to sound good. And whenever we feel like there's a change,
I know who it is.
You know who we call.
Does it?
The best beard in the business since Jason Ronald, Mr. Wandering Dutch. What is going on, good sir?
What is going on? How's everybody doing? Congrats on 100 episodes, gents. Feels like yesterday.
Sir, I am happy to have you here. Because these folks are going to now start talking really slanderous stuff. I just needed you in here to hear this for yourself. Gentlemen, please, John, what were you talking about? Go ahead.
So Everborn, you're saying you can get creative with missionary, right? So basically what you're saying...
Missionary gaming.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Great, especially when the console can do a split.
Right. But I'll tell you this. That's basically saying that you're playing with a pro controller, aka a toy. Okay, in missionary gaming. So I don't know what to tell you, man.
So where are the innuendos heading now? Now I'm lost. I don't know. I don't even know what we're
Listen, I'm a console troglodyte. So
at least
I'm
he
just saying there's nothing wrong with what is being deemed missionary gaming, which is you don't want to get into all of that mishigosh of the PC nonsense, whatever.
See, and because we love our community so much,
we can have fun.
Here's Beast Mode 10 with one of the best ideas for shirts I've ever seen. Get creative with missionary ... gaming.
Here we go. Where do you stand on this, Dutch? Are you a missionary guy, or are you a freak?
I'm definitely a freak.
There you go, Dutch. There you go, Dutch.
100% a freak.
All right,
look how many controllers Look how many controllers Dutch back got. He is definitely a freak. Look at that. He gets his hands on everything. You see that back there?
Yeah.
We are on Saturday mornings like cartoons, gentlemen. We are on Saturday mornings like cartoons. What are we doing right now? We're supposed to be cartoons for the kids. For the kids. Jesus Christ. What's going on here? Anyway.
That's the Karma Sutra gamer. All right.
That's a t-shirt idea. That's a t-shirt idea.
Oh my goodness. Yes. And then have controllers like anthropomorphized.
Yeah.
Okay. No. Okay. Yeah. So thank you, Dutch. I appreciate you being here, man. I appreciate you being here. This is going to be the show where they're going to really try and
get me. Two says you don't stand in missionary ... gaming.
Oh. This is gonna be that show. Oh Lord. All right. Dutch, it has been a minute since you've been on our show. Although, as I described, you are part of the fundamentals of this show because from the name, from the beginning that this show started, you have been out there helping us with support. You've been out there helping us get our stuff in order. Anytime I had any questions, you've been out there. And like I said, while these shows tend to be shows where people come on and they throw flowers at you and say you've done so well for 100 episodes, which we appreciate, I must be one to tell you, sir. We appreciate you, sir, because if it wasn't for you, we would not be where we are. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your continued help in this community. You are an excellent community member. Whether you have a show or you don't, you are amazing, sir. You're always there when we need you, and we're here to throw flowers at you. So if I had one of those soundboards, which I do, but I've turned off, you'd be hearing a lot of clapping right now. So everybody in the chat, please join me in thanking Mr. Wandering Dutch for getting us on our feet and continuing us where we are on our path right now.
And for featuring the Everborn game in the Indie Game Showcase. But before we get to that, I just want to, the chat is amazing and I love you. I just want to shout out to Enigmatic Dreams, who says, the strategy is missionary ground and pound. The enemy, of course. And then Silent Cypher says, in missionary, you can still be on top. So see, there's benefits to missionary gaming is all I'm trying to get through to people.
I mean that's what you hear from these stands out there, but the reality is that's not the place you want to be. It's not it. And anybody knows that.
Gentlemen, you guys are just going to take this off the rails, aren't you? This is what we're going to do.
If you guys can do these booty jokes, these map booty jokes, we can do these missionary games.
Okay? Hey. We have moved on. We used to disrespect the man. I hear you. We used to be making fun. There used to be a lot of, but these days there will be no slander when the peaches is brought up. Put some peaches in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Put some peaches emojis in the chat. There will be no slander when peaches is spoken of. No.
Jax82 wants us to move on, so
okay, we shall move on. We shall move on for now.
If the inspiration comes.
Yes. But okay, so I know I wanted to just have a great time and talk. But Everborn, I know you had like some things you wanted to talk about because you know, folks come here, they want the news as if we're the prevalence of news. but people come here for some interesting news talk and all of that, right? And we were ready to have a whole bunch of great evergreen things, and then of course Microsoft went and did the whole Persona thing, right? And now all of a sudden there's another thing that's behind us. So I know you want to talk about it. Where are we gonna start with that? Let's get into it.
Let's just off the rip real quick. I do want to give a shout out to everybody that's here. We got almost 100 people here.
Oh wow! Yes,
if you have not already, if you are a 90s gamer like myself, if that's when you came in, you will remember Double Dragon. And there's a new Double Dragon game by Arc
I saw you with the logo on that real quick. Yeah, please inform. What's that about?
So it just came out, and if you know Arc System Works, you know they're one of the premier fighting developers in the industry. They make Guilty Gear Strive and all those other things. The only thing that I bought this game like 4 times because I had to gift it to the people that are working on the Redlands game with me, because we buy all these games to play them as like
homework
tests. Yeah. But I got it on Xbox and I got it on Steam because it's not a Play Anywhere title, which I really want to talk about that and the other thing that we talked about, because I think that would solve that problem, but we'll come to that. But it's only $25, but it's on sale everywhere, so it's really $22 right now. Check it out if you can. The combat is slower than Shredder's Revenge. It feels like anyway, at least in the beginning, because if you look at how long it takes for a punch to come out, it takes some getting used to, but it's like a fighting game in a beat 'em ups, disguised as a beat 'em up, right? And there are sort of roguelike elements where there are basically 4 gangs,
and this is still 2D, right? New York.
It's 2D. It's a 2D beat 'em up.
Okay.
But there are 4 gangs, and you have to take them all out. Takes place in New York, but you can attack them in any order you want. But then, when depending on where you start, the subsequent cities will get, or the subsequent gangs will get more difficult. Okay. So you're gonna have to do it in an order where, like, if there's a really difficult boss, you're gonna want to take them first because it'll be almost impossible if you wait till last to get them. And there's something like 17 playable characters.
17
right?
playable characters in a Double Dragon
Yeah,
game?
you have to unlock them. You don't start out with 17 characters.
Okay.
And they all play very different, and every time you beat a boss, you can play the game as them, which is a super interesting idea that I'm stealing.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's really fun. There's no online co-op, but they say it's coming later.
Why did this game release with no fanfare? Like, I feel this is like as good as Shredder's Revenge, but everybody knew about Shredder's Revenge and no one really knows about that.
Let me play.
Is it not as good as Shredder's Revenge?
As good as Shredder's Revenge.
Okay.
They're doing a lot, right? Shredder's Revenge was straight up like go fight, have fun.
Yep.
This is doing a lot of things, and you gotta. There's even some platformm to it. It's
okay.
The art style.
I need more time with it before I tell you it's Shredder's Revenge level.
You know what's a little off-putting right off the bat for me, at least.
TV art style.
It's very Scott Pilgrim versus the World-ish. That
I love that game. What are you trying to say?
No.
Now look how he attacks.
It's not that it's a bad game.
Wow, the attacks are pretty decent though.
No, the attacks are great, and they're more complex than what you get in Shredder's Revenge. What I'm saying is they move very slow, and I don't know why, or if they feel slow.
They feel sluggish. Okay.
Look at the time between. I pay attention to this stuff a lot because I'm developing one of these games, so it might just be my eye. But just if you look when he attacks, it is kind of slow. I don't know. But again, I've only played it for a few minutes now. So I can't give you a full retrospective on it because I just got it. I downloaded. I bought it on Thursday and didn't get to play it till late last night. So,
it's like I see what you mean by slow. It's almost like the animator did such good work with animating the turn kick and all of that they slowed it down so you can see it actually happening.
Well, you have to understand who's making it, right? So if we're looking at a lot of fighting games, you have to count these frames in order to do your combos correctly. And I think that's what they're trying to do to give you a large window to do the combo.
There's a lot of chunky guys up in that.
Maybe Sonic will show up.
Stop. What do you think?
Mario's the final boss.
Have you seen this before? Dash, what are your thoughts?
Well, I like Shredder's Revenge. It was cool. It was a bit hectic when you had like 4 people on screen at the same time and like 7,000 enemies.
Chaos.
But I like that it's slightly slowed down a bit. And again, these type of games, they never really get old. They're always good for fun, especially in co-op. So
I agree.
I love these.
This is awesome. Why did I not see this? Is it just me? I'm just been so busy that I didn't catch this on my radar. Because I did see your YouTube. I saw your Twitter post, Everborn, where you had this on your on the Ally, and my first brain, and maybe at the time I was busy or whatever. But
thought I was emulating, right?
No, I didn't think you. I didn't think you were emulating. My brain went straight to, is that Neon? You know, a Double Dragon Neon, and I'm like, Neon wasn't good, and then I moved on. Right? I guess I didn't look to verify that that's not Neon. That's a new thing, right? Interesting. Okay. Was this always on your radar? How did you find this?
Oh, no. Well, again, I'm very plugged into this scene right now because we're developing that Redlands game. So anytime there's a game like this, it comes across my radar and I get it and I try it and I see what I can learn from it. This is very complex. I'll tell you right now, the Redlands game is not going to be this complex by design. We're going for something more like Shredder's Revenge. But there are some things that I could see here that we may want to implement. So
with that said,
guys,
Everborn,
hold on, because King David's calling me, so you guys go ahead.
Do you think?
Well, go ahead. What I was gonna recommend for Everborn, and I guess he'll hear us in the background, was just last night, the little one, right? My daughter, 2 to 3 hours flew by her playing that new Disney Illusion game, 2D. She was loving it. That's another game I recommend. It's from Delilah. Remember Delilah?
Which game are we talking about here? Is this the
Wait,
Disney?
Before we continue, side note.
Yes, sir.
King says send him the link to his email.
I did
again because no, he send it again. He missed it because he got like 1,000 emails yesterday.
Okay, no worries.
Sorry, I derailed everybody.
Please go ahead.
Everborn, again, I'll quickly repeat myself. Yesterday,
Uh-huh.
my 8-year-old, I got her the Disney. I think it's called Illusion Island. That's what it's
That's
called.
the one. Yep.
I
Two,
am missing
two to
everything, bro. I've been waiting for that game.
I,
It's out.
another
Okay.
another 2D platformy, game
Mm-hmm.
from Delilah. Remember the good folks that brought us Battletoads and how
Oh, I thought you
creative
meant like
and
Delilah HD. Sorry. Okay.
No, Delilah Studios.
no,
Shout out to
Like,
Delilah
no,
the
no.
games. Nice.
Delilah that's doing some
You mean
incredible work in that
Delilah,
space.
not Delilah. Delilah is I think.
Oh,
how
my
it's
bad.
pronounced.
Dyslexic. Damn it.
Hey, it's
Oh,
the
wow, shout out to
Latino
Gaz in the
heat.
chat.
Ah, yes. Shout out to you, good sir. What's going on, guys? And yes, I see them super chats. I will get to them momentarily. Gotta send King David the link. You know what I'm saying? Continue.
So
Yes.
So 2 to 3 hours
Mhm.
passed. The little one's enjoying it, and let me tell you, it's a fairly simple platformer. You're not, we're not talking about Ori style here, but it is Metroidvania in the sense where I'm kind of showing her how, like, you're gonna reach the end of a level before you can eventually move on to the other side of the map because you need to pick up power-ups. So I'm like, she's slowly learning what a Metroidvania is.
Mhm.
And let me tell you, the art style is very charming. They do some great work there. And Battletoads was really their first foray of showing off what they can do as a studio. And this Disney product again takes it to another level.
Can we talk about how Battletoads got railroaded unfairly? I think because I
Very
watched
underappreciated.
Got shafted.
and they really
Yup.
put in a lot of work to make it feel like a 80s Saturday or 80s 90s Saturday morning cartoon,
Mhm.
and none of that got appreciated.
That game has
And
so
it's
much
like
charm.
I really
So
feel
much
like if there
charm.
was a way they could just do like a director's cut and bring it back, because I feel like today's audience, because we've now been trained to love these games again. I've always been on that train, but you young punks are just realizing these things now.
I would even
Bring back
argue. I would even
Battletoads.
argue that when they brought out Battletoads, that was the spark. It's just that it didn't have online co-op in addition to them. Like, had the online co-op there day one, it would have caught that zeitgeist that
And it also
that Shredder's
came out
Revenge did.
exclusively to Xbox, so nobody
I was
gave it the
good-
benefit of the doubt. But whatever.
Good enough to get AJ and Lucy on. AJ being the CEO of Delilah and Lucy being the lead. Now the senior artist at Delilah Studios. I was lucky enough to get them on our 18th episode of our podcast. So way back when Battletoads launched. I'm going to get them back on again now. The game's released. Obviously, they were part of the indie showcase, and AJ was there to promote the game as well pre-release. So, yeah, it's an awesome game, massive, and the fact that Disney have kind of give them free roam to redesign the characters for that game as well. The 4 lead Disney kind of IP characters is really great, and I've heard nothing but good things. Even kind of all the big podcasts, all the big media sites, everyone's loving that game. So.
Anybody that has kids, 100% get this for them. It's their Ori. All right, it's their version of Ori.
So it's Disney Illusion Island, huh?
Yeah.
One thing that I want to like just highlight here. Disney is a little loose magoose with the licenses these days. I know we've all talked about these things like it's hard to get a license. Apparently not.
Pimpin' ain't easy.
So
if you got the grip, if you got the monies, they got you.
Maybe Darth Phil can make a phone call.
Said Darth Phil.
I don't think it's that difficult to say, hey, we want to do a game with this or that character. Because I don't know if you've been paying attention to Disney financials lately. They kind of need the money.
Yeah, people aren't going to the parks like they used to anymore. So people they kind of need the grip these days. Yes, absolutely.
And we're gonna talk about this later on. Me and you, Everborn, right? But Phil is a shark. He strikes when the companies are down. So we'll get into that in a little
What
bit.
you're saying is he needs them on their knees. Is what you're
Exactly.
Lock up one of those superhero licenses and give it to one of your 3,700 studios.
Yeah, that's true.
Uh-oh.
That's true.
Boom
that's
is in
true.
the chat. He said, "Let him in."
Yes, Mr. Boomstick. Of course, Mr. Boomstick. You ask and you shall receive, sir. Keep an eye on,
I just
the
pictured
DMs.
Boom like Jack Nicholson in The Shining.
Let me in
through the door. through the
That's
bathroom
right.
door.
That's right.
You know, with the conversation that we're having towards
Mm-hmm.
Disney, though, I'm really shocked, and it's not to say that we won't get surprised, you know, one day this month, but I'm really surprised that no company across the board has jumped on a Mandalorian game. I mean, it's there for the taking. It's literally right there. Such a great IP, such a great character. The universe that they have built, it would be just, it's there for the taking.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whoa, stop
Pause.
the show.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Shout out to Mrs. Boomstick.
Thank you so much for being here. Look at this stuff. This is too much right now. So many great people already
All right,
in
let's
here.
do the super chats, man.
Let's do this.
Let's do these super chats.
Let's do the super chats. Yes, absolutely.
That's
all right,
amazing.
So, all right. So,
And
so
is Boom in? Where's Boom? Where's Boom? Let him in.
Boom, sir. The link is in the chat, sir. Whenever you're ready to join us, you are more than happy, more than welcome to join us, sir. The link is out there for you. But okay, so
Just said let him in
JD
again.
Gamer.
Send him the link again. Send him
It's
the
in
link.
there. It's in the primetime gaming DM real quick. Yes, he's it's right there whenever you're ready. There you go, Mr. Boomstick. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, of course, before we start with the super chats, let's just get this man in here. Let's get this man in here. Oh wow. Okay. We're just going full bore. All right, forget about it. Ladies and gentlemen, the full bore, the panel, what we're doing right now, we have Mr. Boomstick and Pixelbit G is in the house. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? What's up?
What I'm talking
What's
about.
going on? What's going on?
Gentlemen.
Happy 100th.
Oh, thank you so much for being here, man. This is amazing to
Lore
have you
Master.
here. The Lore Master is here, and of course, one of the OGs, one of the I would say, we keep saying the people that literally helped us start this thing. Without you, Mr. Boomstick, we are not here. Mics are not in front of our face. We're not doing this right now because of you.
I don't think
we are
so.
here. Oh, absolutely, 100%. Because there was, I will tell you, there was a time where a green-eyed, a green behind the gills, as they say, Kay Asante was invited to Mr. Boomstick's show. He was all nervous, and he was on the show. You know, we had a great conversation as we do, and then he invited him to, Mr. Boomstick invited him to be a panel member, and that's what literally started all this. So when I say without you, this would not have happened, I mean it sincerely, sir, from the bottom of my heart.
Well, I appreciate the accolades, but at the end of the day, listen, the thing is this, one of the things I promised myself is I would pay it forward what was given to me. Now, a lot of people don't like Crossfire, which is Mooch's show, because it could be scandalous, it could be very anti-Xbox. But I have to tip my cap to the man that gave me the same opportunity that I try to give to everyone. And that is that allowing me, come on, I had a bucket list like we all do. Like everybody wants to go to Hawaii, you know, check. Everybody wants to go to Japan, check. Everybody wants to, for me, I just wanted to be on a video game podcast and talk about something that I love. And he allowed me to do that. And he kept inviting me back, and to the point where he was like, listen, why don't you just join the panel? And that kind of set it forward for me. So what I try to do now is offer the same opportunity to people who want to have that shot and, you know, see what it's about. And, you know, everyone here has talent out the yin yang. And it's been my honor to be able to expose that talent to the world. And you're at episode 100. And that's not because of me. That's because of you guys. You guys did that. I didn't do that. That's all on you.
I appreciate
And Boom has given And Boom has given so many
put that evil
people
on him, Ricky Bobby.
and Boom has given so many people in the community shots, including myself. There is no Latino heat without Mr. Boomstick.
There is no talk.
Wow.
So Boomstick, whether you want to take it or not, there is no talk of what do they say? Missionary gaming without you, sir. what you have wrought to this community, ladies and gentlemen.
Missionary Gaming Nation.
Mrs. Boomstick wanted to be a part of the show. She won't be on the mic, but she wanted to, you know, celebrate your 100th with the monster super chat. I didn't even know what she was gonna do. She goes, "I'm gonna do something. I'm not gonna tell you."
Biggest super chat we ever
initially.
got. We
let us put that on the screen right now. Let us cut
Put it
to
on the Summer
chase.
Jam screen.
Let's put it on the screen. Thank you so much, Mrs. Boomstick, with a $100 super chat. Ridiculous. Saying congratulations on your 100th episode. Here's to 100 more. Regards from Mr. and Mrs. Boomstick.
Thank you.
Too much.
So
Too much.
much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you so
Now,
much. That is amazing.
before we go, I do want to do the rest of the super chats before we move forward, but I need to take a moment to shout out my brother Pixelbit G.
Indeed.
Yes.
The Pixel
Yes.
Slapper.
That's
the
right.
lore master.
The law
The
man.
man who does not suffer fools lightly. The
I fear
man
the
who
fool
will
daily.
tell
I
you
do,
about
daily.
yourself in a heartbeat.
That's
The
right.
man who you cannot come to with any Halo slander because he knows.
Preach on it, sir. Preach
He
on
knows
it.
you lying.
I do know. I know a couple.
He know you lying before you know you lying. I'm just saying. It is what it is.
That's funny.
Ladies and
I
gentlemen,
love
the
it.
law master, Mr. Pixelbit G.
He knows when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake.
Santa?
Oh no.
He does have
I'm
the
a
gray
gray
beard.
so I do look like him sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. You know, I
That's
am
your
known
new
to
name,
put
the
the
Black
suit on.
Santa.
I
Hey,
love
all
Delivering
day,
coal.
all day. I'll be the equivalent
and-
of Black Lightning. You feel me?
Real quick, just so we know, and I don't want to put in the DMs because if I do it, it'll mess up the chats. But we have a few other folks waiting in the wings. We're gonna get you on as quickly as possible. Don't want to put more than 6 folks on the screen because it'll get too bananas. So please bear with us. We're gonna switch it up.
we
But yo,
we
just
do a
just
couple
real
more.
quick, right?
We can
You
do a
want to
couple
try?
Let me get a
I'll
couple
try.
of
I'll
bars.
try.
Yeah,
Continue,
because we
yes.
don't know how much time they got. Let's bring them in real quick.
Let's try and do it.
But you can have up to 10 people if you're using
Well-
StreamYards.
Yeah,
Well,
we'll be respectful and not cut each other
Yeah.
off.
We'll try to see
Bring
what
him
we
in.
can do. Continue. Yes. Mhm.
But let me just say real quick, man.
Mhm.
I really do appreciate you dudes, man. I think y'all have put on y'all been putting on a great show for a while. You know what I'm saying? Like a really impressive show for a good minute. And I sort of got on to Everborn via his comic. You know what I'm saying? And supporting that Kickstarter. A couple of years back. And I appreciate you guys bringing me on here. You know what I'm saying? To talk my shit with y'all. You know what I'm saying? And and Mr. Boomstick also deserves a shout out. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause,
Oh, thank you, kind sir.
he as well has brought me onto his show. Y'all both have all three of y'all as well as everybody else in this group. Y'all have inspired me. You know what I'm saying? So I really appreciate what y'all doing out here, man. So I made sure
Wow.
I
Thank you,
took
sir.
some time today to come on and just give y'all some flowers, man, and say respect and absolutely let's see 100 more of these episodes.
I
Hold the
appreciate you, sir, man. I appreciate. What did you say? What did you
I
say,
said,
Everborn?
hold the line.
Oh boy.
Hold
All
the
right.
line.
All right. All right.
No, actually, I know King is going to make his appearance at some point.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if anyone saw the Queen make
Mhm.
her statement last night.
Absolutely.
She said, "Advance the line."
Well,
Yes.
I
Let's
saw
wait
that.
for
I
King
saw
to
that.
This is
come
why
because
she
I want
is-
to talk to King about
Well,
that.
okay.
specifically.
Okay, so for some reason, remember I had technical gremlins this morning. For some reason, I am not able to do more than 6. It's not letting me do it right now.
Yeah,
It's okay.
I'm happy to be booted to let
Oh,
King
okay,
in,
okay,
man.
okay.
but
Well,
showing y'all love, man. I appreciate y'all. So
I
Hey,
appreciate
Pixel,
you for
I'm gonna
being here,
DM you,
sir.
brother. We got to get you back on.
Yeah, hook me
Absolutely.
up, man. I want
Please.
to get in them
I-
streets.
before
All right, y'all.
before you're out of here, I will say for one and all to hear, I need to see the Graybeards of Gaming featuring Pixelbit G and friends. I need to see it. I
love it.
I'm
That-
waiting
that
for that
sounds
moment.
like
We're
that
working
sounds
on it.
like a new show.
Yes,
Sounds like a
working
great
on
show.
it.
I
Yes.
tune in for that.
Graybeard.
that is what
We're
I'm waiting
working
to
on it.
see. The Graybeards of Gaming, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I got to
Pixelbit.
connect with Gerald Mack. You know what I'm saying? I may be coming up with something pixel based.
I'm not there yet, but I got a few coming in. So
Nah.
I'm not gonna be. I'll be a special guest on that show.
I see that here, man.
But it's great to have you here, sir. We will be chatting, of course, as you are an unofficial member of the chair here. You'll be seeing this man on this channel more times than I'm sure in the near future. Have a good rest of your day, sir. Thank you so much for being here.
All right, enjoy, guys.
This
Later, brother.
episode is brought to you by Just for Men.
I love it.
And
we
of
need that
course,
Manscaped sponsorship.
while
What we doing?
while we're talking about the hold
There he
the
is.
line movement,
Hey,
ladies and
great.
gentlemen,
King David, my brother.
Mr. Hold the Line himself, King David, is here, sir.
Uh-oh.
Thank you
Wait
for
a
being here.
second.
He's got some goodies. He's got
What
some
do we
goodies.
got?
Oh, there
There
you go.
it is.
Okay.
Make sure
Okay.
you tidy up your balls.
Oh, boy, there we go. Yeah, my goodness.
This is not the
It's-
Lord's day.
No, it's
Especially
not.
if you're gonna be in that missionary gaming life, you better shave them balls. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh,
Pause on
pause.
you.
That's a giant pause, ladies and gentlemen.
First
Big
and
pause.
foremost,
I was sitting there, and you know, today is a crazy big day. Besides the fact it's a great big day for you guys, and I looked at I just finally got on X because we're not on Twitter anymore, guys.
Oh God,
So,
please don't say that. Don't. Every
Hey,
time you
hey,
say
hey,
that, I
hey.
just gotta.
Yeah. You know what? And that's exactly how ponies feel at this moment because they. See, I love how the stars align
Mhm.
because their favorite game was Twitter, but now their favorite thing to play. So God is good. Oh,
And it happened on the same day.
So they used to play. They used to
Phil
hate on
turned-
X, and now
Phil
they
turned
play
into
X.
Trey Songz, Mr. Steal Your Girl,
Mhm.
and he's on stage with their boo.
And did you see
Lord.
how the boo was gushing? Pause. Oh Phil, more Final Fantasies is to come.
This couldn't happen without you.
Oh man, my man out there doing his thing. But nah, it ain't about them. It's about y'all. And 100 episodes. 100 episodes is crazy. Anybody that's trying to do a podcast or trying to get into podcasting or ever ran a show or started a show and the show failed, and it's just a lot of different hurdles and a lot of different things has to break your way in order for you to make it to 100 episodes and to start to make a movement in those 100 episodes. I mean, you're doing it on a Saturday, and a Saturday is really hard for the fact that it's usually some people's first day off on the weekend, that they got stuff planned for that day, movies, especially in the summertime, taking the kids out, taking the family out, whatever. Saturday is really break day, and that's a very hard day to do anything. And for you guys to be successful and to make it to 100 episodes without moving your day shows the fortitude and stick-to-itiveness that I knew you guys had inside of you. And the fact that the show is of high quality and caliber, I just have to take my hat off to you guys. And there was no way I was going to let 100 episodes pass without me coming through and, giving you guys your flowers. It's very hard, and I appreciate everything that you guys do. You're a positive beacon in this community. And the fact that you have all these wonderful panel members here today, that's a testament to you guys being of upstanding moral character in our community. So I do appreciate you guys, and I just wanted to come on and tell you guys that you guys held the line when other dudes didn't. And I will always hold the line for you guys, regardless to what. So there was nothing that was going to stop me from getting on the show today, just to give you your flowers and let you know that you are appreciated and you're definitely needed in this community.
Hey, Shane, I want to say to you, I still think we might be like cousins or something.
We are. We came from the same plantation.
We got to trace that family tree. We have the same last name. We got
we was picking cotton in the fetus together.
Yes, right. But the thing that I do want to say is you, Cog, and the whole Iron Lords before I was on any of these shows, because I've told this story before, but I from 2015-ish I wasn't gaming maybe until 2020, 2019. It's just life, whatever. And it was getting into some of these shows and seeing what you guys do on the Iron Lords that just got me into this community in general and excited about games again. And seeing the energy that you guys bring, seeing the show that Boom did, what Dealer was doing in the lead up to the series, all of that stuff is you guys that ignited this passion again, and I will never forget you guys for that, because it's something about this community, and I'm not like choosing sides or anything, but I'm about to.
Yes, we do.
Right, no, that's what I said. I'm about to.
That's
something.
I'm not choosing sides, but
say,
watch me choose sides.
No, but real talk. And I've said this to you offline, Boom. Everybody's talking this nonsense about Xbox needs to find an identity. You know what Xbox's identity is? It is community.
Speak on it.
Oh,
It always has
sir.
been, and it has brought people together. And this close-knit group that you have, I've never seen any, and I had been podcasting before. I used to do my movie podcast and politics stuff and all
Shout
of
out
that.
to On the Real.
Right. And the thing is, I've never seen another content creator community that helps each other the way this Xbox community does.
Very welcoming
Right?
as well.
Right?
Mhm.
It don't matter the size of the show. It don't matter the success of the show. You got people with 100,000 subs helping people out that got 100 subs.
You know why?
Right? Talk about it.
I can tell you exactly why. The PlayStation community is single player story driven narrative games that forces you to play alone in the closet by yourself. It's a selfish endeavor. It feeds your selfish need to mine. This is the reason why their community is all about mine, my exclusive. You can only do this here, mine, man, me. Xbox is about multiplayer online gaming where it brought you and it bridged the gap. I mean, it broke down racist walls that couldn't be broken into before. You know, some of my best friends I met in Alabama, someplace, you know, gaming. You know, he was like, I was just outside a gator wrestling, and he came back and I got to play with King David. We got to play these games, and I'm just, it's that level of community that made me meet one of my best friends, Hot Monkey Lovin'. I was running around in Destiny. I saw him running and I just saw his name and I was like, oh my God. And I ran after him. And I don't know why, but it was like that name means something. I don't know. In the past life, it meant something. And maybe I'm doing this life over again. I don't care. But the fact that I saw the name and I clicked on him and I added him as a friend, and like a year or two later, we're in California going to E3. So it's that level of community that was only able through Xbox that formed that, because it broke down those barriers. So when you see this level of community, see this level of outreach, you see these people talking to each other and being cordial and having fun, and yo, let's game, let's go do this and let's go do that. It's innate in us because it's been grown in us. If you see the opposition do what they do, I fundamentally understand them on a psychological basis that they are bred that way. But Jim Ryan is breaking that mold, and he's forcing them into the future, forcing them into the now, forcing them to actually break those barriers and start talking to one another. So maybe over the next 10 years before they become an app, they do get a chance to have a better community. They do become, you know, better people. Morally, we understand that Microsoft has trained us up to stop the cursing at people.
Yep.
Watch the predatory acts. When women come in the room, no one acts different. We're about your gaming and not about your attributes. You know, so it's very good. And I love our community, because our community can only come together like this because we were grown up this way. We were bred this way.
Like,
And
when we
King,
talk about these lifelong friends because I was like, Halo came out at the right time for me. I was away at college and we was doing those LAN parties. These are people that I know 20 years later that I've been to their weddings. These are lifelong friends because of this community, and just seeing it carry forward and seeing these narratives around, executives are coming to podcasts like it's a negative things and taking pictures with people. That is the biggest.
Please,
this
don't
is my
say
one.
That.
That's the biggest bullshit I've ever seen. Right? So this thing about that's the whole. That is the whole thing about Xbox, is engaging with the community.
Well,
and that's why
remember
we talk
something.
to each other, and that's why it's so foreign to these other people, to where they see it and they think it must be a work. Right?
Remember
It must
something,
be-
Everborn.
Yeah.
The Xbox and PlayStation as a brand, right? Sony, they're from inception, it's been a corporation expanding into gaming, where Xbox, their identity, their DNA comes from a group of guys and girls like us that are getting together here. And the formation of the Xbox brand was through the passion of gaming, these gamers within the corporation of Microsoft that created the brand. And from the very beginning, Xbox has been fan engaging and all about the community to really, it's like if us were to get together and create a brand for gaming, right? And where Sony, they're more corporate, and that's the way, and that has carried through time. And when Xbox lost its identity during the early Xbox One days, the Donnie D days, that he was doing what he needed to do, but Donnie D gets the knock, right? But the Donnie D days, when Xbox was more corporate focused than community engaged, that's when they lost their identity. So it all comes hand in hand. That's why the Xbox community, to me, has always been more welcoming. That's why, you know, when Mr. Boomstick, you know, we gave him his flowers in the beginning of the show. I asked to be on his show. He just asked, hey, make sure you got a mic, make sure you know what you're talking about, and come on in. Like, open door. And again, it was that engagement. It's like, if you're just part of the community, there's no restrictions. It doesn't matter what angle you want to talk about something. You're not scrutinized. Where I feel that on the other side, if you don't agree with the grain, it's like if you can't have a mind of your own, and that right there is the biggest issue that I see.
So the hive mentality is what you're talking about. There's too much hive mind going on.
The purpose of this conversation was just me to shout out to the Xbox community. And I do remember the early days of PlayStation, and they were all about gaming and all of that. Even though they was doing their underhanded stuff to undermine Sega, but that's their right there. It's a business. So when things happen later,
Sega hasn't mentioned once. Continue.
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying all the people that didn't shed a tear for Sega don't shed a tear for what may happen in the future. Is all I'm saying. But I say that to say I don't want to discredit what Sony has done, because they were gamers running the show in the PS4 days. There were gamers running the show in the PS1, PS2 days. They slipped up with PS3. We'll see how PS5 is going to do. But I don't want to take that away from them. But this is
there's a reason they reached the heights that they have reached now. It wasn't all through underhanded dealings. They got there the right way, and that's the reason why people like them, which makes sense.
Well, I don't care about underhanded dealings. There's no morals in this business thing. They delivered content. They delivered content. Again, the point is, I'm trying to what I'm doing is I want to light a candle instead of cursing the darkness, and I'm just shouting out how dope the Xbox community is, and how and acknowledging the fact that we're gaming online on console. I know you could always do it on PC, but the way we interact with each other online and gaming in that console space is because of Xbox. Absolutely. This whole achievement and trophy things that we have is because of Xbox.
Everyone's copied it.
Content creator community really blew up when the media was just ragging on Xbox no matter what they did. If they had better games, it didn't matter. It was just whatever it was. And the community arose because we saw a lot of stuff that just wasn't being reported correctly. And I just love that sense of community has grown into, yes, supporting the brand, but now supporting each other and growing, and Xbox is embracing that. So I want to shout that out. And that is why all of these people, all these content creators, Boom, King, Dutch, John, everybody that will come on later, I appreciate all of you, and this is what I love about this community, and by extension the Xbox community.
Here, sir.
I love it.
Here, absolutely.
Here. Listen, the one thing, and I gotta give King crazy shout out, because before I was able to experience E3 the first time, I had no idea, right? You're talking about, like, you know, who the Iron Lords, and they guided me in a way that has, I mean, they're my brothers, like they're family, right? This is the same way I feel about Everborn, the same way I feel about Dutch.
Me and John. Boom talk on the phone every morning, like it is a part of my morning routine.
We talk every day.
Yes, Kay Asante and Everborn and I, 7-something in the morning, we're on the phone while I'm taking Mrs. Boom to work. She's listening. She's like, "Oh, you guys talking about video games again." There you go. But it's the one thing. Look, we're not trying to throw the PlayStation community under the bus because there are a
am.
lot of solid. No, I hear you. I hear you, King. You do what
Advance
King
the
does.
line. King, I do gotta ask you some questions before you gotta go.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a lot of them deserve it. I'm sorry. Listen, they have made this bed. They have to lie in it, and a lot of them are not nice people, and they use hate and hate mongering to sell their brand, which is gross.
Yeah.
But when you look at this particular community, one of the reasons that makes me excited to do the next show, because podcasting 5 days a week, folks, I may look easy, but it's not, and you have to have passion. You know what the passion is? Sure, it's gaming. Sure, it's the people on the podcast, but it's the community that gets behind you, because without a community, you don't have a show. No, if no one is going to stop to listen to your rhetoric, no one is going to. You're not going to want to push forward and do the work. And this community is just nothing short of amazing, very welcoming, and that is what embodies Xbox. I think that is why most of us here, they call us Xbox, they call us corporate shills and sellouts, and if that's how you feel,
and I call them jealous.
I call them, yeah, absolutely. They wish they had this kind of community, and I think really King, from a psychological point of view, is onto something. That's that single player in a room by themselves, not interacting with other people because it's their game and nobody else's, is why they're so foreign to the ideology of actually being a community, actually, putting your arms. I mean, look, here's a perfect example of community. And I say that I've told the story plenty of times, and it does happen to do with E3. I did not get into FanFest in 2019. I was going to LA, and I had gotten its press for EA, for Bethesda, but Xbox did not recognize me. Why? Well, I didn't get picked. Not a big deal. But you know who did pick me? Gotham Guy. He literally called me King. I was in the room with King. We had just got to the compound, and Gotham Guy is DMing me, "Hey, listen, Boom, are you in LA yet?" Yeah. We just landed. Listen, my +1 blew out his shoulder in a gym accident. He can't go. Do you want to be my +1? I didn't know who Gotham Guy. I've never met him before. He just listened to the show, and I got into Xbox Fan Fest, and I got into the conference. I mean, if that's not community, folks, I don't know what to tell you what it is. So it's that kind of stuff. But again, it's great to be here. It's great to be a part of episode 100. Mrs. Boom and I would not have missed it for the world. We're going to kind of step back and allow other content creators to get their voice in here, because you are going to have a round robin. But I wanted to say, gentlemen, I love you like brothers. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Boom, I'm going to call you later on today.
Yes,
absolutely.
I'll be waiting.
I got some conspircy theories for you.
I love it. I love it.
They're not ready for the public yet, but you get I
love it. All right, guys, listen. He's
working on his material.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Boom. Thank you so much for being here.
So while we have King here, because I don't know how long we have King. So
not too long, but I definitely was definitely coming here to be part of the rotation though.
Absolutely.
Okay, so just
there's way more important people than me that need to get on.
Oh, King, you
Stop
the
it.
number one, brother.
Stop
Hey,
it, King, man.
listen to me.
Come on,
the reason why I say that is because everyone is important.
Absolutely.
That part.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
All equally.
That's right. I just game, and I don't game enough. Apparently, the Sony ponies.
Oh, they watching you. They spend more time watching clocking game your gamer score than playing their own games. But anyway,
look at my Fortnite. Well, hello.
Well, Kay, let's do this introduction real quick, and then I want to ask King his question.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we have all these great gamers and these great community members and these great podcasters joining us, I should say. Not to be outdone, the man who is one half of the Gamers Council, Red Tree, Game Pass Daily, joins us. What's going on, sir? Thank you for being patient.
What's going on?
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for joining us, sir. We appreciate you being here.
100%. Me and King can't stand too long because we got to play Fortnite together. That's what we was talking about.
Y'all two are like the kings of Fortnite.
For a hot minute.
Yes.
But yeah, good to be here, man. Hey, congrats on the 100th. This is a big deal. People who are content creators understand how hard it is to get past. The old saying was in podcasting, get past that 7th episode. Once you get past that, because it's so difficult. It's so difficult. 100 is on a whole nother level. I hope to get there someday. So congrats, Kay and Everborn. You guys did it. Like this is amazing, amazing show. To say, piggyback off of what Boom and what King was saying, this community is the best community, bar none. I could have easily chosen, and I used to make PlayStation content back in the day too. I made both. I could have easily chosen to just go PlayStation. I'd probably have way more followers just because the community is larger. I chose to go with Xbox because I like their business model and Game Pass. I saw where they were going and I saw the future and I liked it better. And B, this community is the best in my opinion, bar none. Like we said, we started online. We started together. We're gonna end together. We held the line this long, right? And that's why we're all these OGs are here today. So,
some of us held the line this long.
Some, not everybody. I'm not gonna call
It's
anybody
smooth,
out.
boy. I'm coming for you right now, man.
That's what Twitter's for. That's what Pixelbit G's for. You know what I mean?
It's not Twitter
He'll call him
anymore,
out.
It's called X.
It's called X. Oh God! Don't do this to me. Oh.
Hey, I see a partnership happening. I mean, it's made to be. So X gonna give it to you? Yeah.
The book of X for real. But listen,
from all angles.
Oh my God!
I need
No more missionary. No more missionary, right, John?
Listen, missionary can be great. That's what I'm here to say.
Good
That.
Lord.
Oh man!
All right, but
Stop
King,
advocating. Stop advocating.
Go ahead.
King,
Yes.
I need to ask you because I need your firsthand reaction
Yes.
to what we are calling the rise of Darth Phil.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Let's
we
speak on
saw him on stage
it. Mm-hmm.
he told Yoshi Pre, bring your CEO out because I want to talk to your boss. Tell me what King thought when he saw that announcement yesterday with Darth Phil on stage.
I said, on God and them, he doing what he's supposed to do. I said, he's one of those. I mean, if he was a prize fighter, he'd be like Rocky Marciano. Always underestimated. His stature, his demeanor. Oh, he's too nice. Grind my gears. I remember our first year of podcasting. You literally told me the man is too nice. He's not the dude for the job. And I told you I needed you back on when he proves that to you. You, sir, have disappeared to the annals of time. But back to the Rocky Marciano analogy. Rocky Marciano had a smile of gold. Short guy. Doesn't have long arms. So taller fighters, you would think that they would out jab him and, break him down with the right hand, or he'll come in with the uppercut. What this man had inside of his fortitude, inside of his soul, was the unwavering belief in himself. Never faltered, never gave up, always took accountability. Rocky Marciano retired 49-0. Not one person beat him. Not one person stopped him. They tested him, but he put people to sleep on a regular. So when I saw that, I said, this is Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer, the rise of Darth Phil, doing exactly what I knew he would do. He saw the biggest obstacle in the world was Japan. Microsoft has never conquered that. CEO after CEO has went to Japan and has came back with their tail tucked between their legs.
Yeah.
They were able to get a couple of games. They was able to get a little partnerships. They was never able to make headway because they couldn't look at the Rubik's Cube and put all the colors together. Phil actually is that kid that takes the Rubik's Cube in one hand and does it behind his back and brings it up all the colors. And I know a lot of you guys out there is gonna be like, oh, you so high on Phil. I used to love Neo Geo. I used to love Turbo Graphics. Y'all don't know those consoles. Y'all don't have no idea probably Yo, probably fresh and new. I fell in love with the Xbox. Peter Moore is one of the greatest CEOs of my time. The Xbox was going to go away, the way of the dinosaur. And they gave it to a lonely, I don't even know how Phil started. I guess when we get him on Iron Lord's podcast one day, he can tell us like what position. I guess he started in the mailroom or something. But they gave that guy, a lifer at Microsoft, the position to fix it. They gave him a sinking ship. They gave him the Titanic.
Yeah.
And he fixed it. And this thing is starting to sail around the world. So when he did it, Everborn, a little tear came in my eye. I wiped it, put my rifle back on my shoulder, and got right back in line, knowing that the war is not over. When they purchase Square, when they purchase Sega, when Capcom comes into the fold, yeah, it is the pie in the sky. But this is coming from a guy that was half dead a minute ago, so I don't care what you're saying.
Limits the sky.
This
now.
half dead, that half dead guy is collecting, is about to collect once the acquisition is complete. What's that? 70% of PlayStation's #1 and 2 highest selling games.
Easy. So check this out, King. Now you talked about put the rifle back on the shoulder. Did you see Sarah Bond tweeting advance the line?
Yes.
Whoa. Before we continue, let me shuffle. I want to shuffle folk out because I have folks coming in. Mr. John Wolf, we will have to bid you adieu for today. I want to shuffle folks in, but before you leave, let me tell folks that John can be seen on this channel in all manners of slander on Monday nights, as well as on his own channel. And of course, all the great people that show up, that are here today, you will see all of their links to their shows and their Twitter handles, so you can follow them. Mr. John Wolf, thank you so much for being here. Tell the people the last things you want to tell them before you go for the day, and of course, we will see you again on Monday night on the Gamers Playground, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you again for having me on. Congrats to you and Everborn on 100. Here's to 100 more. And Everborn, me and you are going to have a conversation about why Square. I'm not trading. I'm just saying Square is next. I saw it in Phil's eyes. Square's next because he's going for that death blow.
I was hoping y'all were gonna have a conversation. I was hoping y'all gonna have a conversation about how you're gonna oil down your knees when myself and King David take them from you, because Elephant Tusk is out here gonna squash y'all rat. But
nah. So that ain't gonna happen. So I'll get going so that the next person can shuffle in. But Kay will be on Monday night at 7 p.m. We're gonna have Kirby Zero Louise with us. We're going to be talking.
Yes, sir.
This week, we're going to be talking graphic cards as well as VRAM. Very important, hot topic going on right now in the PC space. And to everybody out there, guys, don't be missionary gamers. That's just my message of the day. Okay, before I go, just mix it up. Mix it up, guys. All right, guys. Peace.
Missionary is okay. That's what I want to say. All right.
And ladies and gentlemen, before we get back to it, I have to introduce the one and only Post Up.
My God!
What are we doing here? What are we doing here? What's going on, people?
Well, Post Up, because you here, you know we're gonna do some ABK talk in a minute. But I want to do this square talk with King real quick.
I gotta say one thing to Post Up, because I don't get a chance to get him on mostly, and I need you on Iron Lord's podcast. But and you know, I'm putting in the word for you. I don't do the bookings, but I definitely get the votes. I just want to let you know, you the little Dirk of this. You the voice of the streets right now, and you know, you give us ability to follow along. Some people can't follow along with a lot of these other guys, but it's also great to see a person of color. And I'm not making it about race, but it is a little bit. I just want to let you know that it's very important for little, you know, kids to see that you are able to do this too.
That's right.
You understand? It's very important. So I just want you to keep on, because you had a lot of detractors that look just like you that were trying to pull you right back down into
telling
that
you
barrel.
not to read,
All right,
telling you not to
put
learn.
that book down, boy, and get out in that field and grab that cotton. But
You
that's
came
how
here to
but this
lead,
is
not
it.
to read.
And I just want you to know that you are very vital.
Appreciate
Very
that.
vital. All right.
Appreciate
So
that.
I saw somebody trying to tear you down, somebody that you once called a comrade, and I found it very disgusting that that individual did that to you. But at the same time, I was there cheering you on, watching you, just, hey man, there's some dirt on my shoulder and I'm just gonna brush them off.
Brush
So
it
God
off,
bless you, brother. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, brother. I really appreciate that coming from you, man. Thank you so much, man. I've been called some of them just for reporting on the ABK deal.
Yes.
Just
How
for
dare you?
I saw it.
just for
I saw
giving
it.
out information, I've been called some of the most despicable things.
Yeah.
It ain't even that serious. I posted a pic of my children,
Yes.
right? And they brung the console war into the comments and was disrespectful to my children.
Yes.
Like it's crazy, but I kept it moving. Stop reporting on that. Stop reading. You fake this, you fake that.
Yeah.
This is about learning.
Yep.
I was told you should read something every day. I don't care what it is. Whether it's a sports article, a game article, or anything, you should read something every day. And I was getting chastised just for posting stuff and trying to grab the information and simplify it for the community.
To be fair, Post Up, that was by dudes who can't read. So you can't really.
Well, yeah, definitely. They just thought you was conspiring against them because they couldn't read what you was posting.
Basically, basically. So I kept posting. I'm not reading. If you don't want to read it, other people would like to read. I was just trying to simplify the information because in terms of mergers and acquisitions, this is new to us.
Yeah.
This is new to us. It's new to the community. We've never seen nothing like this before, but we know it's going to continue. So now you get your foundation now in terms of what you learn and what you process. So as this continue, you have a more open mind and an understanding about what's about to take place over the next couple of years, because this is not the end of it.
Yep.
This is not the end of it.
It's bigger than that though, because now a lot of us know, or at least know more about how these processes work, right? Just in general, how the whole the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals works. How
the FTC and their process
a lot of
work,
that, right? So the next time when it's Sega on the chopping block, we're gonna know, okay, well, this is the process. This is how it goes. This is what a vertical merger is. This is a horizontal move, right? These are the thresholds for monopolies. This is a substantial lessening of competition, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but real quick, because I do want to talk some ABK stuff. But King, I know we don't have you a lot of time. And this Square Talk was important because I want to know what this signifies, right? What does this lead to? So I'm going to give you 3 different scenarios and you can walk me through them or tell me which one you think is more likely, right? Was this, we all know it's the rise of Darth Phil, right? But does it scare Sony into making a defensive acquisition? That's one.
Did.
Right?
Yeah, they just did though. They just brought 3 studios. Go ahead.
Now, or were they sending a message to Sega to be like, chill out with all that not now talk because we got options?
Okay.
Now,
there's another one. Right. Okay.
There's another one now, or
wait,
or is this just? Am I reading too much into it, and it's just the new CEO of Square trying to start off on a fresh foot, taking the bag from Microsoft and saying they can release wherever possible, which means where Sony don't got a deal locked up. So this may not lead to Final Fantasy VII Remake and 16 and things like that because they still got those contracts with Sony. So does it scare Sony into buying Square and making an honest publisher out of them instead of just shacking up? Is it Microsoft trying to scare Sega, or is it just Occam's razor, and it's just a new CEO taking it back from Microsoft.
All right, it's all three of those things that you just said. All right, and this is why all three of those things can coexist. One, Sega, shut up, Microsoft. Shut up, Sega. We're working. Okay, that's it. Those deals are already in place. Sarah Bond doesn't tweet out that she's coming back from the corporate office of Sega for no reason. You know, Microsoft doesn't post Sonic the Hedgehog, a hedgehog running around on Microsoft page for no reason. They understand how social media works. They understand how to be coy. They understand how to allude to certain things, and they understand how to keep their name in a cycle. All right, we already saw trickles in of the ABK stuff before the ABK stuff even happened.
We're reevaluating our relationship with Activision. I bet you are a son of a gun.
All right, so now that they that part is pushed there. And shout out to Sarah Bond for advancing the line.
She got that from you. You said that because you said now we attack.
No, I said now we attack. But
okay.
That was just to pantomime what she was saying when she was saying advance the line. See, I don't grab people's, you know, their little whatever they put, and I use my own. But what she understands, in the building, they were saying hold the line because it was people in the building that didn't believe. So now she said, now we're at a point where we will advance that line because she knows what they're working on. All right. So, all right, Sega, sit down. We'll talk to you in a minute. You understand what we're doing. They already know what their books are. Sega's already prettied up and ready to shop and ready to go. So that's a deal that can get done after this deal over here. You can't put the cart before the horse. So we understand it's a big cart that has to be pulled, and we're getting a horse in gear. That'll happen soon. Square. The new CEO is there. Could it possibly be the reason why the talks broke down the last time because they had a price in place and then the old CEO said, no, this is too much, this is too little, and they raised the price when Microsoft came back to the table, and that's how that deal went flat. There's a reason why you saw the paperwork, and the paperwork had a completed folder with acquisition thoughts of Square. It's a reason why there was only Square right there. It's a reason why Phil is absolutely the most pettiest dude I know, because
he remembers these things.
He never forgets. But you see Street Fighter on Xbox right now, right? Because he said it'll never happen again. He wanted to play Street Fighter 5. He couldn't. It'll never happen again. And it didn't. 6 is right there. I purchased. I'm in. Okay, so he's a man of his word. He's always been a man of his word. Maybe he's the Joker because I'm a man of my word. But he's moving in that space. All right, so Square is on the table, and that will cripple them because he used Jim and Sony used Square as a blunt object to beat Microsoft down. So they will remove that blunt object from them. That's what a great boxer does. He removes your best attribute. So now you got to beat them in another fashion. That's next. What was the first one again? Because I did those two.
Oh, does it scare Sony into making a move for Square?
Yes, they picked up 3 studios, 3 Chinese studios. I posted the other day one of the games that they're working on. They're story-driven narrative games. They're leaning heavily into their wheelhouse while they're working on their games of service. So of course this is going to push competition. The judge was absolutely right. This only lets you know that the judge was right in her verdict because this made Sony go out to purchase studios in order to compete, to take those games and maybe in the future day and date drop them into their service so their service become more robust. You're going to see the date and time shift a whole lot faster. Nixus, that's my heart. They're doing their job right now and getting these PC games running. They're going to soon be able to do day and date. They're going to start slowing up the releases of games to coincide with that, to give their service some validity, because they're going to see that dropping them in their service does not hinder sales of games. That's idiotic in thinking. That's one-minded in thinking, and that's going to absolutely change. But new CEO in place at Square allowed this to happen. And because the old CEO was stuck in his ways and probably really never wanted to sell to Microsoft anyway, about whatever price they would have came up with, because that is a foreign entity, and maybe this new CEO is a little bit more palatable to moving on. But I would like to give y'all guys, I want to let somebody else show up. I just want to give everybody all the love in the world. Dutch, when I saw that your account was blocked or whatever the hell happened,
Yeah, that was wild. I was
yeah,
like, what?
Yes, of course. Let me add Dutch for sure.
We need to talk about that for a moment. We should talk about that just for a minute and
I was
ask how the
thinking,
hell
who
that
did
happened.
Dutch curse out this time.
I gotta get ready to run, guys. Love you, Dutch. I'm so super happy to see you here. I'm sorry I didn't, talk to you directly first. Do apologize. Midweek mix up is my thing. Wednesdays is fantastic. Red Tree, I'll be on Fortnite today, so I'll be looking to play with you later. Combat
Absolutely,
Talk with the King tonight on Twitter. Now, I'm gonna give you rules of engagement, people. Some of y'all people want to see some things, and if my Cash App ain't hit, you ain't gonna see no things, right? So, understand there's a monetization situation over there, but I'm giving it to you like nobody's ever gonna give it to you. Pause. You gonna walk away from this situation, walking different, thinking different, and saying, "Damn, that dude was great." You gonna come there, you gonna see something, and you gonna see boxing a little bit different. You have that twinkle in your eyes and a smile on your face, because tonight is the night we gonna get the welterweight undisputed champion of the world. I'm talking about pound for pound best person in the world. I don't care what side you on. I don't care if you pick a pony or you pick a horse. I'm gonna tell you right now, this is what you need to do, and this is where you need to be. You need to be seeing me 10 p.m. tonight on Twitter. If this didn't get you riled up, and if this didn't get you ready, you're dead inside, boy. So you need to fix yourself and come over there and hang out with me. But I'm gonna tell you, make sure my pockets feel good so I can make you feel good. See you guys.
Hey, King, you need to start promoting fights, man. I was getting some Don King energy right now.
That is
the best
my
ways.
end game on certain things. I'll talk to you about that, and because me and you talk business. Me and you be talking business. Nah, tonight, seriously, folks, on everything. If you're not a fight fan, this is the fight to make you fall in love. Yeah. This is the fight that your father took you to when you was younger. You took you to see Tommy Hearns, took you to see Muhammad Ali versus Joe Frazier. Everybody knows about the Thriller in Manila. Everybody knows about those wonderful fights, that trilogy. I think these two guys got something special. One side note, and this is for my New York people that are watching. Both of them are wearing black Air Force Ones.
Both of them. BOF win, both of them.
My God. If y'all know what black Air Force One energy is.
The only way you get more New York than that is if one of them was wearing Timbs.
Well, yeah.
Let me tell you something. I'm from Chicago. I know about the black Air Force One.
Yeah, that's the dude that come in your house with the slump the guard ski mask on. This is gonna be it, man. It's gonna be a brutal fight. And I'm up for it. Pause. But Pina Coladas tonight, guys.
I will say before King leaves us, everyone said he was saying that this is the fight to get you in if you're not a fight fan. I have watched King, do the color commentary on one of these. Watching him like explain
turn you into a boxing
and enjoy it, bro, 100%. And I love boxing already, but if you're not a boxing fan, you are a King David fan, just come and check it out. It will make you a fan of boxing. You don't even have to watch the fight. Just listen to what King David is saying. Close your eyes and you will paint the picture. It's great.
No, you want to watch this. You want to be a part of history.
Yeah,
sure.
This is history.
You don't have to do that anymore. I'm all for YouTube.
Oh, awesome.
Is a reason why I'm all for YouTube.
Oh,
so you could do both of them together. So you can.
No. When you if y'all watched the last fight last Saturday, go see, and then you're gonna go, oh, I'm definitely hitting his Cash App. Okay. So, it's
don't say no more. We know what you mean.
Reason why y'all gonna love tonight.
Hey King. Side note though, check out that Double Dragon game that they just dropped.
Oh, for sure.
New Double Dragon.
Yeah, you talk about the one with the big heads, the chubbies.
Yeah.
The big heads.
The chubbies.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. But check that out, and we talk about that later. I just copped it. I've been checking it out for a few minutes.
We'll definitely have a talk. All right, later, guys.
Yeah. And before we get back to our conversation, ladies and gentlemen, I had to bring another one in. The one and only, the smoothest voice you will probably catch on this show today. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Silent Cypher.
Yep.
What is going on, good sir?
Good morning, gentlemen.
No.
It's great to see you today.
Oh man,
He did his Steve Downs impression right there.
Welcome, man. Welcome. Thank you so much for checking us out. I do hear the echo now, though. Everborn.
I don't
hear it now.
Now
I hear it. As long as nobody else hears it, that's fine. I'll deal. But real quick, before we continue, they have been building super chats. I don't want it to be an ILP situation.
Oh no, they hear it. It's just you though. I think
it's you. Okay.
You're projecting an echo to the thing. We can't hear it here in the panel, but the people listening can.
Somebody else can hear it. Okay, understood. Yeah. I will make sure that I do my corrections because clearly something's going on. So I will 100% do some corrections.
What did you break now?
I ain't breaking nothing. Calm down.
Okay. So
super chats.
Oh well, yeah, do that because I do got some ABK talk that I want to go over.
But I want to catch up on a few super chats because
we got so many, so generous.
Yes,
Thank you, JD Gamer.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mrs. Boomstick. Thank you, Hargeet. And those are the ones I see at the top. But thank you, everybody. Let's go through those because I like. Oh, also, before you continue, we got 232 people listening. This is the 100th episode. We should have at the bare minimum 200 likes. 200 likes. This is 100. We've been doing this for 100 weeks. That's like 2 years.
Talk. Hit the like
every
button.
Saturday. Can we get to 200 likes, please? And thank you.
Here we have Mr. JD Gamer with a $10 super chat, and he's here and brother, we appreciate you so much. He's got so many crazy super chats for us this morning. His $10 super chat. First one, he says, Everborn, Darth Phil is in the house, and he's not just looking to make Xbox fans happy. He's looking to bring the pain to all those fake "we want Xbox to compete" stands. Soon, Final Fantasy will be on Xbox exclusive. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. He's here for the knees this morning. Okay.
But to be fair, those people that will tell you they don't feel sorry for Xbox because they're a $1 trillion company and there's nobody's fault but their own. They should have used that market cap and that money they have in the bank to compete. Now they did that. You don't get to complain now because you said that you don't feel bad for them. You said it was fine for the Xbox customers to lose content because it's just business. You said Microsoft should compete because they're a big company. Now they're competing.
And now you're saying don't compete
unless you really didn't want them to compete. You were just saying that because it was the convenient argument at the time, and you told me don't use any morals. Don't bring morals into this. It's just business.
Doesn't it sound like he's a little hurt? I'm just saying. It sounds like the man's a little hurt.
Don't cry now.
We need to have a conversation, everyone.
I'm taking a victory lap. There's a difference. I'm celebrating.
You're celebrating a little too hard right now, sir.
No, you haven't seen Celebration yet.
No, I haven't because they haven't bought Sega.
Closed.
Oh, okay. There's that as well. JD Gamer with another $10 super chat. He says, "P.S. That doesn't mean Xbox isn't buying Sega. They are definitely buying Sega, but I think they're going to spend a little extra political clout to buy Square too. Oh, the tears, the salt, I love it."
Listen, I don't care what happens after, but the next thing should be Sega. You do whatever you want. Let's just get this out the way. Let's not leave this up to chance. You got to prioritize. But
so are you saying if the next bit of acquisition news you hear is not Sega, that's an L for you?
I'm gonna be very visibly upset.
Oh, vocally upset. Oh boy. So that single solitary a Microsoft employee who has like single-handedly made Everborn Saga lose his mind by putting hedgehogs everywhere. Now he knows what to do to piss Everborn Saga off even more.
I just want to say I waited 18 months or 19 months now for this Activision thing, right? Activision wasn't my first pick, but I stayed there. I was right there along with Post Up, giving out information wherever I could. And I've been a good soldier.
You're a good citizen.
It's my time to shine.
It's your
now.
turn. You deserve it. Okay. Because he has not been a part of the conversation for a little bit, let me ask, Mr. Dutch, what do you think? Next acquisition we hear about, Sega?
Yeah, I
Next
think
publisher
Sega's
acquisition.
Sega's the easiest one.
Oh,
Publisher-wise,
you gotta be more direct here. It's publisher, right?
Okay.
Not
So the
dev.
next
Yeah,
one could
because
not be a
they may
publisher.
be smaller studios.
Okay.
Sometime
Yeah, I
in
don't think the
Right.
next. I don't think we'll see a publisher acquisition for a good year and a half, 2 years.
Okay,
That's
okay.
it. I think
I
in
don't
between
disagree.
that we'll get studio acquisitions.
Yeah.
I think they'll calm down a little bit. They'll take a little bit of a back seat. They'll kind of wind down. They've had 2 years of dealing with the largest acquisition in both tech and gaming, so they need to have a little bit of a chill for a second. I think recoup, reorganize.
Wait till
Actually
there's a regime
embed-
change with these
Actually
regulators,
embed the largest acquisition within the group, which is going to take some time. It's not going to be overnight. It's going to take probably about 6 to 12 months to embed Activision Blizzard in there properly. And then they'll go after some more big acquisitions. But I think in between, little ones that don't need monitoring, don't need any kind of overarching support or embedding, I think they'll be fair game. They'll be easy stuff. But in between, yeah, I think publisher-wise, it'll be Sega first, definitely.
My man. Yeah. So Dutch, the thing I was saying was, I think another thing to consider why I agree with you. It'll be a little bit of time because the current regulatory climate is really cracking down on that, or trying to at least.
Yeah.
But they do have like their terms, right? And usually they could just wait for a little C shift, right? Because who's going to be the next Sarah Cardell, the next Lena Khan? They may want to restore some balance to the force, and they may be more amenable to traditional vertical merger
Let me tell you
opposition
something.
or lack thereof.
We got an election year coming up, right?
Right.
Mhm.
Bingo.
Yep.
If the Republicans regain office, calm down for what? Let me tell you something.
All right, but I'm not getting politics in this.
No,
but I don't
no,
want
I'm
the
just saying. I'm
Republicans
not going. I'm just saying. We see what happened on that watch.
Yeah.
Yep.
Disney, Fox,
Well, but
T-Mobile, Sprint.
Post, to your point, I think that's what brought Lena about, right? It's the pendulum swinging too far in one direction or another.
Right.
So they go way far and let Sprint, all that happen. They let Disney do all that. And then those who don't like that behavior go, nah, we need to bring a cop on the beat. And then you get your Lena Khans. And then Lena Khan
Yeah,
goes
we're
too
gonna
far
swing
with
right
all that
back.
stuff. And then it's way,
But
when
when it swings back is what we're saying. What Post Up and I am saying is that is the time.
that's
to
what
strike,
that's
but
the strike again.
Because
That's
they
right.
didn't have an issue with it. They
Yeah.
didn't have an issue. They wanted the deal to go through.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're right. And it's really funny in business how that happens, right? Like we've talked about that on this show a few times, right? It used to be PlayStation that was on a high, and then the pendulum swung, and then they lost it, and then the Xbox was on a high, and they swung, and it tends to happen in these kind of industries where you keep going till you hit that break, or until you smack yourself in the face and you got to recalibrate. You know what I'm saying? So I think at least in the regulatory sense, a recalibration is about due. So I do agree with you guys that they'll probably wait until the pendulum is swinging the other way, so that they have that opportunity.
But while we're waiting, we can get Crystal Dynamics. And,
Hey, thank you. You get
I think it
Crystal
happens before
and
that
Eidos.
personally, but
You get Crystal and Eidos Montreal. You know, Embracer
Yes.
Group over there, they missed that bag. They're looking for some money. They got Square Enix Western for $300 million. They didn't already close one of the studios.
Yeah.
The 2 studios that they have left is working on Microsoft IPs.
And if
Go
Microsoft
drop
is smart, they will do what they didn't do the last time this happened, which is
Go drop
put
that bag
something in the contract that says, oh, if you guys are about to be purchased while we're working with you, we have the first right to give you a better deal, right?
Exactly.
Because if you don't, it could
listen.
happen to you like Epic did with Crackdown 3. I'm just saying.
I think they go
you
get
could-
them too. I think they
you
go
could
get
do
them.
it. You could do it in 2 separate purchases, so it doesn't trip the antitrust
Yep.
trigger. And if they want more money, you can hide that price in the Game Pass licensing deal for other games. So overpay
And
on
there,
the Game Pass
Mr.
thing,
Businessman
underpay for the
goes trying to
studios.
talk underhanded, shady businesses on a podcast.
Oh, right.
What
Let
are
me
you
keep
doing?
that to myself. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was talking about.
I think it'd be
Scratch
fire,
that from the
though.
record, Your Honor.
If they can get Crystal Dynamics, right,
Uh-huh.
and they can get the Laura Croft IP, I think it's in line with what they're
Mhm.
trying to do.
Sure.
You have a gaming IP, and then you have an IP in terms of cross-platform, in terms of TV, right? TV shows, movies. Laura Croft fit that gaming IP that that has a balance between gaming IP and media IP. The same thing you're trying to do with Master Chief. I think that'll fit well with Microsoft.
No,
Now-
I
now,
completely
Dutch-
agree with you.
Dutch, before you go, forget
Mm.
about publishers for a second. Who do you think are individual studios that are not only likely or realistic but likely?
So basically, what you're
studios,
saying,
individual
everyone. Let me add a little bit more to that. I think it was 2019 that Phil Spencer came on the E3 stage and said, "Oh, by the way,
2018.
Oh, by the way, this guy, and this guy, ours." Are we gonna see that? And if we do, who's in it, Mr. Dutch?
Yeah, it is quite a difficult one. I look at it the way that Microsoft have methodically looked at acquisitions for what they provide to the system, and IP has clearly to them not been enough of a reason to acquire someone. So they don't see IP as an overriding factor. Like, IP is great, but unless the company itself brings something additional to the table, it's not something that is essential for them to push forward, which is why we haven't seen quite a number of other studio acquisitions. We saw why they brought on the likes of Mojang. They knew exactly what Mojang was, what they produced, and look at how that's turned out. And since that acquisition, so you're talking about 200 million copies of the game sold. And then it's grown to multiple platforms. It's got its own realms thing and everything. It's like the tech behind that in itself has grown substantially. Then you have a look at the likes of Ninja Theory. They knew what they were capable of from a technical perspective before acquisition. And they knew with a little bit more backing, the technical aspect, it would be one of the standout technically impressive studios in the industry. And I think we'll see that when the game launches again. And that's been the same with everything. If you have a look at Bethesda, it wasn't just a case of, okay, they've got great IP, but Bethesda have also got cloud. They've also got a lot of different awesome engines there, of course, id Tech and things like that, and that they want to have on board. So the acquisitions they've made, and if you have a look back at all of them, it's never been about IP. It's been, okay, they've got great IP, but what else do they have? So take that forward thinking again. On the big list of acquisitions that they had a couple of little studios there that just said gap fillers. Essentially, they fill in gaps with games that we don't have or styles of games we don't have. They'll be cool little acquisitions. But the vast majority said, okay, this has got this kind of technical prowess, this great at developing mobile games, this one's great at cloud gaming, this one's great at this one has awesome technical experience with engine building. So that's the kind of acquisitions I think we're likely to see. What I think would probably be the best placed would be Crytek. Obviously, they've well established. I think they've been underfunded for a very long time.
Yep. They do so much with so little. Absolutely, you're right. Yeah.
And the engine itself, if you have a look at the engine, CryEngine is still one of the best engines in the industry, bar none. It's just never had the backing financially to
only
really
engine.
push on.
The only engine with the claim to fame that it's able to put ray tracing on last gen hardware.
Yeah.
Did it through software, but it was performant, actually able to get, the stuff that people all gush over on an Xbox One. Amazing technology. They are brilliant, those guys.
That's well and good. And I know you said it's not about the IP, but for us, it damn sure would
It-
be
it
about
is
the
for
IP
us,
because we can get that rise too.
Everborn, we've got to take the feels. We've got to take the feels out of it for a minute. What we like
about the feels.
Nope.
What we like is a different thing to what corporate matters are. And corporate matters will look at the blanket. What does this company do for us? Not just what does it do for our customers, but what does it bring us? What additional benefits does this company have to us as a platform?
Yep.
And again, I think CryEngine. And then what we'll end up seeing, because of additional funding, less worry about the financials for Crytek, is not only you'll see games that we've asked for kind of embellish and get bigger, like Rise 2.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
many other things like that, and even Crisis, we know that's already in development now. The
Shoot the
new
box
Crisis.
domination continues.
Yeah, and it just you just got to do this. You've got to think about what else it can be used as, and CryEngine as an engine is a beautiful thing, and it can really push boundaries. So
If anybody remembers, real quick post up, I will definitely let you get your thoughts out. If anyone needs another example of CryEngine besides going to play Rise or besides going to play a Crisis or anything like that, Prey. I've been playing Prey on the handheld recently. That game is still amazing.
Which Prey?
Not the OG Prey, which I also love. I'm talking about Arcane's
The latest
Prey.
one.
Arcane's Prey.
Oh, it's so good. It's to this very day. It's brilliant, man. It's so good.
I wanna give you guys some think outside of the box stuff, right? So, and I've said this. I don't know if I said it on Boom Show, but I know I've said this offline. And this is just because we got 244 people watching, but only 155 likes.
It ain't hard to hit the like button. It is not hard to hit the like button.
But let me drop this jewel on you. And you want to talk about what the capabilities of a studio? If they did go after Sega, what happens if you pair Sega with another small purchase that is Dotamu? Right? These are the guys that make Streets of Rage 4 and Shredder's Revenge and Wonder Boy Dragon's Trap. Right? Now, what if you say, okay, now we have Sega, we have a partnership with Sega. Let's say they buy Sega from Sega Sammy, and then it's going to take a while to kind of make AAA renditions of the old IP that they want to do, but you don't know where you're going to if these things are going to translate to new audiences. So you say, Dotamu, you are the kings of bringing back these 16-bit era games, right? You say, Dotamu, we now have Sega and all their back catalog of IP. Go to town. Make these low expenditure, high impact remakes of these old games like you did with Streets of Rage 4 and Shredder's Revenge.
So basically,
you'll do that
own the
Golden Axe
80s
and
is what you're
Shredder's
saying.
Revenge. Right. And they could do that, and that could be turned around very quickly and as well as very cheaply, and it could revive these IPs in the consciousness. And then depending on how popular each of those sequels and remakes are, you can then say, okay, this one will warrant a AAA rendition of another game.
I don't
and
disagree.
You can get a fast and cheap return for that.
Yeah,
and
it would fill Game Pass pretty quickly too.
Right,
and
I mean, they did just partner.
Millions.
They did just partner with Antstream, so I don't think he's that far off. You know
No,
what I mean? And that's weird. That's a third party. That's a third party cloud service coming into a cloud service. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I don't think he's too far off.
What's the studio with
partner with Antstream? You mean Xbox?
Xbox.
Yeah.
Xbox. Yeah. What's the studio with the 33 Heroes?
33 Immortals?
33 Immortals?
Yeah.
Can't remember the studio name.
I think they might grab them too. I think those are the same one that did the what's the game prior to that with the gods? Is that the same?
It's not Hades.
No, it's not Hades.
Okay.
Studio.
I thought it was
different studio. Very similar though. Very similar.
It threw me off.
Yeah.
It threw me off. Okay.
So Lizard Cube is another one that could help out with that.
Before we continue, let me do two things. One, let me thank the Wandering Dutch for being here. Thank you so much, good sir. I know you sat here and you've dealt with our foolishness on a Saturday morning. This is what we do on a Saturday morning. We come here, grown men, gray beards, some grayer than others. I hate you there.
I'm getting there.
I just pluck. I get them.
He just plucks them. I stopped plucking them. See, the difference between you and me is I had kids and I couldn't start plucking them anymore. It was over. It was just
the grays.
We are what are you gonna do? But thank you so much for being here. The master of the midweek mix-up, the master of the community showcase, which we're still about to have another one this year. Tell the fine people all the places they can keep up with your ongoings, and where else we can catch you this weekend.
Yeah, certainly. So you can find me on Twitter or X. You can find me on the X under a brand new name. Thanks X for
Yeah,
that.
right,
Um,
right.
I don't know if you're
Yeah.
talking about Twitter, Xbox.
Ah.
Yeah, so thanks X for the permaban on X.
X gave it to you, didn't he?
It did. It gave me it, and now I just get automated bots replying to us telling us that I'm not allowed back
Oh,
on. So
That's
new accounts anyway. Wandering Dutch
Yeah.
X on Twitter, no spaces.
Mm.
You'll find me there. So building that back up again from scratch after losing 4,000. But yeah, you can find me every Wednesday, of course, on the midweek mix-up, and it's again a pleasure to be here to celebrate 100. It doesn't. I still can't believe it's been 100 episodes.
We just started a week
I feel
ago,
like
bro.
I made the intro yesterday.
I still feel
Phil.
like it's 2021.
They've been
sir.
cooked.
Mhm.
I
They've
feel
been
like I
cooked.
made the intro yesterday. It's insane.
Absolutely,
Like,
absolutely, yes. And here we are, shining strong, going strong, and with your help, we're gonna continue to shine bright. Thank you
Absolutely.
so much for your continued support to us, to all the community. I bet you everybody in here has one story of Dutch helping them. I bet. Thank
Yep.
you guys. Thank you so much for being here and continuing to support the community and continue to be who
Always.
you are. The Dutch man who's wandering, assisting people, and accepting no fools on them Twitter streets. Well,
Hell no.
X now.
Even if
Thank
that
you so
means I
much,
get
man.
banned.
Yeah, you know, we take it all in stride. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being a part of this show as you are. Everborn, you get the last word.
No. I said if on Twitter you would tweet,
Mhm.
then on X.
Yeah, what do you do on X?
Z.
What do you do?
Right? That's what the kids are calling it.
You sheep.
What do you do? Yeah.
You she.
Oh my
That's a wire
God.
joke for those who don't know what I'm doing.
Oh yeah. All right,
Right,
so
Jen.
thank you so
The
much
last-
for being here, man. We will see you again very soon on this very channel. Till next week. Later,
Appreciate
brother.
it.
Later, Dutch.
And of course,
All right.
we will read his super chat and then we will bring him in. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
The
Ladies
Sonic
and
hater
gentlemen,
himself.
it is the slanderous one. Yes, we have many of those around here. Mr. Joanna Dark, what is going on, good sir? Welcome.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Can you guys hear me?
We hear
Loud
you.
and clear,
Yeah.
sir. The slander is
Awesome.
loud and clear. What's going on, man? How you
Yeah.
doing?
Good. Just you can read the super chat while I, show my the guy was
So
coming
he-
for Everborn's knees in October.
Oh,
So-
I hate Everborn. I hope you
he
love the
been no
knees, man. Love
Everborn
them.
heels.
Lotion them. I mean,
Oh,
so here's the thing,
man.
right? What's the
He been
difference
no
between
Everborn heels.
what's the difference between Everborn and Tencent, right?
Oh,
Is
boy.
that Everborn owes his knees to everyone, and everyone has stakes on his knees.
Oh, he
I love
pulling
it.
up for the smoke, ever.
All right.
He
See,
pulling
And,
up
and he
with the
posted
smoke.
he posted a $20
Here's the
super
thing.
chat to say, "What up, guys? Congratulations on 100 episodes. It's my favorite Saturday show. I love the content and I can't wait to celebrate episode 200. 83 days until Sonic is dead. PT2. Remember to love thy knees till then." Oh boy, what are you doing?
if you do get my knees, I will make sure they are ashy and crusty. Okay?
That's fine. I mean, I'm pretty sure
That's
John
terrible,
Wolf's knees. I don't know how Wolf knees look, but they're probably not
Don't
much.
remind
But
me
did
his
you
bed
hear
is
John
about-
Wolf?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
please,
okay,
please,
so,
let's
all
stop.
right,
Let's
let-
stop.
I'll-
Post
let me
that.
explain it.
about.
Let me
Post up.
explain it.
No,
Let me
no,
explain it.
no. He's not explaining it because he will skew.
Here comes
Let
the-
me.
Here
Yep, he
comes
will.
the filibuster.
Yes, he will.
Yeah.
Here comes the
He will.
filibuster. But go ahead.
So, the bet, for those who don't know, is that for the first month that
The
it's
first
released, the first month that it's released, and we're doing the first month because they're releasing very similar, very close in timing to each other, right? We have Sonic Superstars releasing, right? Double A and a half, if you will, Sonic game, right?
A reskin of a game.
You're not feeling.
That's not a
calm
reason.
down.
It's a whole full game.
And
with new features.
we
Stop
also
it.
have
Stop your lies.
Super Mario
and
Brothers Wonder, which is also, if you argue, also their double A and a half rendition of the Sonic, of the Mario.
Well, I would
franchise.
actually argue both of these are AAA games. and
Sure,
we've gotta
either way,
stop getting away from
either way.
2D not being
But
able
the
to be
point
AAA,
is,
but yeah.
they are neck and neck. They're coming out right alongside each other. So from now, so this is the perfect time to figure out who will take the crown. Will it be the new new school '90s, the rat with the sneakers, the one who's running around stealing Mario's games and moves.
The rat with sneakers.
Sonic's gonna be the new Chuck E. Cheese mascot.
Let us be absolutely clear here. I also like Sonic, but for the purposes of this thing, I'm being very slanderous. Forgive me.
No. Sonic don't like you.
Or
don't try
Sonic,
that now.
he's on Game Informer. I mean, he
Or
might as well
will
be
it
on
be-
every other show.
will it
Call
be
Sonic a rat with
Mario?
sneakers?
Mario
will it
on
be
drugs.
Or will it be
Fat
Mario on
elephant
drugs?
Mario, yes.
LSD Mario, Elephant Tusk Mario.
I
The
think it's
first
cocaine.
month.
Cocaine Mario.
So you're literally saying for the first month, Sonic is gonna outsell Mario?
That's what I'm saying, and I'm standing on.
I
that.
think the one on
You
LSD
are-
And I'm standing on the
You
square
are
next to the
so high
Trader
right
John.
God bless your knees, brother.
Standing on the square next to the Trader
God
John.
bless her
room.
ashy knees. They're about to get ashy.
We're not going to have any cartilage left.
I'm
in this.
I want them right here. I got a spot right here for those
Let me
knees.
just say,
Right there.
when this was brought up during the ILP, we were on ILP. Myself and everyone was ILP. We have Sega stands, right? King David, who was just here, Sega stands. When this was brought up, they were like, "Come on, Everborn." At this point, so many people need your knees. We're just gonna take a little piece of it. At this point, we're all just carnivores over here. Just like they all, even the stands don't stand with this man.
All I want to say is you guys better
Mr.
hope I
Hold
don't
the
win.
line wouldn't
He's
hold the
holding
line with this.
by himself.
You better hope. I'm like Jon Snow right now. The army's coming towards
You
me.
won't
I
be
pull
able to
out
bend.
the
They
sword.
are.
Remember, like in
Did
Jurassic
you see
Park,
what
those
the
little
Mario
those-
movie just did, bro?
a billion. Sonic hasn't even touched
In
that.
3 days, it did $1 billion.
Yeah.
3 days.
Yo, Sonic went to Redbox. He was giving free away with milk and everything, and it still didn't hit $1 million. Like they're giving every time you buy diapers, you get Sonic, and you still won't beat Mario.
All right.
Yo, this
You
is-
better hope I don't win. That's all I'm saying because you guys.
And they
will
both side
be-
scrollers, right? They both 2D.
And they both side scrollers.
Yeah.
There's even a dark horse in the mix. The third being Prince of Persia, also side scroller, also same kind of. It looks like they've thrown the same amount of money, like that 2D style, but really lush and quality. So we shall see what
I saw
happens.
the-
But I
I
think
saw the Sonic trailer. I'm gonna go
Yeah.
take this Mario Wonder trailer out.
you do that, brother, because I think. Let me put my knees on the line right now. I think, and this is within the same realm of time that they're releasing. We have Mario.
Are you gonna go Prince?
We have Sonic.
Are you gonna go Prince
We have
over it?
Prince of Persia, and
As
we
I
have
am.
and we have Spider-Man. I say
Ooh.
Elephant Tusk Mario crushes them all. That's what I say. All of them, including Spider-Man. Including Spider-Man. I'm here. Hey,
Yeah,
all of them
yeah,
come
I
out in
don't
the
know.
same
That's
month.
not-
Let it not be known that
That's-
Everborn Saga is the only one that's putting them up. I'm putting them up. I say Elephant Tusk crushes them all. That's
I
me.
kind of with you, Kay. I don't think that's that crazy, to be honest with you.
Some
I mean,
people
it
think I'm crazy.
I don't think it's.
Oh,
I don't think
this
that's that
is
crazy.
Old
And
school
Silent hates
Mario.
Switch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's
I'm
disagreeing.
not,
And he's agreeing with
I'm
us.
not a fan.
That's a
and
lot.
I agree
Nah.
with you, 100%.
What? This looks. Oh no.
Oh,
I
so-
don't know about that ever. I don't.
It's
Yeah, I think
You got
Mario
dissenting
is
of
gonna
views in real time, sir. Real time. He's
I
watching
think-
going, nah, bro.
okay.
You
Real
wrong
quick,
here.
too.
Yo, I think
That's
Mario gonna get anything that come out in that month problems.
Mhm.
Cause this right here,
Mhm.
this
That's
is
okay.
like
That's okay. I'm standing on the square and I'm holding the
So
line.
this is an update to Mario, and the ESRB just put out. It says Mario and friends, boss battles that contain involved combat against great enemies
Mhm.
that breathe fire and smash parts of the scenery. There's destructible environments while Sonic is still trying to run.
There's also
You know,
there's also
remember? Do you
heavy
guys
drug
remember?
use
Do you
in
guys
that
remember
game,
those
too.
arcades that you used to buy back in the day were cheap? That it was like a little car, but the scene was kind of coming down.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's basically Sonic.
Wow. So okay, but let me okay.
That's
I mean,
fine.
For the
to be
purpose of
fair,
all
he
this,
still likes Resident Evil, Veronica, and Peggle's better. I'm just gonna say, if we're gonna call
Sir?
out, if we're gonna
Yeah.
go
When
there,
Code Veronica comes out, and it's
Peggle
the
is so much better.
if you go to if you go to Metacritic, it is the highest
Boo.
rated Resident Evil. Even
Boo.
higher than
It
that.
shouldn't be.
Yeah, but
And when it comes out, I'm coming for both you and Silent
Dark.
Cypher's knees.
All
I
right,
better not
cool.
see you on
Just
Xbox. I'm gonna
saying.
ban your
Dark.
Xbox.
I'd rather play Peggle.
Dark. People have
Go ahead,
opinions
sir,
all the time. It doesn't mean they're good opinions.
That's right.
This game-
Absolutely,
Our
Cypher.
opinions are like those other things that everybody has, and not everyone smells
yeah,
good.
everyone
There, you know
has
what I'm saying?
one, and
Haters. Haters.
some
Just
some
like
need a little
I
more
think
manscaped than
to-
others.
Judge,
Oh.
I personally think Sega is actually happening early next year, an announcement. So I know these guys are set. I personally think it's happened much earlier because I don't think they can wait. I think it's consolidation season is not over.
G agrees
I
with
don't-
me that
I don't think they can wait. I'm with Hargeet and some other
don't
folks
need to
where
wait.
I don't
They
think
don't need to wait.
Microsoft can wait.
They told
So,
you it ain't gonna be over
I
after
hope- I
Activision.
hope you are right.
I don't think they can
act
wait though. You got
a
Tencent coming in here buying everybody's shares up. We got Amazon possibly. They got rumors of Apple getting into it. We got Netflix going AAA. They can't wait. They cannot
By the
wait
way,
that
I
long
am
for the new
once
regime.
that deal gets announced, I'm gonna be wearing a Sonic onesie every week on the show
Lord.
until the deal closes.
I will say this. This the number
Asobo's
one
next, by the way.
reason. This is the number one reason why Microsoft can't wait.
Okay.
Because this whole ABK trial exposed their plans on what studios they was targeting and what publishers they was targeting. All of that is out in the open.
From
It's
years
out in the
ago,
opening now.
and it's several years old too. So
And
you know
so
what I mean?
now
Like,
you got competitors like Sony can go in there and say, okay, they going after them. Let's intervene.
they
Let's
can
try to
target
disrupt.
exactly.
Tencent, other outside influence could come in. Let's try to They whole game plan been exposed.
Yep. That's why they can't wait. That's exactly it. Post up. Their whole game plan was exposed. Now
And
everyone, if I'm a
another
competitor,
reason why they
I'm
can't wait.
targeting Focus Entertainment. I'm targeting Sega. Whether it's Tencent buying shares in them, I'm targeting them. So Microsoft can't wait, in my opinion. Take the chance. It's $5 billion in the market cap for Sega. You got to jump on that. And I kind of disagree. I think IP, when it comes to Microsoft, is important because they are the new Netflix of gaming. They need those IP. They need to hit that game, one game every single quarter. And I think they're going to hit more than that on the AAA side, especially if they get someone like Sega, who's got a ridiculously deep back catalog of IP. That would feed them like crazy. So I think it has to happen sooner than later. But the next small dev, in my opinion, is Asobo, just based off of the relationship with Microsoft and cloud gaming too, that can lift up and start alleviate some of these 60 FPS problems. As we've seen, Asobo is the kings of the cloud. They know how to leverage it, and you need to get people like that, their engineers, into Microsoft so you can leverage some of your other games that might not be hitting the mark. You know what I mean? Because we keep hearing the complaints.
Point out
We lost
that.
we lost Mr. Joanna Dark.
Because I talked that Code Veronica slander.
No,
slander, and he brought him back.
On a serious note, aside from y'all better hope I lose this bet, but
and you will. Go ahead, continue.
This is.
I don't think we got a hope.
Yeah, we had nothing to worry about.
Okay,
you're fine.
Okay, don't worry. But the thing is, between Sonic Superstars and Mario Deluxe and this Double Dragon game and the Shredder's Revenge update, like me, like 12-year-old Everborn is having the time of his life. I love it. I love these games more than these AAA and service and online whatever games. This is where I came up. This is my bread and butter.
Well,
and
let me say this to you, Everborn
these
Saga.
games are coming back.
As far as you saying they can't wait, I agree with you. I agree with you. They definitely can't wait because look at this game, man. They're trying to compete with this game. They ain't competing with this game. They better get bought quickly and hopefully get some money behind them because you ain't competing with this game.
I'm being serious.
Show Sonic now compared to this.
Oh no, I will show Sonic. Yes, I will show Sonic.
But the idea that you're having like big budget 2D platformers
is a great, amazing world. Yes,
I love it. And even the old school style RPGs with the Octopath Travelers and the Ocean of Stars and things like that. Like, this is my jam, right? Like I love it. So. This is fantastic. I'm being serious for 1 second.
I hear you. I hear you being serious for 1 second. I do. I hear you. I hear you. You know, and
it sounds like defeat.
No, absolutely not.
Oh,
Absolutely
my-
not. We ain't talking about that.
And this is
I didn't
this
say
is
I would- look at
footage
this.
from
Look at this.
GameSpot.
Look at this.
This is footage
That
from GameSpot.
gameplay
should
looks
say that.
incredible, man.
Yes, this is 9 minutes
Uh-huh.
of footage that GameSpot got.
I noticed you used GameSpot, who is notorious for recording bad.
No,
gameplay,
no, no,
but
no,
this
no.
looks
Actually,
great.
no,
This still looks great.
Stop
This
it.
still looks great.
Stop it.
That was troublesome. That little jumpy jump bounce.
So,
that was-
sir,
You're talking
sir,
about
rough.
IGN.
I use their footage because they're the only ones that have 9 minutes of exclusive footage. The others do not.
just
So there
saying.
you
Well,
go.
it's not
I was
your
just
fault
showing
that
you
they're bad at
more.
games, but
Actually
that looked
looks
bad in the
amazing.
beginning.
I was showing you
Actually
content
looks
for your
amazing.
game you like. What are we doing?
Okay, Sonic it right
We
now.
all pretending like we not all gonna be playing this. This is amazing to see a 2D Sonic like this.
I
Stop
mean,
this
it
nonsense.
is going to be $1 like after a week. So yes,
Yeah.
you will all be playing it.
Ooh, boy. Oh,
They're gonna
man.
be passing.
Um,
around.
I don't think it looks bad. I don't think it looks bad.
It's Sonic. It's but
Go
that
ahead,
Mario. That
Go ahead,
Mario
Mr.
just
Join the
look
dark.
different.
You were saying.
Yeah, I just want to.
This look
that
nice,
way
though. This
I
fine.
let Web Dave on. I'm just gonna because I gotta
Oh.
go build my
Oh,
son's bike. So I
absolutely,
just wanna bounce.
absolutely. No,
But-
please. Yes. Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, yes.
Just want to say congratulations on 100 episodes. You know, I
Oh,
remember
thank you,
going on Boom Show and being there for the first time on Primetime Gaming with you, The Wandering Dutch, and Everborn. And then after that, of course, I'm still waiting for On the Real to come back. So you know, I brought those receipts to that show about Netflix and Amazon. But well deserved. Love the content, love the community. So you know, here's to 100 more. And you know, like I said, it's my favorite Saturday morning show. So congrats on 100.
Thank you.
Brother,
We're gonna get into
seriously,
some handheld
thank
talk
you.
later, so keep listening because that Phil
thank you.
tweet where he
AKO,
tags the head
AKO
of
Zoe,
devices.
man. Untethered gamers love the AKO Zoe, man. Tethered gamers love the RG Ally. Just want to let you know.
Here he goes. Oh, he's leaving with slander. This man. Oh my goodness. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much for being here. Strong
Yeah, buddy.
supporter from day one. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you being here. The Mr. Joanna Dark, the one and only. Thank you so much, brother. I call him the handheld king. And of course, we are now joined by the other half of the Gamers Council, Mr. Web Dave. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Post up. You seeing this Sonic gameplay? Web Dave, what's
I'm
happening?
good, man.
I'm quietly watching it. brother.
Ah.
It looks real good.
So we hear
looks good.
we hear you've
I
been
still
going
don't
through
know
some
if I'm
things
Mark.
this morning, but we appreciate you for being here. Thank you so much for being here, Mr. Web Dave. Now,
Web Dave, what's good, brother?
you may or may not have caught our conversation. We are at the point where we are in, as Pong Soul likes to say, the golden age of gaming, and specifically 2D, side-scrolling gaming. And I know you being part of the hashtag, Gray Beard Society, regale us with your thoughts on 2D gaming, side-scrolling game, and where we are now. I'm waiting for that next Prince of Persia.
Yeah. I tell you, I mean, the icon.
A few moments later.
Is truly Sonic the Hedgehog.
Uh-oh.
I do feel that it look at that. Look at those graphics. Isn't that amazing? That's beautiful.
I can't tell if he's trolling right now. I don't even
He's
know.
not.
No,
Can't
no,
deny
I'm
this. This
serious.
looks amazing.
It looks amazing.
Chunky
Does
Sonic.
it?
And Mario is so.
Never
Mario's
play
so played
poker
out.
with Web Dave. That's the rule
Oh,
of thumb here.
man.
That's what it is.
I'm not, because
I
I
don't
can't
know
tell
what
telling
Web
you, I'm
Dave
telling
is
what's
doing
happening
right
over
now.
here.
I don't know what
What do
he's
you
doing right.
mean?
There's something,
What
but
do
I
you
don't know
mean?
what he's doing right now.
Is this
No,
the
look,
360
look.
remaster?
See,
Both
I,
games look
and I
incredible.
know that my friend
Mhm.
Everborn is going to be a guest on our show sometime in the next couple of weeks. So
Mm.
I don't want to make anything about that because
Oh,
And,
so you have a
uh,
vested interest.
you know.
I see.
That's true. He is
But
coming.
no, seriously.
Yeah, this game does look pretty good, actually.
So this
No.
is
looks
Web Dave's
damn
"We
good,
Believe in
Steve.
Generations" moment. Understood? Okay.
I see.
Gotcha.
I see.
I believe in Everborn as a guest.
This
As
Sonic,
a,
I ain't gonna cap. This Sonic look fire, though. I ain't gonna cap.
It
though.
does look good for
It
real.
does look
no
great,
doubt.
man. Look
no
at
doubt.
It looks
really does.
great.
Yeah.
Just
it
compared,
looks like
fantastic.
compared to the other one, not as great. I'm just
Well,
I'm just
it
saying.
looks
I gotta
like
keep
they've
it real
really-
here.
looks good.
it looks like they've taken all the ideas that Sonic has had in the 2D space for a while, and they really, really like like rethought of the
Put it
like,
all there.
Look at
Yeah.
right now,
Yeah.
like, you know, the elastic bands they used to, that's from Sonic 3.
I
Like,
do.
that's all.
I do like that though.
Yeah.
I do like that. They
Look
brought
at the
that back.
animals. They're literally it's almost like they took away all the cruft of the past, the historical references, and rebuilt everything from scratch. Same thing that it looks like Mario is doing. So that's why this is a very interesting fight.
I do think that Sonic,
What's
looking
really
at
gonna be
Sonic
great-
and Mario,
Go
they
ahead.
captured a balance between the classic feel and the modern
Yeah.
touch in
Yeah.
terms of the gameplay. Looking at Mario and how like the pipes was moving and the different, because you know, you go back to Mario 3, you was a raccoon, you was able to turn into a statue, you was able to fly and do all these things. So they kind of expanded on it and brought it to a modern age, but still kept the classic feel to it with the 2D. And I think both of them are doing a great job of that. This is going to be interesting, seeing that Mario is only going to be on one platform and Sonic going to be across multiple platforms.
Now you
I don't care.
getting it.
I'm so sure Mario's gonna sweep this. I'm gonna go. I think it's gonna be so bad. I think it's gonna be a 2-to-1 ratio. That's what I'm saying. You can
Look,
take my
guys,
knees for
look,
that.
guys, you guys aren't thinking about the big picture, and everyone is. Think about this. I mean, when it's going to be day and date in Game Pass, because you know it's the first.
Is it going to be day and date in Game Pass?
You never know.
He's got a crap. I have to rethink it. He might
That's
be
the
onto
only
something.
thing. That's the only thing that could potentially
That
put a
would be the
wrench in the
gotcha.
works.
That would be the
Only
gotcha.
Only thing.
But even that might still not do it.
Your
Even
dad
that
is now just
still
flipping
might.
Wait, hold on. Everborn, when's this coming out? When's this coming out?
They're both coming out in October.
Oh, that ain't happening by then.
that's
No.
not
All right, we're good. We're good. Yeah, 2-to-1 ratio. I'm sticking with it. I'll take Dave's knees and Everborn's knees on that one.
Look. When Microsoft has this new mascot, to line up with all the other new mascots that it has,
A lot of mascots.
They got a lot of mascots.
I love it.
That's right. That's right. Indeed.
Look,
Well, go ahead.
The
Evan.
Master
wanna say
Chief
one thing real quick.
Sonic crossover.
Exactly.
Crash and
I do
Sonic
wanna-
holding
I do want to
hands.
say one thing.
Go ahead, Web Dave.
Congratulations, guys! Seriously, on 100 episodes, this is
Yes, sir.
fantastic. I hope you invite me back for your 1000th episode, because I know that one's going to be amazing as well. Because you guys are a great team. You balance well off each other. The community is awesome, and it is an honor and a privilege to be here with you. So thank you so much for the invite, and of course these other great people you have on there, man. Post Up, and Retry, and Silent Cypher. I love it. This is great, man. This is great. And of course, earlier you had on King David and Mr. Durana Dark, who's obviously overstepped his bounds and really doesn't understand that everyone's going
Exactly.
to win.
Thank you,
But that's
Dave.
okay.
Thank you, Dave.
Man,
It's all right.
they're dropping slander for people who can't defend themselves. That is uncool, sir.
That's all right. That's what Twitter's for. He can defend himself.
I just want to say that the boss battles look way better in this game than they do in Mario Wonder.
I
I'm just
mean-
putting that out there.
I mean, I'm glad you put it full screen, because who else would want to see this ugly mug? Just look at that. That's beautiful.
It looks like
We'll put it full screen so we can see y'all.
It looks like we're watching the Xbox 360 remaster of Sonic right now.
Oh boy! Wow!
Just saying. I don't know.
With that smooth
Well,
sniping, yes.
Yeah.
That is Agent
Mario is a
47,
Wii
ladies
U
and gentlemen.
game.
Exactly.
Oh my
But no,
goodness.
seriously, guys, thank you for having me on, man, and congratulations for sure.
Oh,
You
come
guys are
on
just-
Yeah, I'm gonna
Come
be.
on.
I'm gonna be on Web Dave's show the first weekend after the deal closes.
So
Yeah,
you
yeah,
you
yeah.
want to Web Dave,
Retry.
Web Dave and Red Tree, if you
Yes.
are on with if you are on with them the week after this thing closes, I would be careful. I would make sure you opt for the 4K stream that day, because you're gonna need the extra resolution space for the pimp
The
hat
room to
that
fit
will
his head.
take up most of the
Well,
stream.
no,
It'll be this big
because
you have to look
Okay.
underneath it to see
you
it.
need the extra resolution so you can see the details on the receipts.
Oh god.
Oh, there you go.
Me and
There you
Post
go.
Up has been
Yeah.
collecting some
God, hey,
receipts, so we.
8K.
Hey,
Listen.
Asante. I gotta say also, I really appreciate that you have jumped in several times on our show. Me and Retry
Yeah.
really appreciate it. And of course, Silent
Love your
Cypher
show,
and
sir.
Post Up has been multiple
Love your
times on our
It's a
show.
great show.
You guys, but me and Retry kind of have a nice little way we want to take our show, and with great guests and great people of the community like yourselves. That's what makes our show so good, is having you guys on.
100%.
Because we, man, appreciate you so much. That's all I can say.
Oh,
Just
I
love it,
mean,
man. Just love it.
come on now. So for those who aren't aware, they started the show, loved the show so much, was in their chat every week, was peppering them with questions just to get on the show. Got on the show, still peppered them with questions every week. I've been on the show multiple times now. I love the show. Sundays, you got to watch it. Sundays, 7 p.m. Gamers Council on Web Days channel. I always love it. Always great. The format's excellent. It's always great to be able to chat. It's very much community focused, and I'm always about that. I love having that community conversation. So I think you guys are doing a great job. Absolutely. But okay. Let me get back to some of the super chats and let's focus a bit more on some of the stuff that's going on of the day, because there's a lot of super chats still and some crazy major ones. Guys, I cannot thank you guys enough for all the support. Of course, JD Gamer in here. He literally put his wallet on the table this morning and went, let's watch GCP. And we appreciate you, sir. JD Gamer with a $5 super chat saying, come on, fellas. I came for the smoke. I know where you're I know you're about to give a certain community, blah, blah, blah. Dude, y'all have ads during the show. Where is King? About the ads during the show thing, I have noticed that. Forgive me. What is it? YouTube tends to default things from time to time whenever they introduce new features. They default everything back to how they want it.
You shut that off multiple times, Kay.
And then it comes right back
multiple times. Yeah.
So there you go. But yes, I hear you, JD. It's back on. I can't shut it off while the show is live. I will definitely shut it off for the next airing of the show. I apologize. And of course, we had Mrs. Boom with the $100 super chat. Ridiculous. Thank you again, Mrs. Boom. Appreciate you so much. And then, of course, Sour Blow Gaming, Sour Blow 18 in here. Xbox International Podcast. He could not let his brethren be on here without jumping on and giving us some of his slander. He says, episode
Sourblow's got our back.
100 episodes, huge milestone, and he raises his hands. Thank you so much, Sourblow. We appreciate you being here, brother. Keep Silent Cypher on his toes on that show every week, sir. We appreciate you. The show is absolutely great. Guys, if you're not checking them out, you definitely should be. All the links for that will be in the show notes when this thing posts live. And of course, the man is on the show and also leaving me super chats for some reason. Thank you, Silent Cypher. Thank you, man. $5 saying Everborn Saga. So you're saying Microsoft needs to get airtight with the indie devs? Doesn't sound very missionary. Oh my! Are you doing it too? Don't do that, man. Don't do that. Come on.
Hey, I'm just saying. Hey, there's been a lot of terms thrown around today, and when I heard that, it sounded a little extra romantic.
Extra romantic, he says.
Very, very intimate, as it were.
Has to say it that way too, you know. Okay, Sith Lord with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Sith Lord, for being here. He says, "Congrats to you guys. You are awesome. Keep it up. Thank you so much. You are awesome for continuing to watch." You know, he's always in the DMs, always giving us great feedback and spurring us on. We really appreciate you, Sith Lord. Thank you so much. And JD Gamer with an insane $100 super chat. Brother, it is too much. I appreciate you, sir. That's just too much. Thank you so much. I'm just speechless. Thank you so much. He says, congratulations, gentlemen, on 100 episodes. With that said, let's celebrate these gentlemen on the 100 episodes and hit the like button. Now with the flowers in hands, gentlemen, deliver that smoke.
Hey, yo, I just want to interject real quick because I got to go.
Oh, no worries.
I'm finna take the children out, but I want to thank you, brothers. Thank you, brothers, for allowing me on this amazing platform. Continue to cook. Continue. Y'all progression has been incredible. I've been in a chat when y'all had 30 or 40 people watching. And then within the next 2 weeks, it was 100. Within the next week after that, it was 200. So salute to both of you, brothers. Congrats on the 100 episodes. Many more to you. And I love the conversations we have on the platform and even in the DMs, because I learned a lot from the both of you, brothers. Okay.
Hey, post up.
Salute. Yes, brother.
I gotta do some ABK talk with you. I have not done it in a while, like deep dive. So I gotta get on State of Gaming because there's some things we gotta discuss, and there's some narratives being peddled by the so-called smart people in the community that's not really that smart. They want to pretend they smart. But we can talk about that and the situational ethics and the false equivalencies and the fear mongering and whatnot.
Yes. We gonna cook. We're gonna cook.
We'll be in touch. I'm gonna
be
get
in
on the
touch.
show and we'll talk about it.
Love to
I
all
got some
y'all.
things to
Have
say.
a great show. Have a great show, and I'll see y'all guys
Love you,
later.
Post.
Salute to the big man, Post Up, for being here. Thank you so much, brother, for being here. Shout out to you. I appreciate him being here so much. Like, as you know, we are community driven. During the age of ABK, we've heard nothing but so much great information from our own Everborn Saga and the man Post Up, False Patents, and a few other folks in the community doing that. So salute to the man Post Up for being here. Thank you so much. Let me finish the super chat we were reading here real quick before we move forward. He says, these gentlemen, let's celebrate these gentlemen on their 100th episodes and hit the like button. Now the flowers in hand, let's deliver that smoke. We are no longer just holding the line. It's a full baton march. Attack. JD's in his bag this morning. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you for being here and your continued support. Yes, we will continue to hold the line. And as the Queen said, we will advance the line because we've held the line long enough.
Yep.
Right? We've held it long enough. Now it's time to move forward. I appreciate that. Let me get a few more in here, and then we'll get back to the conversation at hand. JD is just not stopping this morning. We need to get JD on this show because we're tired of taking your money, sir.
No, we're not. Thank you. We appreciate you, buddy. What's wrong with you?
I was expecting him to do that.
Man.
Yeah. He said with another $10 super chat. Darth Phil says, bevy of developers and two major publishers is not enough. Dark Phil says he wants all the side pieces. Oh boy. Every last of them. PlayStation is about to have no girls and blue balls. Feel bad then, son.
I mean, the color is blue.
That's a good one. That's true. They're already halfway there.
Solid Blow 18 with another $2 super chat says, I think Sony has lost their identity. I mean, the Sad Dad Simulator is still a moniker that is still for better or worse on them.
They're trying to gain a new identity with all the gas games coming. They're trying to be Xbox. That's what's happening.
Well,
they're trying to be a shooter.
Like, I gave Xbox their roses for community being their identity, but I do want to give Sony their roses for understanding the importance of storytelling. I'm not saying they've had the best stories, but they definitely advance the ball in terms of telling stories in this medium. And you can't take that away from them no matter what happens next, even though knees might be about to be lost. But we gotta give them their credit for that, because I do think in the same way that we got the shooter box. Like, if you are into stories being told in this interactive medium, Sony is absolutely
I do not disagree with you. I do not disagree with you, sir.
Nintendo does what they do as well.
Absolutely. I mean,
the fans, on the other hand,
if you are one of those people who stand on their square as a gamer for life, and you're like, yep, this is an art form and you have proof to show and all that, by and large, you have a lot of that to thank to Sony. They have elevated that art form to a place where you can show it off to your unknowing friends and say, see, it's art. A lot of that is Sony.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of that is Sony. So we definitely must give them their flowers on that. Absolutely.
They're also a movie studio, so it kind of makes
True. Absolutely. You
just
use
like
what you
Microsoft is a services company, and
that's
they're
right.
changing the game with
well,
services.
you use what you got.
DNA.
Sony uses the Hollywood DNA, and Microsoft uses the ducats. Yeah, people don't like that. It is what it is.
Well, it's not the money though; it's the technology.
I'm just being facetious.
Also, right?
Stop.
They're a services company.
Yes. I know.
You got to use what you got to get
what you want. That's right.
That's quoted by a certain stripper. From the Jamie Foxx movie.
Stop it. Pixel Bit G with a $5, and we're gonna keep doing the super chats because, man, there's a lot of them. I think I know how ILP feels now. Oh boy. $5 super chat. He says, "Don't you buck up, Everborn." every person who's on this panel been rocking with each other. That's why the Xbox community is awesome. Absolutely.
Yep.
We can agree, we can disagree, but all we always do is respect and that is the reason why we can always continue to be a community. And of course, the Lord Master is right on all fronts on that
Well,
one.
I got to
Absolutely.
tell you, I think the most boring podcasts are the ones where everybody's like, I agree with everything you just said, everything's right.
Exactly.
Hey, you're lying. No, you're wrong.
Echo chamber.
You're wrong about that.
Okay.
See, there you go.
I see what you did.
Good podcasting right there.
JD Gamer with another $2 super chat saying, "Hey Boom King, give flowers and hand out smoke." Oh, they definitely did that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Man, JD, bro, we need to put you in here as a podcast producer because still he's just going off this morning, man. He's going off with a $10 super chat. He says, at Sour Blow, Sony has lost their minds. I can't read because it's just too funny. He said they are in the shadow of what they are a shadow of what they used to be a PlayStation. What it was in the PlayStation 2 era. They used to be defined by variety, and now they're scared of it. Yeah. Who only wants to play one type of game? Clearly,
agree with that.
Most Sony individuals, most diehards seem to, right? Because if it's not a Sad Dad Simulator, it seems like people are a little wishy-washy with all that stuff, you know.
It's a vocal minority, though. That's for
true.
Sure, because
Very vocal minority.
You look at the install base on that and the amount of copies that they sell of those games versus everything else that they sell. You don't get 40 million just off of the Sad Dad Sims.
Absolutely. It seems like the Sad Dad Sims are what gets you in the door, like the hardcore.
Yes.
But then everybody stays for the Fortnites and the CODs and all the other. Yeah, absolutely. So it definitely seems, yeah. And of course, JD Gamer once again, $2 super chat saying there are ads during the show. Brother, I am sorry. I know we will definitely take care of that. We took care of it before, and then like a ghost, it came back to haunt us. I apologize, but we'll definitely deal with that.
I just hope it's an awesome ad like Rogaine or like
yeah. While we were talking about like you know while we were talking about missionary gamers, you know what I mean? Like give us some Rogaine commercials, you know. And of course, the man who has not made his appearance yet, but he's making his presence felt in the chat and also on the super chats. It is Somo Backslap with a $20 super chat saying probably not gonna make it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Just getting back into town. Just in case I don't make it, Everborn is still a fraud. K gets his medical benefits from Valve. Sonic is a D-tier mascot. Tencent will buy Sega. Congrats on 100 episodes, gents.
Oh, well, to Slow-Mo.
Come on.
I just want to say to Slow-Mo, I'm
that.
surprised he even had that $20 left after Disney ripped out his pockets by taking his family to Disney World. So
that's true.
We might have to set up a GoFundMe for Slow-Mo because I know how I felt
job,
after
Slow-Mo,
we went
on
last
saving
year.
that lady who had heat stroke or whatever. By the way, good job catching her midair.
And we're close to it. Jax82 with a $2 super chat. He says, and thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Jax. He says they were trying to get Phil out of here. Now what?
Yeah, you know what?
Had to put some Stankonia
I would
on
like
that one real
all
quick.
of the
Go ahead.
Fire-filled people to come to the front of the congregation.
From the congregation to get hand slapped.
Yes.
All the people that after the X-Cast where he came on there taking one for the team, everybody was like, "Oh,
Speaking
he's not
the truth.
Guy. Maybe it's time for him to retire. We know he gave us Game Pass, but he's not delivering. Where you at now?
Now what?
When he's on the stage."
That's right.
They're hiding Everborn. Getting all meek
Hargeet
and quiet,
Chani.
not saying
Then
much.
then they're gonna pretend they were shooting in the gym. They're gonna pretend they held the line. They're gonna pretend they was always there.
But that's why we have you. That's why we have you with the detailed receipts.
I can't wait. All these, I'm canceling my Game Pass. And,
I'm throwing it in the bushes.
Xbox
the whole
needs
thing.
to do what Sony
Yeah.
does. Remember, I'm old enough to
here we
remember
go.
when they said that, Xbox, the Sony show is gonna destroy Xboxes. I'm not even excited about Xbox shows. And then what happened?
Not much
you know
on the
what?
Sony show.
Yeah.
I'm just saving it for when the deal comes.
Crickets.
But
Hargeet Chani, the great Hargeet
The
Chani,
North
with a
remember.
$5 super chat. The militant Hargeet Chani. He's here and he says, Not sure Sony can buy any large gaming company unless it has nothing to do with the console. Oh, see, and before I continue, I see it's about to put another ad into the show. Let me cancel that real quick. I see it now. Thank y'all. Yes. Unless it has something to do with the console. They're a Japanese company and they need the JFTC's approval. 98%. Yes, they have that 98% market share in Japan right now. You know, that's why I call it a mulligan.
But that is only 98% if you exclude Nintendo, right? And we know that every regulator said that that's a made-up market.
FTC. Yeah.
Right. But even then, in the US,
think about it. So let's
that's
include
not a real market.
Let's include Nintendo. What does that do to Microsoft's market share there? Then it's like, yes, it's true.
It makes Microsoft's even smaller, but it makes Sony smaller because Nintendo is far and away.
No, I do agree with you. But I guess the point there of the numbers though is if you keep Nintendo out of it, right? Sony has outarched the largest market share, and Microsoft has nothing. If you put Microsoft in it, yes, it's a dividing, right? But still, Microsoft has nothing, right?
Yeah. Right, but I'm talking about Sony and that 98. That 98% does nothing for, like, it's still 2% probably for Xbox in Japan or less.
Yes.
If you include Nintendo, it's probably less.
That's my
But
point.
what I'm saying is the 98% doesn't hurt Sony in Japan because
if you add Nintendo,
they're smart and they would add Nintendo. And
absolutely,
Nintendo is the largest player there, so I think Sony could theoretically buy something over there if they were so inclined.
No, I get it. Max City Entertainment with a $5 super chat. Great community member, always here showing support. We appreciate you, sir. He says, "Sup my people on this good Saturday. Hope y'all ready to have a good fight tonight." Darth Phil been knocking out ponies, kissing babies, all the while wearing a cape. We need we have great community members. This is my call out. This is my call to action. Every time we get such a great visual, I need somebody to start putting pen to paper, and I want to see that animated GIF or that animation on Twitter like in an hour. I want to see that. That'd be great. I want to see Phil with a cape on.
Saving hoes.
Stop it. I want to see Phil with a cape on.
No, because we said squares like whoring themselves around to the highest bidder, so he'd be saving a hoe. Anyway, forget it.
Let me see. It is 12:41 as we record this on Eastern Standard Time, so I guess I'll allow the slander. The non-PG-13 slander. Okay. Your baby father. Still one of the best names on the channels, man, brother. Especially how it's spelled. Oh, he must have taken a lot of time on that one. With a $5 super chat saying blessings and congratulations on 100 episodes, my brothers. Thank you so much for being a part of that. He's been on this show. He's been in the chat, always supporting, always been here for a long time. Thank you guys so much. Everybody who's in here, super chats, everybody. Even if you're not super chatting, brother, we appreciate you guys for being here. Man, and we're almost at the end. We're almost at the end of these super chats. But of course, they just keep getting more outlandish. Hargeet Chani with $100 super chat. Brother, too much.
Dang.
What are we doing right now? With $100 super chat saying congratulations on 100 episodes. Here's to 100 more. Keep bringing the slander. I guess the slander's appreciated, man, Mr. Everborn Saga. You better dust them shoulders off. You got a lot of slander to deliver. We got $100 worth of slander to deliver right now.
I keep telling you, don't let me win this bet with Sonic.
JD Gamer.
Don't worry, it won't happen.
Another $5 super chat. He says, K, you are echoing and we still have ads on the live show. They're making me miss vital entertainment. Oh, no. I apologize, sir. I apologize. I'm telling you, I will find this out. I will send an email if I have to. I need to turn this thing off and it needs to stay that way. Enigmatic Dreams, $2 super chat. Tomb Raider, Resident Evil IP, Xbox needs. Let's stop for a moment and have that quick discussion. Resident Evil IP, and I will ask Web Dave first. Capcom, Microsoft, do you see any window of opportunity where that is a reality?
I don't see it.
Because I say they got a mulligan, right? What do you think?
Like, as in who they should buy next?
He is saying Resident Evil IP, right? People been talking left and right. We heard folks on here saying, hey, they should get Crytek. Why? Because the Cry engine's amazing. Resident Evil IP, that RE engine's a monster. What do you think?
Mm-hmm. The Resident Evil IP is definitely would be amazing to get. Any of those are fantastic.
But I sense a but.
No. I guess I just didn't. The whole question didn't sink in. I guess.
Oh, no. I apologize.
Just...
He is saying that for him, and this is JD. This is Enigmatic Dreams. He's saying that Tomb Raider, which means Crystal Dynamics, obviously. He's saying the Resident Evil IP, Xbox needs those. So that means the next purchase, which is not a publisher, would be Crystal Dynamic and Capcom. I guess Capcom is their own publisher, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they're a publisher. Sure. Yeah. No.
But is there even a realm of possibility that Capcom is ever going to be in the realm of, hey, we might be bought by Microsoft? I don't see it. I don't know.
Never
Anything's
say never.
possible.
Never say never.
Exactly.
Money moves mountains, baby.
I mean,
money.
There's a lot of people never
remember.
thought Bethesda would be there.
Exactly.
So. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
At the end of the day, if Capcom were to take a meeting with Microsoft, if the thing is they have to take that meeting, right, about a possible acquisition talks. But when they take it and there's an offer on the table, you then have a financial responsibility to go back to your board and to go back to your shareholders and let them know that you just got a huge premium. It's the same thing that just happened to Bobby. You have to go back to him and say, well, here we go. Microsoft just offered us 50% premium over our market cap.
Yep.
And that's when CEOs lose their jobs if they don't do that stuff. You have to do that. So that's why money moves mountains. You never really, you never know. Even though everyone's like, well, they're at the top of their game. Their percentage went up 1,200%. Yeah, cool, great. But if they take that meeting, man, I'm telling you, it's over. I'm not saying it is. I think Sega's more likely. I want Capcom over Sega personally. I want Capcom bad, but let's not forget this is Microsoft, and they're getting ABK. They're getting ABK. You think Bobby probably wanted that? No. You think they wanted their stock to tank? No. Bobby didn't even want to share his games. He said it on the stand. You know what I mean? So, never say never is what I say. You know what I mean?
Okay, Asante,
Yes, sir.
my answer would be buy them all. Buy them all.
Be greedy. Be greedy because we benefit.
Buy them all. Let God sort them out.
Yeah, absolutely. Time to be greedy. You save $70 every time they buy a publisher or studio. Every single time. That's what I'm talking about.
Do it.
And JD Gamer seems to agree with you. JD Gamer, $2 super chat. He says, Everborn, I need Sega. I also need level 5, is what he is saying. So yes, we have greedy gamers in the chat.
I'll allow it.
He says, I'll allow it. Okay. All right. So I have to ask, okay? Because everybody, since this thing has happened, everybody has been so excited about Sega and what's next. And I've heard others talking about, hey, slow down, they haven't even finished it yet. Do we really expect to see acquisition talk happen before we see new IPs or new games get released or announced? Do we really expect that? Because I don't know how I feel about that. Go ahead.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
See,
I'm being the
this is
dissenter
trash
here.
talk
Go ahead.
I don't like. I know. And let me disabuse you of this notion.
Go. Hey. Come on.
You want to talk about new IPs like
Yes.
we're not getting Starfield in just over a month. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We're about to get Forza, then we're going to get slapped in the face with Hellblade 2 early next year, and then maybe towards the middle or the end of next year we're going to get Avowed. Those are your new IPs, right? Those are your new big AAA releases, and that's before we get to whatever ZeniMax is hiding that they have besides Starfield. So you are going to get those things. You are going to get the easy stuff that was already in the works, like Diablo and COD in Game Pass. And by the way, people are telling you 2025. I'm just going to put this out here. I think you're going to see COD in Game Pass this year. I think this is just me speculating, but I am going to guess, since Jim Ryan's email said it no longer makes sense for us to pay you for marketing because they know everyone's going to know that's a first party IP. If they no longer want to pay for marketing, maybe they no longer get that Game Pass exclusion right. And so maybe and we know there's a new deal in place, right? Because Jim Ryan couldn't.
Maybe the new deal has superseded the old deal.
So he had no choice but to take the new deal. If that takes place on day one of the deal closing, that's an opportunity for things to change. Sony can get their new 30% cut instead of 20%. They no longer have to kick money back for marketing because that'll be on Microsoft's side. And for that, Microsoft will say, okay, we want to do Game Pass on day one. So my prediction, this is only a guess, reading tea leaves. I didn't hear this from anywhere, but my prediction is you will see whatever the new COD is in Game Pass this year. So you will get all of that. You're going to get 3 new IPs that we know about, probably 4 next year, plus Starfield this year. Plus we got a Hi-Fi Rush early in the year. Hopefully Redfall will be working by then. That is enough for me to say, okay, if they want to move on something, they're walking and chewing gum at the same time.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So see, thank you for disabusing me of that notion, because on this show we can't be seen to be too much in the hive mind mentality. Oh, it's all great. Yes, it's great, but we have reasons for it. I hear you.
I agree with Everborn 1,000% on Call of Duty. I 100%
but do you agree with me on
that.
Sonic?
No.
Retry, ain't snay on the Sonic way. We need
Listen, he said he's coming. We got the receipts. He's talking about receipts. We got the receipts right here in 1080p.
So I'll throw 2 things into it myself.
Yep.
I think in regards to do we see more acquisitions before new games are announced? I think it's just a matter of the timing. Right?
Yeah.
If Microsoft has the opportunity to pick up other people and get it rolling, and there's a possibility that Tencent, someone else, is going to interject if they don't, I do see acquisitions happening before we see new game announcements. And then in regards to the Call of Duty thing, I think you guys are 100% on that being on Game Pass, so long as Sony does actually back out of this current deal that they're in. If that does go and that's settled, then that thing's there for sure.
Yeah, they have to 100% back out of it.
Yeah, doesn't go into effect until after the current deal, which means it's really a 12-year deal, and I don't know if that's what is happening, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Oh, just so you guys know, because you guys are amazing, you've blown up the system. The system that I use to catch super chats has been blown up, so half of them aren't showing up. But thankfully, YouTube is good about bookmarking them now, unlike they used to. So at least I can't put them on the screen, but I can at least see them, and I will read them out right now. We're still going. So JD Gamer, $5 super chat. You don't see it on the screen. I apologize because that thing skipped. But thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He says, K Asante, please fix the ads while I'm watching the show. They are killing me. Y'all hit the like button. Studios, Xbox, Microsoft needs to get Asobo, IO, and Certain Affinity.
Bingo.
All correct answers, sir. I would actually put I'll put Certain Affinity first, Asobo second, and then IO third.
Well, IO's definitely IO's last, without a doubt. We know that because they told us that during the hearings. They said, well, they haven't made. They kind of told us that. Well, they haven't made a hit.
I would say Certain Affinity first because I would say Certain Affinity. I'll let you rebut Everborn. I say Certain Affinity first because Certain Affinity holds the key to their biggest franchise. Go ahead, Everborn.
You're all wrong. Crystal Dynamics need to be first. Whatever they need to do. Stop effing around. We missed out on IDOS and Crystal Dynamics. Go get them, and then you could do whatever you want. Just like you don't get any publishers until you get Sega. Then do what you want. We need to prioritize people.
Get them
before you chew gum.
Embracer was hurting, right? So
get them so I can get my new Deus Ex game.
Oh, brother, you're speaking my language. I need that.
And then go get IO Interactive shortly after, so I can enjoy more Hitman in my
Your
future.
twinsy.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you can
my
do the
twin.
mocap.
My twin.
You can do the mocap.
Exactly. That's what I thought he was gonna say. I thought that's what he was gonna say. I thought go get that so I can be the mocap for Agent 47.
Doing the voice and the mocap.
It's a self-centered interest. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
So 99 Rukin, also a chat that I can't put up, but I did catch it. I appreciate you for being here and for the $2 super chat. He says, when Microsoft gets Sega, do they go for Paramount too? Ooh.
No.
Wouldn't WB be a better choice if they went for Paramount?
No.
Yes. Yes. WB.
No.
This will lock them up so much if they
99 Rukin, you don't need a super chat again, but just like at me and give me your detailed explanation. Why do you think Paramount is a good look for Microsoft?
Like, why would they want the worst streaming service?
Well, it's not about the streaming service. It's not about the streaming service.
No, but like you want popular transmedia IP. Has Paramount showed that they can adapt anything?
Hey man, Master Cheeks says hello.
Was their number one. Doesn't mean it was good, but it was their number one.
Master Cheeks says hello.
No. Hard disagree.
Yeah. Hard no on Paramount as well. I'm with Everborn.
No, but because just like, let's get serious for 1 second. Right? Jokes aside, right? The Microsoft is comfortable spending this amount of money on ABK because it's an industry that they are very familiar with and well ingrained, and so they know where the synergies lie. They know how they can maximize that. Microsoft is not a movie publisher, so it's not an asset that they can buy and come in and try to fix it, because that's just not their core competencies. So if they were going to go into that content creation Hollywood space, you would need to buy someone that can run themselves and well, and you don't have to think about it. You just give them money. I don't think Paramount can do that. I think a better again, I don't think that they are or will, but if we were entertaining this idea, Netflix is where you go. Right?
Okay, you avoid Zaslav and you go straight for Netflix. I get it.
Right, but they know how to produce content. You can save them a lot of money
Kind of
by
turnkey.
migrating them over to Azure. That's the big thing that you can provide them, and let them focus on the content. You focus on the technology, what you do.
See,
Netflix is
he's
really
being
a
all smart about
technology
it.
company.
My first thought was he was doing that Tracy Morgan meme. No.
Right.
No, but you really have to think about this. Like Netflix, first of all, Reed Hastings is on the board at Microsoft.
Yep.
Right.
True.
You have I think you have Microsoft's people on the board at Netflix.
Absolutely.
You do. Netflix, more than any of the other Hollywood studios,
Isn't
is a
Brad
technology
Smith
company first.
on the board at Netflix? Brad Smith
he might be.
I think he is. And they have that marketing deal they made with Netflix, right?
Right.
To be
the
their marketer.
advertising deal. Right?
The advertising.
So there's a lot of synergies on the technology side there, and Netflix has no problem sourcing content, so they can run themselves, and Microsoft can boost that business. With Paramount, what can Microsoft really offer Paramount that's going to get you better content? Because money doesn't always solve these problems. So absolutely not Paramount. Maybe
I like WB
Discovery.
I like WB.
Maybe, but I think, and nobody's going to like me for this, WB Discovery is the better purchase for Sony. I hate to say this to you.
He said this to me a couple of days ago, and the more I think about it, the more I think I agree. I
don't disagree. The synergies that WB Discovery could offer for Sony and their business, it's through the roof.
Now, do you mean WB Games or do you mean WB as a whole?
I mean WB Discovery.
Entertainment. Yeah,
I mean, because Sony is also a movie studio, right? Merging WB and their film and television business with Sony's would overnight put Sony on par with Disney. Right.
Yeah.
While I agree with you, though, and I think it's an interesting, shrewd move. Let me tell you, this is the side effect of that. That overnight gives Sony the 1-2 punch of Marvel and DC on their platform.
Yep.
Whereas Microsoft still got.
That's my problem.
Well.
That would be
I tell
major.
you right now.
Oh my
that
god.
deal right there. I think Disney will do whatever they can to pull those Spider-Man gaming rights
Yeah,
away,
yeah. I
because
would
they
say
will-
that. Yeah. If all of a sudden Sony finds themselves swimming in the waters of Disney's
'cause
competitor,
they'd be
yeah.
competitors at that point.
I
Like
do
hard
see what
competitors.
you-
But
yeah.
but even
Interesting.
further, even further. So we know there's the synergies on the movie fronts, and we know that in the same way Microsoft, their core competencies is the cloud, and they could like be very beneficial to Netflix on that front to help them with the streaming tech. Sony's a movie studio, so there's immediate integrations you could do between WB and Sony and all those properties. It would also put Sony in the streaming space because Max, what it's called now, is over 100 million subs on top of whatever they're doing in the cable space. And that's before we get to WB games. That's before you get to the fact that now Sony would be in control of some of the biggest IP in the world to do transmedia stuff, like all the superheroes are now. They could do their own. They could compete with Disney in the MCU, right? Their Harry Potter can compete with Star Wars, right? They can do that. And then on the video game front, you now have studios that now can get Sony's, help and guidance to even bring forward more of these DC Universe games. And it could work on so many levels. So I think that's the one that could just take Sony into the stratosphere.
I gotta push back on this. I gotta push back.
Please,
multi-$100 billion
Red Tree, give him that pushback. I want to hear it. Let's go.
Let me push back.
Disabuse me, sir.
He's gonna abuse you.
I 1000% agree with Everborn on the synergy of it, and that it like as a family, as two entertainment companies, all of this makes a ton of sense for Sony. The problem is, and everything he said, I agree with. Everything he said, I 100% agree with. But my pushback is, we're arguing over here saying that that people don't think that Sony can afford something that's between 5 and 10 billion. They ain't affording 30 billion. So like the idea makes sense, but the money does not. They are not putting up, because look, if the market cap's at over 30 billion, they're gonna have to pay a premium on that. So you're probably talking 40 billion. Sony can't afford that. Sony's not putting down 40 billion unless they get a loan from Tencent. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
to be
also
fair,
have to support all those employees that you're now absorbing as well.
That
Which
is
is
true.
why,
I think that's the biggest.
Like Ubisoft's such a problem because they get 20,000 employees and no one probably wants to touch them with the 10-foot pole.
Yeah.
So I agree with Everborn, and I think the synergy for them makes sense. But what I don't want to see, and why I've been clamoring for WB for a long time for Xbox to get them, the whole damn thing, all of it. Entertainment and all. It's to match Sony on their entertainment side and to make sure that those mother effers don't get DC too. I don't want to see DC under Sony as well. That would be crazy to I don't want to see it. They already got way too many deals with Marvel as it is, and now they're going to own Batman.
I have a feeling
the other side
that Web Dave will throw some cold water on all this talk here. He's just sitting there going, He's just sitting there.
They can't afford that.
Well, hold on a minute. I want to say something about that.
Please,
I want to say something.
Go for it.
Maybe Web Dave's going to agree with me on this. Did you know that Discovery buying WB from AT&T, their market cap was less than what they paid for WB, right? You can do these things with loans. It's going to be based on hold on now. Make that full statement. When you do that, though, you don't own them; they own you. It becomes a merger, right? Like if you're bringing less money, which is fine. I'm not saying it's not. If you're bringing less money to the table, you are getting engulfed by someone else. Nothing wrong with that. But the Sony we know, unless we're talking like Apple, unless we're talking but
I don't see another company engulfing them.
An all cash offer, but this is more of a merger than an acquisition, and they can say together we can compete in this way. Sure. Now, to be fair, let me throw you a bone, Retri. Sony is a very conservative company, right?
That's
and it's not
exactly what I was going to say.
So I'm saying it is while it is possible they can borrow
Yeah.
money, they can give stocks, it can be more of a merger partnership, but they're together one thing, right? So they become Sony WB Discovery, right?
Yeah.
That's why WB didn't go away. It's WB Discovery because they were merging, right? But
the one with most money gets to decide what's called, and they both didn't have most money
because it was the Discovery.
Yeah,
it was the Discovery CEO that's running things. Discovery CEO.
Right.
So there's still one clear leadership path. But anyway, I'm saying this to say Sony right now doesn't really believe in streaming music. They don't believe in streaming television, right? So. I mean, maybe they believe in streaming music.
Well, they used to, but they don't anymore.
Right. Well, they don't believe it. They don't believe in streaming television from their own first party. They still feed streaming television to a lot of
yeah. Sure, but that's just them getting paid. So they may not want to be in the Max
streaming game.
Max
absolutely.
Business. They may not want to.
They closed off their movie.
View is dead. They
stores.
I mean, they had their streaming service. I had it. You know what I mean?
Sony made a deal with Netflix. Sony made a deal with Netflix last year, so Sony movies will become to their first.
Yeah.
And they made a second deal with Disney so that they can go to Disney.
The
Marvel
after
stuff
that.
Can go to Disney
secondary.
After Netflix.
Yeah.
Correct.
So basically, the deals that they're making seem to suggest that they're done with streaming. They'll let those other players just keep playing in those waters. They're happy with just collecting the check and handing it to them.
Right.
Because they closed their service and all of that. What do you think? Am I wrong in my assertion there, Dave?
No, it sounds right. I mean, and one other thing on Netflix, didn't a major programmer for Halo didn't he go over there and into their gaming division?
He
recently?
did. Oh, he's so. Do you see what's happening here? Ladies and gentlemen, do you see what's happening here? Everyone that enters this show, everyone that enters this show gets a tinfoil hat and starts throwing theories. The Elop effect is coming out. Here it goes.
All right.
Now, for those who aren't aware, go ahead, everyone.
Elop, right?
Yes.
Back in the Windows Phone days, Microsoft was very closely partnered with Nokia. And then there was a Microsoft C-suite executive named Steven Elop.
Yep.
And he famously left Microsoft and went over to go and run Nokia. And then as soon as that happened, Nokia says, we're choosing Windows Phone as our primary operating system. And then
by the way,
a few months, like maybe a year or two later, they're like, Microsoft is buying Nokia. Right? That didn't work out too well, but that wasn't Nokia's fault. That was the whole Windows Phone adoption fault. But
but remember though, everyone, this is just one example. There are at least 5 or 6 of that exact same example.
Right. So then we can go to Activision and Blizzard. Now just hear me out.
You're skipping ahead. You're skipping ahead.
Well, you're going to tell the other ones. Let me tell this one because this one's good.
Yeah.
So with Activision and Blizzard, ABK, we know through the court documents, Bobby K went to Phil and was like, listen, you're going to give us an extra 10%. So we want 80. You take 20 instead of 70-30. Phil said no, or Sarah said no. And they said, okay, we just won't make the game on your platform. So they folded, right? Couple months later, ABK starts getting in the news, right? And it happened to be from stuff that was going on at Blizzard. How did that leak? I don't know. But what we do know is that Mike Ybarra, who used to be an Xbox executive, and Rod Ferguson went over to Blizzard. And Blizzard was getting Activision in all of this trouble, right? And then, before you know it, they got cases against them. You got workers that are quitting, they're losing talent. Blizzard games are getting delayed. Overwatch 2 and it's getting delayed. Magically, the stock price takes a hit. Well, obviously, after that. And then, guess what? There's some contact made between Phil and somebody at Blizzard we don't know. And then all of a sudden, Phil and Bobby's on the phone. and offers are made. So all I'm saying,
Everborn.
Everborn.
You want to come strong on us?
In just a couple of weeks, the family's coming home, baby.
And you see
Welcome
them
back to
thinking
the
about it.
family.
You see putting the Darth Vader meme, Mikey Barra. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it exactly played
I
out that
swear
way.
we need a tinfoil hat emoji
Tinfoil
every
hat
week,
is
man.
growing.
When I am
I'll make you
writing
one.
the screenplay for this whole drama, when it's all said and done, because I already fan casted this thing, right? We have Angela Bassett playing Sarah Bond. We got Meryl Streep playing Judge Corley, right? We got we got Liam Neeson playing Jim Ryan. I can keep going down this road, but the point is,
that's the best one. Amazing.
Everborn.
He comes to court. He's like,
when I'm writing the script for this.
Your screen's still messed up, by the way.
Yeah. I know. I apologize. Keep going. I'll update it.
Yeah. That's good. But when I am writing the script for this, right?
No worries.
That's how I'm gonna write it. I'm gonna write it that they sent over the shooters over there to bring the house down from within, tank the stock price, and then give the call to Phil and say attack.
And Jim Ryan will go, I have a particular set of skills.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen,
100%.
joining the slander. You know it had to happen. We love the community in here. We love all of our community members. And from the host of The Fix, the man who will come and regale us with all the melodies, all the wonders that is Unreal Engine 5, Mr. Infinite Umber. What's going on, brother? How you doing this afternoon?
Did you ever know that you're my hero? You're everything I would love to be.
Don't stop now. Keep going.
I can fly higher than an eagle.
I need to know who he's serenading.
For you are the wind
beneath
my
wings.
I think it's me.
That was love to you too.
There you
fellas,
go.
You know, for
Right.
this
Well,
100th
pause, but we appreciate
episode. No, listen. Us as men, we have to learn it is all right for us to be sentimental.
To serenade each
sometimes.
other?
Absolutely. Serenade each other in brotherhood love. Right?
Shout out to you, sir.
Pause
What's
still,
going
but
on?
I agree.
Yeah.
Big pause.
Listen,
and we agree.
I would be remiss. I would be remiss if I didn't come through to celebrate my brothers. And Kay, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Kay was the first to bring me up into this podcasting thing, and he graciously invited me into the podcasting game. First time I ever joined was on this podcast. So I would be remiss if I missed out on 100th episode when I've been rocking with you fellas for the better part of 2 years now. You know what I mean? How would I look to not show up and let
I
retro?
appreciate you, brother. I appreciate
Hey,
you.
you know what's wild?
What's up,
though?
man, bro?
You know what's wild on that?
What's going
note?
on?
That there's 242 people in here and we still don't have 200 likes. Can you imagine?
No, we have 210, sir. We have 210
Yeah, I'm seeing.
likes.
I'm showing.
Oh,
I'm showing
it's
over.
not updating.
You
All right,
need
I
to
apologize.
update yourself, sir.
I was
You
about
need
to
update
come into the chat.
Hit that refresh.
And while we're here for
my
a quick
bad.
moment, because I took a pause, let me continue with regaling you with some of the messages that have been left by some of the great community members. Some of them that I missed, and I will catch up on that. We have the man, One Bad Mother, with a $10 super chat. Happy 100th, friends. Great show by great people. Here's to much more success. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Unfortunately, he couldn't be on the show today because he has a family business to attend to, but of course, he's always welcome, and you will definitely see OBM back in here. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the support and all the times you've lent your voice and your talents to us. Thank you. JD Gamer, that guy, someone needs to take away his wallet. JD Gamer with the $5 super chat. He is saying, to be true, tri-media giant Microsoft needs to buy a movie studio. Who should they get? WB 30.5 billion, Paramount 0.92 billion, Disney 159 billion, or Viacom 33.4 billion. Who wants to tackle that?
WB is the correct answer.
WB is the correct answer.
WB is the correct answer because of what I was saying earlier. And you need the whole thing. I want gaming division, all of it. You need all WB. So that's all WB's market.
So then they're getting into they basically getting into movie and TVs at that point.
Yeah, I mean they're already doing deals like with Amazon for the Fallout show, and we got not BioShock, the Gears movies and anime coming out. So I mean they're already doing it. So why not own it?
Yeah. Why not go all the way?
Set a dabble. The same reason it's like why not just make licensing deals with ABK? Or you could just own it. So
you're getting the smoke from Master
WB.
Cheeks anyway. You might as well just make it yourself.
Exactly. So I mean Disney's just too much. In my opinion, it's a little bloated in my opinion. So I wouldn't touch Disney.
Yeah.
But WB just feels like the
you
sweet.
don't think
WB's
bloated and kind of all over the place?
No, I know they are, but I mean they are all over the place. But it's exactly the same situation with like ABK, where their tank stock, like WB, isn't doing good, and you can get them at a good value right now. Their market cap is lower than it was a year ago, much lower, billions of dollars less.
You could say that about a lot of them, right? Square, Ubisoft.
Yeah, everybody. Square, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not big on the Square thing, but yeah, Square is there. It's right for the pickings.
Yep.
There's no doubt about that. This is acquisition. This is all about acquiring studios and entertainment.
Yeah.
Entertainment is a thing. We saw what happened with Cyberpunk came out on Netflix. What happened when that anime came out?
It really drove numbers.
Drove those sales through the roof. That stuff.
Now,
that
I
stuff
hear
works.
Rich on
You need that
and
synergy.
I'll hear Rich on it, and I'm
Please,
with the
go ahead,
WB thing. And I've said WB for a long time. WB,
Mm-hmm.
Capcom. I'm still on that train. I never left. But however, the movie side of things, I don't see Microsoft doing anything with that. If we're being real.
Yeah.
But what they could do is buy the whole thing and sell off that part of the company. They don't have to keep the movie part.
My thing is this.
Well, there's no reason to do that. They can just get. Why would they buy it all just to sell half?
Get the DC license in the gaming division.
Yeah. Well, I'm with that, but
I don't know what Microsoft could really add to WB. I can see what they can add to Netflix and how Netflix can
they don't
help
have
them.
to though. Everborn.
No, but
what do they have to add? Like, what do they have to add to ABK? Nothing. Their ABK's adding to Microsoft. It's the other way around, in my opinion, because they're getting mobile, they're getting that IP, they're getting their expertise, they're getting their market on PC, which is infinitely better than Xbox app. They're getting more. I don't think it always has to be a synergy thing where Microsoft has to have a perfect fit. Sometimes you just buy the whole thing because you're getting something out of it and it makes sense for you. Like in that case, I agree with you. I don't think Xbox has anything to necessarily give WB Studios or any of their entertainment side, but they can certainly but getting them gives Microsoft plenty, in my opinion, and stops Sony from possibly stepping in and doing what you said earlier and getting DC too.
He has a point. I mean, as has been said in these super chats, this $1 trillion company is missing certain pieces that $1 trillion companies tend to have, and some of these might shore that up for them. What do you think?
I hear you. The only thing that I would add is WB right now has a lot of work to do to get things in line, to get them running like a well-oiled machine, and I don't see how Microsoft helps them with that. I understand what you're saying, Retri, that
that's fair.
Microsoft
No, I get that.
should be
that's fair.
In these things, and I just think for Microsoft to jump, Microsoft knows gaming, so they know how they can maximize ABK so that they can just go to the stratosphere with it. They're bringing a new distribution model to them. They're bringing them AI. They're bringing them cloud. They're bringing them the things that they offer on the technology front, and ABK is giving them the content management prowess, the IP,
and the data,
and those things, right? And the data, right? That's super important. For WB, it's just like you're going into WB and you're taking these movie studios that is very Hollywood focused, that old business that Microsoft is not really that good in. I just think you right now, like the best thing you could do as WB is buy the license, the gaming license to these characters, and that way they can still go and do what they do. You can get the gaming rights. We're all happy. I just think knowing Microsoft and following them for all the years I've been following them, it is really the Netflix is the closest in that world that gives them the best of both. Do you understand that like the largest cloud footprint on the internet is Netflix, and that's all on Amazon? If you can take Netflix away from Amazon as a customer overnight, Azure can be very close up there with
I mean, it
with
wouldn't
AWS.
take overnight to migrate. It would probably take 10 years, but still.
Well, listen, and guess what? It would give people like me who do cloud migrations for a
Me
living,
too.
some
That's how I
work.
know it'll
So
take 10 years.
Hey, say, look, so Everborn doing this for his
Job
own
security
benefit.
feels real good.
Oh yeah,
doesn't
absolutely,
it?
absolutely.
Little
Yes.
office space there.
Pixel Bit G go make a grip on.
We're gonna be all right. Yeah, that's right.
Hey,
Yes.
fellas, I gotta get going.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to
okay.
say again, congratulations on 100.
Brother.
You all have been an inspiration to me, whether you believe that or not, or anybody else. And
I'm coming after you,
you know, listen,
after you.
much love to you guys, much love to all the other gentlemen on the panel, of course, Silent, Cypher, and Web Dave. But I have to get going. Here's to 100 more. I already sent my super chat, my donation, if you will.
You don't
And
need to
here's
do
to
that.
100
What are
more.
you doing?
Oh, hey, listen, this is the least I can do. Somebody dropped you all 100. Mine's is pale and pales in
Stop it.
comparison,
Stop
but,
it.
much love to you, fellas. I got to get going to band practice. I will talk to you.
Oh yeah,
guys later.
absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much for
Later,
being here,
Umbra.
brother. Good to
Thank
have
you.
you on the show. Thank you so much. Infinite
Talk to
Umbra,
you guys later.
I will put his stuff in the chat, in the show notes when it posts. He has a great show. I love the fix. His music made me upgrade my music. I'm just saying. The man's doing it. He's doing it real big.
Oh,
And ladies and gentlemen, not to be outdone, the man who I've been trying to get on this show for God knows how long now. 100 episodes, baby.
Yo,
Mr.
Man
Lord
who put the
Cognito.
hood on to the ROG ally.
put the whole block on. Put the
What's
whole block
going on, Lord Cognito? Thank you so much for being here.
Come on, man. I have to show love. This is long overdue. Super proud of you too, to see the journey. Humble beginnings, but now exploding into household names. My brother Everborn Saga, salute. Of course, Kansas. We got roots that I realized was deeper than when we had you on, right? As far as, just our histories and backgrounds, as far as
Shout out to the
family.
Bronx.
Yeah, shout out to the BX and everything too. So, no, I want to celebrate you guys. I really appreciate the content. I love the critical thinking. I love, you guys have fun, which is an IO feature dish. You got to have fun with it. Shout out to Everborn with his conspiracy theories. KSI, I don't know how you do it, bro. I'm a second kid. Listen, there's levels. I remember Everborn, there's levels to this.
See, my dream is to get Peter Moore on this show to turn to Everborn Saga and go, calm down, bro. You're going too hard. That's my dream.
Power Peter Moore. Everborn gonna get that man and think about putting his jersey back on.
Peter Moore retweeted me like a year ago because I said I'm an Xbox guy because I was a Sega kid. In an interview he was doing talking about the FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt that Sony was doing around the time. And if you look at the synergies between those two companies, it's the most organic thing you could do. But
he retweeted him, I had to stop him from getting that tattoo on his back. But that's not.
But listen, Cog. Since I know we only got you a few minutes, I want to say this to you because I don't know if you caught it earlier. If the fabled Sega acquisition happens, I think there needs to be a follow-up acquisition. Of Dotemu or Dotamu. These are the people that made Streets of Rage 4 and Shredder's Revenge and Wonder Boy Dragon's Trap. This is a way you can cheaply get going fast to gauge the excitement for the legacy IPs that they want to bring back. So you get them and you say, yo, go to town on the Sega archive.
Yeah.
Put
Absolutely.
them together, and we get these new sequels or remakes with today's graphics. So I wanted to say that before you had to get out of here, because just get the gears rolling in your head.
I've interviewed Dotemu. When Streets of Rage 4 was barely in conception, and you could tell the passion of them from being in that ecosystem. And let's be honest, for Sega to give them the keys to the car and say, look, we trust you with the new future of this vision. It is tremendous. So yeah, the Nintendo would be perfect. Like to me, they represent the new Sega, right? With some modern sensibility, so to speak, right? So yeah, that would be super dope. Again, salute everybody on the panel. I see Web Dave, good to see you shortly soon. Retreat everybody in here. Salute. And of course the chat. But yeah, man, I wanted to give you your flowers, man. I really love this pod. You know, I just wish I didn't go so damn early in the morning because I'm a night owl. But other than that, we will do it official. I will come back. But look, 100 episodes, that's no small feat. Usually, me and Addict said, like after about 20, you start to decide, okay, do we want to do this? Are we liking this? Are we enjoying this? And you still having fun, and we're like, nah, we still do it. Even if the viewership's not there, we're still doing it. And it's to see it going, man, and keep it up, man. We need this type of content. We need critical thinking. We need objective minds. We need to have fun. And I got to support the gaming circle for my bros, Kay and Santi, and of course, the Everbar Saga. Had to send some love, bro.
And
I have to be here real quick.
Real quick.
Real
you
quick.
go ahead.
Let me go ahead. Yes, sir. Absolutely. I need to say, you know, I've said it. I said it to King when he was on here. One day when I get a chance to say it to Sav, I will say it to him. I said it to Lord Attic, and I'm saying it to you. We stand on the shoulders of giants, sir. If it's not for you and yours, there definitely would not be this show and what we do. Sometimes it's difficult. Sometimes it gets in the way. Work is difficult, the whole thing. But every week when we can, we get here because, hey, man, Sunday's the Lord's Day, and we have to get hours in before we listen to the Lord's Day. And every Sunday you're there, and we appreciate you because you guys, like you have no idea how well. I think you do have an idea how far-reaching and how much you guys touch the community. And even just the smallest way, people are starting to say, "Oh, we like your show. Oh, you guys are great." And I can't see that in my head because to me, the greatest show on earth is ILP.
Oh, appreciate it. That's love. That's love. Thank you.
The thing I wanted to say to you, Cog, the first time my first entry into the content creator community was my first guest appearance on Boom Show, but you were on that episode.
Yes.
And that was my first one. And this is where, and remember I said it, Phil is not a nice man. He is gonna smile at you, get close enough to you to hit you with the shiv, and you are gonna be in the valley of the shadow of death, and the archers are gonna have their arrows trained on you for when he gives the word.
There's a rider.
And now we are at that stage, and it's full circle now. That was 2020. We in 2023. You was my first episode. You here? It's a big deal. Episode 100.
Full circle.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, you already know. Thank you. I gotta add real quick because I gotta have some fun with Everboard. I know Everboard is smiling with the chess moves of the optics of Phil with Square Enix on stage. That man knows what he's doing. And I've come full circle with King. King always called. He said, "Don't let the nice guy thing fool you." I'm telling you, Cog, he's a killer. I'm like, remember, I'm Peter Moore, so I'm like, I don't know. He got a lot to prove. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just where I was at with it. But you could see it's chess. And it's all strategic. And for the Xbox faithful, like they know what the symbolism of this means. They know what's going on. Now, I'm not gonna go all the way with acquisition, but we gonna go with, oh, nothing's gonna miss anymore. You know, that kind of energy for the most part, right? That wasn't contractually agreed to. But now this is gonna be fun. Again, Silent, Cypher, salute, Retry, salute. Web Dave, I'll see you tomorrow.
You too, brother.
In the realm. Make sure you go check out the you're gonna have a Web
great.
Dave.
Yeah,
the man who does the smoothest radio voiced interviews. So cool and a big part of the community. So we're gonna talk some gaming with him and some gaming history and some fun topics. But again, brothers, the gaming circle, salute 100. Love y'all. Love y'all. Always.
Thank you so much.
Shout out to ILP Sundays. Everybody be there. Be square.
No,
absolutely. Thank you so much, Lord Cognito, for being here.
Amen.
Yo, that was amazing. I tell you, I am the biggest ILP fan on earth. So having him here, honestly, like there's just I cannot tell you how happy I am to have him join us on our stage. Thank you so much for being here. What's going on, man?
By the way, to the point that Cog just made about the optics on the stage, I just thought about Phil like whispering in Yoshi P's ear when he brought him on stage when they did the handshake, and he just whispers in his ear, "Chaos is a ladder."
So I don't know if you saw, and we let's get back to a little bit more of that conversation. I don't know if you saw my tweet when I saw that, and I'm happy. You know, it's all good. It's great. We're happy about that. I'm like, I just kind of wish that photo op with Yoshi P happened to be with Sarah Bond, so that I know and I can format in my head that after that photo op, she can then regale him with talk and historical factoids as to what Black people did for the European country. Maybe it'll educate you for the next Final Fantasy.
I want to be a little bit fair because I am playing Final Fantasy right now.
I'm being facetious. The reason why I'm saying that is because everybody keeps giving them a pass and saying they don't know better. Well, then someone needs to educate them.
No, but I know. But what I am saying, I think I'm getting ready to go to my last battle. I'm level 36 or 37. I'm 30, almost 40 hours into the game. I just beat Bahamut. If you know, that comes after the Titan or whatever, or Kupka. But anyway, the point is, the game is very layered, and this might be one of, if not the best Final Fantasy stories in the series. And the voice acting is absolutely top notch. And there are other regions that you go to where the skin tones do get darker. There's no like Black African people there, but they do go to sort of a Middle East area, and those people look how you would expect them to look.
If I don't remember, if I recall correctly, we had if I'm not mistaken, we had what's his name, Gaz on the show, and he was saying that he went to certain areas and did see certain things, but he did still have a bit of slander for it though. But I mean, I'm not trying to diverge into this section, this whole thing. All I'm saying is that's the vision I got when I saw that picture.
And I just want to say, like, I'm saying that to say, like, some of the performance in these things are like some of the best voice acting and really like touching performances, and the world building there and the way these things turn around. I really feel like I'm reading a top tier fantasy novel. So it is not like any other Final Fantasy I have ever played.
One last question, and then we'll move on. Here's my question: is it worth the purchase or the inevitable Game Pass that will come since Darth Phil is out there?
You know, when I first saw this announcment, because
you
I'm
just went,
"Oh,
damn!"
No. Right.
Yeah.
Somebody says I have a while to go if I just beat Bahamut. Wow, that's crazy. 40 hours.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Alvin's breaking your spirits.
Oh God. Okay, the game is absolutely padded because a lot of the stuff you do in between the main story is just pointless. I have not gone on one side quest yet that was worth my time. I will say that. Okay. So they are definitely padding the numbers. But the story itself, like Golden Path, absolutely love it so far, and that's what keeps me coming back. It is the story. I've heard that a lot. The gameplay is okay, right? It's fine. You know, the combat's not as complex as say a Hi-Fi Rush, but it's serviceable. But that and the graphics are fine. I don't feel, I'm not, the icon fights, these are the boss fights. Those are okay too. I don't feel like I have as much agency as I would like. But the story here is like 10 out of 10. Okay. I promise you, it is worth playing.
I hear a lot of Game of Thrones references when people talk about
that. Oh my, it's so much. And I have not been sharing clips of this because I don't want to spoil it for people. But like I'm recording all these things and I'm saving and I'm waiting till like an appropriate time where I can have this conversation. But it's taken me away from Zelda and Diablo. I love this story, but I'm a fantasy guy.
Let's tease that out just a little bit here. Everborn Saga does not mind spoiling games, but he has a very staunch problem spoiling movies. He's now not spoiling this. Does this make this movie territory then? Because he does not mind screwing up your game for you. He'll tell you who you're supposed to beat at the end. He does not give two. But a game? Oh, a movie? Hell no. You do not spoil it for him.
A absolutely fantastic television show.
Okay.
Just I cannot the voice acting, the story, the performance, the world building. I just wanted to take a chance because I know we ragged on the game a lot. I wanted to take the opportunity to talk about how dope the story is in this game, and it's nice not to have like a super like emo lead character in a Final Fantasy game.
No Backstreet Boy,
like,
no Backstreet Boy.
Clive is a grown ass man. You know, he has some issues.
Except
with
the name
his
though.
brother
Like, I'm sorry, the name just doesn't work for me. But okay, it's
Clive.
Clive.
Yeah, Clive is a grown
dude.
man.
We
man.
have some pretty good Clives out there in the past.
Clive
right?
Owen?
Clive Owen.
Sure.
Clive
Okay.
Barker.
Clive Barker.
Yeah, I stand corrected. It's not a name that's usually used.
Not like
so
a
maybe
cloud.
That's why. True.
Like
it's not a cloud. That's right.
Yeah, at least
or
it's not
squall.
a
Squall.
Yeah, come on.
They actually chose a
This
proper name this time, right?
This is grown man Final Fantasy, and if we look at the fact of how the story takes place, he's probably about 40 years old or almost 40.
Okay.
If you look at, you know, you got a 13-year time jump and a 5-year time jump from when he was a late teen, so he's close to 40. I don't know. I just listen. If you like good fantasy storytelling, if you read fantasy books, play this game. It doesn't feel like a Final Fantasy game, but it feels like an amazing fantasy novel.
Okay.
And I love it for that. So
right, let's get through these super chats.
But last thing.
Go ahead,
When I heard the news about the thing, I read it as Final Fantasy 16 because I'm dyslexic and I moved the I in front of the V instead of behind. And I was like, God damn it. This game took me away from Zelda and Diablo, and I could have just waited and it would have came to Xbox and I wouldn't have to play on this stupid DualSense controller.
Oh, come on. Stop the slander. DualSense ain't bad. What are you talking about?
It's not as good as the Xbox.
I feel like to play for an hour and a half now.
But again,
there you go.
I thought that it was going to be coming, but it's Final Fantasy 14. Do we think that we'll ever see 7 remake and 16? These are two games that
I do think we'll see Final Fantasy 7 remake on an Xbox eventually. But to a quick sidestep, because of the slander that's going on our panel here, people showing their controllers. Do you know what my favorite PS5 controller is these days?
Which one?
Okay, yeah, I guess.
Why? Why? Because I use this. It's a USB dongle that makes anything you connect to an Xbox controller work, even on PS5. So my favorite Xbox controller, my PS5 controller is, I'm sorry, enough slander. Forgive me. We will get back to the thing at hand. But yes, if a quick aside, I got tired of Tears of the Kingdom with the button mapping. I just couldn't get my brain around the Y and the X and why are you in the wrong place? So now I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom the way it was meant to be played, with the controller you're supposed to play it with.
See, this is how I know I don't play on PlayStation enough, because when they say push square and triangle, I have to look down at the controller.
Exactly my point, sir.
I gotta play some more PlayStation.
You know what? Let me regale you guys
it's that
with
muscle memory. I'm the same way.
Side story.
I'm like,
quick side story. Then I'll read the super chat here and we'll move forward. Quick side story. What led me to investigating these things? What led me to be successful in actually finding them? My son, 4 years old, plays a game called Piku Niku. If you haven't heard of it, look it up. It's everywhere on everything. Actually, a very great platformer. It's on everything. Piku Niku. PlayStation, Xbox, on Switch, whatever. But of course, because our little boy is little, he has small hands, which means by default, the console of choice becomes the Switch, right? In this game, he's been playing this game for a year and a half. There's a part in the middle of it where there's a dance off, and it's literally Dance Revolution, right? Press the green button, press this, press X, press Y, press this, in quick succession. I have never been able to beat it for him. He's been able to beat the whole game, except for that part. He goes, Dad, I need your help, for a year and a half. Guess what happened? A year and a half later, I found one of these things, plugged in an Xbox controller, second time, beat it for him. The victory was amazing.
Sounds right.
Right.
Yep.
You have no idea how amazing that was. Ever since, I'm like on Twitter, y'all got to get you one of these, people. Y'all got to get you one of these. I became super dad in one afternoon.
Right now, I'm like, I think I'm going to have to get that dongle, to be honest.
Oh, yeah,
because
it's
I'm the same
amazing,
way
bro.
as Everborn. I'm just like,
I can't do the muscle memory thing.
Giving me Parappa the Rapper, like, PTSD back in the day. And I'm like, I can't do it.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that was 100%
Send us
why
a
I looked
message
it up.
on that, buddy. Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah, we definitely
Send us
will.
a message on that. I want to know one by one
Absolutely,
too.
absolutely.
I'm getting that.
And there are two of them. There's this one which is just the dongle, and all it does is turn your Xbox wherever you plug this into. Xbox works. And then there's another one that's a battery backup, like it's literally a battery pack, and it gives you gyros. Like you can connect it to the Switch. It gives you the whole thing. It turns it. You can turn the Switch on from sleep with an Xbox controller after you do this. The only thing the Xbox can't do after you do this is you can't amiibo support it. That's it. Everything else a Pro controller can do, it can do. I was like, this is amazing. Why haven't I seen this in my life?
The Xbox button.
If you press the Xbox button, it's like pressing the home button. It takes you to the home of Switch. It's so interesting.
Hey,
I'm like, this is the best controller. It should be working on everything now. Yes, sir.
Nice. I sent you something in your Twitter chat, X chat.
Okay.
An emoji for you.
X chat.
Oh boy, in the X chat. Stop the X chat. Stop the X chat stuff. Don't do that.
I made it for you, man. So you can use it.
Calling Twitter X is like me calling the Quest a meta.
Oh, that's amazing. That is amazing, ladies and gentlemen. I will put this up. I won't share it now. We're gonna put it up properly. But yes, our tinfoil hat dreams might be coming true. I'm just saying. But anyway, before this show goes,
what are we saying?
Never mind, bro. Never mind. It's all right. Never mind.
Is this something I'm gonna lose my mind about?
No. When this is a companion piece to when you lose your mind. That's what this is. But we'll talk about this later. Let me catch up on the super chats before we hit a 4-hour show. Before we hit a 4-hour show.
Do what now?
So he wants
to
send
that to me in the DM.
I'll see.
See if I'm gonna lose my mind.
No, it's just
okay.
We've been talking tinfoil hat stuff here, ladies and gentlemen. So okay. Let's get back to the show at hand, and let me get because there's still a bunch of super chats. I really want to get rid of. I want to address.
I do have one topic we have to talk about, which is the future of Xbox.
Yeah.
We talked about
that is the last bit, and we'll get out of here.
On.
That's right. So Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Hargeet. He says, according to the JFTC's rules, if two companies have over 75% market share, they are also a monopoly. It does not matter. The U.S. government can push the 98% thing to the JFTC. I agree with him. Yeah. So to my point, when we were having that conversation, even if you add Nintendo into the mix, it still doesn't make anything better from it doesn't make anything worse for Microsoft. They're still carving up the market in monopolistic ways.
Per Microsoft acquisition, we were talking about, can Sony buy one of those publishers?
Oh yeah.
I was saying yes, they can, because they
can.
would include Nintendo in Japan.
Yeah.
Sure. But then if you do include the Nintendo in Japan, you're saying that PlayStation by Hargeet's metrics, you're saying that PlayStation has 75% of the market, and that's okay.
I'm not. But what do you mean PlayStation has 75% of the market? No, they wouldn't. Not if you include the Switch.
Oh, sure. If you include the Switch, then it drops it down. Absolutely. Okay. Post up. Left us, but did not forget to leave a super chat for some reason. Thank you, Post Up. Y'all don't need to leave super chats, by the way. I appreciate it, but you don't need to. Thank you so much. He has, with a $10 super chat, he says, congrats on the 100th episode. Keep applying pressure, aka hold the line and move the line forward. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. TSWS Gaming, the man Ham Solo. Thank you so much with a $2 super chat. He says, happy 100. Congrats on your growth and on yours too, sir. I still be watching TSWS Gaming every week, even when I'm working. It's in the side. I see a lot of folks in the chat now. Back in the day, it was only me being slanderous. Now there's a lot more people in your chat. So salute to you, good sir. I'll be there next week. I'm sure you'll see me. Oh my goodness. There's so many more. Thank you guys so much. Let's see. Brigades Blue with a $5 super chat. Congrats on the big 100 episode milestone. Here's to many, many more great episodes to come. Thank you so much for being here, Brigades Blue. We appreciate your support. And of course, the legendary Gaming Forte with a $5 super chat. He says the big 100 episodes, homies. Congratulations. Thank you so much. He says, I know Everborn drives slow-mo crazy, but you're doing something right to keep him coming back. Love you guys. Yeah, that's true, right? He keeps coming back, so you can't be that bad, right?
Because Slow Mo is secretly a Sonic stan. We know he has Sonic pajamas and things like that.
Slow Mo, like you, likes to sharpen his tools in the cauldron of debate. It is what it is, and that's appreciated. and of course, JD Gamer somebody still hasn't taken his wallet away. We appreciate you. $5 super chat. He says Forte is Forte in the house. Also, let him in. Yeah, I wish we could let him in. Brother, if you want to come in, you are more than welcome to do so. Just let me know. I will pass you the invite in the DMs. But so the folks know, folks who follow Forte. Usually on a Saturday, the man is man in the store, so maybe he might not have the time. But we do appreciate the time he had to at least come and show support. We appreciate you, Forte. Thank you. He says also, hit the like button in order for the studios to get what they need. Certain Affinity, Asobo, IO Interactive, Avalanche, and Crytek. He added Avalanche and Crytek to it. And sir, I agree. See, and it's so much so that I'm afraid that at some point there's so many of them that are really necessary that at some point one of them will get lost. You cannot, like, there's so many of them, so much in pocket that makes so much sense that you can't imagine that they'll get all of them, right? My question is, who gets lost? Asobo? IO? I hope it's not Asobo, because that would be really
I don't think it's Asobo.
Asobo may not.
I could see it being IO.
Asobo may not be a need because they're already in pocket for the 10-year deal for what you call it. They're already working together very strongly. So I mean, you'll do it if there's an potential of someone else picking them up. Which is definitely a possibility. But they're so close. Like, you want to go after the ones you may lose. You know what I mean?
Yep. It's the same reason why you probably, if you're Sony, you're not looking at Square, because you always get them. You know, what's the difference going to be, right? And I bet if they sat down, they'll go, hey, we don't even want to get Square, because let's assume if go ahead.
I was just going to add, if we're talking about the ones you might lose, since we just saw what happened with Techland, it's probably Remedy. It's probably Remedy. On the
I just don't know if their relationships have ever really worked out well for both parties with Remedy.
No.
And it's
but
like,
they're kind of like, kind of the last ones on the block sitting here like by themselves. Everyone wondering why the hell hasn't anybody else, picked up Remedy yet?
You know what though?
It's a little off.
Like, I'm also on that Remedy relationship train. Not great with Microsoft, but a lot of that tea was spilled during the Donnie D era. Right, since that time they've disconnected.
Different regime.
Different regime. You know how Phil and Sarah move.
Oh, Hargeet says to bring him on. He'll explain.
Oh yeah. Yes, Web Dave. Web Dave is empowering. He's sending him.
Hey, by the way, before you do that, I have a little bit of potentially breaking news. I don't know. You guys.
Yeah. You tell me what's going on.
This happened yesterday or it's an article posted yesterday. But Hasbro was up at San Diego Comic Con.
Transformers.
And it says Hasbro team mentions the possibility of older licensed Activision's games being added after the ABK merger.
Deal,
This is a quote. From the Activision. The Hasbro people. They said the hope is now that the deal is moving forward with Microsoft and Xbox, that will go through all the archives and every hard drive to find it all, because it's an easy Game Pass ad. We want those games back up for people to have a chance to play.
And now, technically, that's not Microsoft saying that. That's
Hasbro.
That's Hasbro saying it.
Yeah.
Activision needs to find that hard drive.
Oh wow.
So what does that say for future licensing deals that they could go and do if they're that excited about Game Pass?
Exactly. Yeah. This is more exciting on the Hasbro side. That Hasbro saying this is more exciting to me than anything. Yeah.
We'd start hearing some of that Autobots roll out.
Oh boy, I've been playing Fight for Cybertron. I've been loving it.
So
salute to the man Hargeet Chani for joining us. What's going on, Hargeet?
Yo,
welcome to the celebration.
Congrats, bros. 100 episodes, man. It shows perseverance, and that's what it takes, right, to get anywhere. You have to actually do the work, right? Make sure you do the podcast every week, right? And it grows over time, right? You bring something to the community, and they eventually latch on. But the perseverance is another part that you need to call out. It can be very
humbling, I guess. But just if you get nothing for weeks and weeks and half a year goes by, and eventually it starts to roll, right? But you got to do it. You got to keep doing it. You got to bring the energy, right? So, congrats. 2 years plus whatever it took to get to 100. Congratulations, and hopefully hundreds more.
It has been a journey to get here, and I will thank you, sir, because yourself, a lot of the great content creators in the community, folks on this panel, great content, always interesting, always entertaining, spurs us on to keep going. New people in the panel, new people on the chat, always more conversation. It is great. It's fun. We are all adults. We all have so much we're doing, families, kids, all this, but still, every weekend we are here chatting with the community, being man babies, because damn it, responsibility is hard. Sometimes you need a break.
Man babies with gray beards.
That's right. Gray beard man babies. That's what we are. Absolutely.
They're gray.
Absolutely. That should be a cool new slogan. Gray beard man babies. that's
Maybe that's the name of the show.
All right.
GBMB.
GBMBs, you know what it is. Let me continue the super chats. Let's finish this up, and then we'll have that last conversation you wanted to, Everborn, before we get out of here.
Hargeet, you're gonna want to be on this conversation.
Yes, sir.
And I guess, do you want to go over the 75%? Why I was saying that?
Go ahead.
So here's the thing. So the JFTC defines anybody over 50% market share in a market, they're automatically a monopoly. If two players, and there are other players, have over 75%, they're both a monopoly. So in this case, Nintendo and Sony, they just lose. Now, in the case of Sony, they define their own market, so it doesn't matter. Now it has to be that way, right? The regulators agreed, and so now there is a high-end video game console market, and they're 98%. And for Sony to buy anybody, they have to get approval in Japan. There's no way around it. They're a Japanese company. They have to get approval in Japan. So I don't know that they're going to be able to buy anybody. I'm just putting that out there. And the U.S. government has outright told Japan, we're not liking this, right? So Japan has to follow, and Japan is not going to screw with the U.S. trade agreement.
So Hargeet, are you saying, if I understand correctly, you're saying that in order for Sony, and I'm just taking what you're saying to its logical conclusion, in order for Sony to then be able to buy something, they kind of want Microsoft to jump in and get something first, just to kind of say, see, they got in there. They allow them to
eliminate their own stupidity of saying that Nintendo does not compete with them.
Yeah.
Which means they got to wait for the next console that will compete with them.
Yeah.
And then they also have to hope that Microsoft
they have to strengthen their competitors in order for they to then be able to. Yeah. They have to strengthen their competitors if they want to eat.
Now, if they had just shut up, never said anything.
Let me ask you a question though, Hargeet. They have been acquiring. So what's the threshold? Are you is there like a billion?
Nobody's cared, right? This industry has been so it's just gaming. Who gives a damn about that, right? Yep. Nobody cared. When somebody went and bought $70 billion worth of something, like,
shine some light on it. Yeah.
Whoa, what is this thing, right?
Okay. Why are they spending so much money on playthings over there? Let's go pay attention. Right. What is that?
And now they understand this is a multi-trillion-dollar industry, and you do have to pay attention.
Well, one thing I do want to say, it's tangentially related. There is that whole appeal that the FTC hasn't dropped yet, right?
Oh yeah.
In the Ninth Circuit. Now they got slapped down for their emergency stay thing and their PI, but the actual appeal of that decision
is still
ongoing. Right. Here's the thing that I was made aware of by some legal friends of mine. The precedent setters and the things that kind of get used for law, those don't really happen in the district court. They happen in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals.
Yeah.
Right. And so the FTC is most likely going to drop their appeal, which is less important because even if they don't drop it, it won't matter. But the reason they may want to drop it is if they lose that will solidify Judge Corley's decision that says adding content to Game Pass is pro-competitive.
It's kind of like saying if they lose it, that tooth loss becomes permanent.
Exactly. Yeah. And then that Judge Corley's decision will be used when anyone else is trying to buy video game content.
That's right.
And so that is the reason that they may want to drop it, because if they want to try to block other deals in the future, they're not going to want that Judge Corley's decision solidified.
So are you saying, if I understand this, the same reason
I'm saying
why...
I hope they don't drop the appeal.
So the same reason why the CMA is working with Microsoft now is the same reason why that's the same scenario you're talking about here. You don't want to get to the edge and fall over, because once you've fallen over, there's no way of coming back from that.
It's very high risk, and because their case wasn't so strong, they really don't have a strong shot of winning the appeal. But if they lose it, it's
a big black eye that's going to stay forever.
Right, and anybody who's trying to do another acquisition is going to say, "Look what they said in the Microsoft PFP case."
That's right.
These things are pro-competitive.
Yeah. And of course, that's right, because they use that everywhere. Even in the UK's case with the CMA and CAT, what do? They reference Guinness, right? They use old precedents to define the next case. So no, I hear you on that. It should be interesting to see, if it actually changes the ground beneath our feet. That'd be very, very interesting to see. Let me finish the last couple of these. There's only 3 or 4 left. Hollywood Rules with a $5 super chat. He says, "Good afternoon, gentlemen. Guys, you guys are my Saturday must listen, and my fellow Sega brother Everborn Saga, Sega." And he says that 2 times.
You're a man of culture, sir.
You have to hold your pinky in the air when you say that. And another awesome content creator, Tate Talks, is in the chat with a £10 super chat. We definitely should. We definitely should. That brother, he's another one. Like I would say, Silent Cypher, he challenges you for that smooth brother voice. He has that raspy thing he does very, very well. And he also has an Irish accent, so it's crazy. It's a whole thing. But he's in here with a £10 super chat. Thank you, sir. He says, "One of the best Xbox-centric podcasts out there. Your growth is well-deserved, fellas. Keep it up." Thank you so much, sir. And by and large, I would say you are a strong reason why our growth is as it is today. The times we've had you on the show have been some of the best episodes we've had. People really, really appreciate all your takes. So thank you so much for the continued support. Enigmatic Dreams, $2 super chat. He says, "That's why I'm here to let conspiracy theories flow." Okay, well, Enigmatic Dreams, I will tell you soon enough, there'll be emojis for you, sir. We're working on that. We want that. See, I was working too hard on that. I wanted one where as soon as something happened, I hit the button, and then when Everborn Saga moves his head, the tinfoil would still follow him. You know what I'm saying? I almost found an app to let me do it. Didn't quite get it done. That's why you haven't seen it. But I want to do that. It's still gonna happen. I'm telling you. I keep saying it. It's gonna happen one of these days.
So I do find it. So now that Xbox-centric show label, I think that comes from me, which I'm fine with, because when we first started this thing, the first thing I said to you is why do we have?
You're an Xbox guy, and that needs to be okay.
Right, but that doesn't mean you can't be objective. It doesn't mean you can't have real conversations and disagree. Doesn't mean you have to be a shill.
No.
Why, if you're a fan of something, why does being a fan of something mean that you can't
speak objectively? Absolutely.
It's a lot of people that are pretending they're neutral in one direction, and then you hear the things they say, and then they ring untrue. So I just tell people at the door, this is like saying, "Listen, I'm a Democrat," right, or whatever. Yeah. Now you can color whatever I say you want with that, but I'm going to be
forthcoming
objective
with it.
as I can. I come to here, and I'm a mostly Xbox guy.
Yeah.
And
that's it. And on my side, like I game everywhere, but I am an Xbox guy too. No. But what did I say? I said this is the controller everyone should use. When I game on PC, what do I use? So if you game based on what's in your hand, I guess I'm an Xbox guy, because I'm playing on Switch, I'm playing on PC, I'm playing everywhere, and still this is what I'm playing with. So, Mag, the PTG chat. Check the PTG chat. You are welcome. We're around to the bottom of the episode, but we want to see every face represented. You are more than welcome to join us.
While we do that, I do want to go finish my fan casting here. So we said,
"Oh God,
this is the ABK trial dramatization."
Well, hold on. Let me do the last 2 super chats, and then we'll I want to hear your full fan casting, and we'll keep it moving. Hollywood Rules, $2 super chat. He says, I'm a comic need, so congrats to issue 100. I understand. Thank you so much. He's a comic head. Issue 100 should be the prolific episode. We should have
to Everborn issue 100.
Right? That would be absolutely fantastic.
50 years at the rate we're going, but we hope.
And the man who left us not too long, but his presence is still felt. Infinite Number with a $20 super chat saying, congratulations on 200 episodes, brothers. Here's to 100 more. All right, sir. Fan casting. Tell me what you got.
All right, fan casting for the lifetime special of the
and then we have
ABK
one last episode, one last topic,
trial.
which is the future.
The future. Gen
Go
10 Xbox. All right, so we got Sarah Bond as played by Angela Bassett. Bobby
I'll allow
Kotick,
it. Okay.
played by Danny DeVito.
Oh, I'll allow it. Sure.
Lulu Meserve, Chen Meserve, played by Aquafina.
No,
that's
she couldn't do it justice. I'm sorry. No,
she's very funny, and Lulu's funny.
Yeah,
Anyway.
but
okay, give me a better one.
Got more
listen. I'm the casting director. You guys can have your own. Okay.
Sounds like the casting couch director.
You said Liam Neeson for Jim Ryan
because he's got a particular set of snitching skills.
Camille Nanjiani as Satya Nadella. All right. Lena Khan is Mindy Kaling. Matt Booty is Seth Rogen. Pete Hines.
Seth Rogen? Come on.
Pete Hines
Peaches deserves
is
better
Owen
than that.
Wilson. Pete Hines is Owen Wilson.
Oh my
Wait
God.
for it. Todd Howard is Tom Cruise.
Okay.
Is he gonna jump off the building before the end of the show?
He's gonna be wearing that leather jacket. Margaret Vestager is Marion Cotillard. If you know who she's in,
I know who Marion Cotillard is.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Sarah Cardell is Emma Thompson.
Wow.
And,
Okay.
And Judge Corley is Meryl Streep. And
Who's Phil Spencer?
I'm going with he plays Ant-Man. I just couldn't think of his name. That's why I don't have it.
Paul Rudd?
Yeah.
Really?
Paul Rudd. That's actually I like that one. I kind of
can see
like
it.
Paul Rudd.
Yeah.
You can't see Paul Rudd?
So one thing we
So
can
I
definitely
would-
tell
I like that.
is Everborn Saga has spent far too much time thinking about this.
But
Clearly.
for Booty, I'd replace him with Tim Robbins. I think that might be a better.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
yeah,
good
yeah,
pick for Tim Robbins.
Yep.
For
Because
Peaches.
Tim Robbins has been in some movies where he's been the man. So we do not know. There'll be no
All right,
slander.
okay.
Yes.
If we're recasting this instead of Owen Wilson for Pete Hines, what about Michael Fassbender?
Yeah. Fassbender in anything.
See,
I still like Owen Wilson.
I'd make
Fassbender
Fassbender
could be
Peaches.
Phil.
Yeah, I kind of like Owen
Fassbender
Wilson
Peaches.
better.
Yeah, right. You'd just be sitting
What'd
there
you
the
say?
whole time.
Wait, Owen Wilson for wait. for who?
Phildore's Bane in the chat says Josh Brolin for Phil Spencer, but Josh Brolin is too serious.
Yeah.
Ooh, man. Josh Brolin, yeah. He like punch you in the mouth if you don't sign on the dotted line.
Oh man.
Listen,
Sign
chat.
the damn
chat,
contract.
Throw it in the chat. Put it on
Uh-huh.
Twitter. Tag us. Tag GCP. Tag me. Tag K Asante. What is your fan casting for the lifetime special of the drama that is Microsoft ABK? Just tell me what you think.
Everborn,
this is fun. Okay.
I gotta say, man, Prince Green, he just put it in the post, but he said Kevin Spacey should be Bobby Kotick. That works in a lot of ways, doesn't it? Like,
That's the
that's
one.
a multi. That's
Prince
a
Green.
multi-purpose.
Prince Green wins.
Yeah.
Comment of the day.
Absolutely. You can yeah.
Ouch. That's a
all
good
right,
pick,
all right.
dude.
Okay. Well, all right. So we're rounding the bottom of the episode. We're almost at the end. We want to talk Xbox future. We have one last guest, but before we do,
if it is Kevin Spacey, then he'd ultimately be replaced by Christopher Plummer.
Oh, of course.
That's a good
Of
one,
course
too.
he
Or Joe
would.
Pesci might be another one. I
Of
don't know,
course
but
he would.
I'd go for him.
Web Dave, we're gonna let you go, but before we do, Everborn Saga, hit him with the last question.
Okay. So we've been thinking a lot about what the future of Xbox is and how it could evolve. And we know even though everybody understands play anywhere, everybody still acts surprised when they're not when consoles are not the number one thing. And we know monthly active users, and we know they're trying to do simultaneous releases with PC and Xbox. And what I'm saying is what
Cue
if
the conspiracy theory meme?
Right now, you guys remember we had this talk about the Steam box, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you remember, if anyone with a Steam Deck knows that there's two OSs there. You have the Steam OS that is only geared toward console experience, only geared towards Steam library and store.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can dual boot into your desktop mode.
Not how it works, but yes. It's not dual booting. It's basically a component of the same operating system, but yes.
Sure,
continue.
and that's, I think, what got you caught up this morning. But I'm talking about
yes,
right?
continue.
So 2 operating systems,
Uh-huh.
right? 2 partitions,
Mhm.
but they both. So what if the new Xbox was an Xbox OS?
Mhm.
That's what you boot into. It is the same UI that's on your Xbox now, only store. That's how you get into it.
Mhm.
And then for those that want to, they can switch over to full fat Windows, download Steam, Epic Game Store, download a game, add it to your library, and then when you boot back into the Xbox OS, it's there in your library, right? So it's actually a PC when you want it to be, but there's this other OS on there.
Single
there's the
user
Xbox
mode,
OS.
kind of console mode that clears off all the Windows
Right.
cruft, if you will,
Yeah.
from the background.
Right. It's not, this is a completely different OS. It just has access to the same hard drive. Now,
The same file system.
they,
hard drive.
just like they make the Surface, they would make an
Mhm.
Xbox. So you'd still be able to buy your console, your Xbox console, that by default is
But
in
you could
that
break
mode.
break into desktop mode and put out a keyboard and mouse if you wanted.
Right. Right. And so from a development standpoint, every game developer is developing a PC game, but it's going to run here. And they know what the hardware is, so they can profile to it the same way people are profiling their games to the Steam Deck now to get deck verified. So developers could profile to that hardware, but it's still one executable that's running on both PC or Xbox OS. And so now every PC sold is an Xbox, right? This gives them the off ramp to get away from making hardware, but still keep giving us troglodytes the console experience. And that could be the future, because you'd be locked when you're in Xbox mode, you'd be locked to the Xbox store, but you could come out and sideload stuff.
I mean, honestly, Everborn, like, as I'm listening to you talk about this, like, I hear you and I see your idea and it's interesting. And Dave, I want your take on it as well. But there's a better way of executing exactly what you're describing right now. Like right now, today, Microsoft Windows uses virtual machines. It uses Hyper-V. It just puts it in dormant mode, right? And on the Xbox, it's using virtual machines. Your OS is a different your dashboard is a different virtual machine than the game that loads. All those are different virtual machines. All you really, really need to do to make your dream that you're describing come true right now is just load Windows up like a Windows, standard, normal Windows. And anytime...
But we don't want to see that.
No, but
We
here's
don't
my
wanna see
point.
it.
Because you don't want to see that, right? You can encapsulate the entire dashboard OS of Windows, of Xbox in a virtual machine. You can literally load up the VM of the console inside Windows and you'd never see Windows at all.
So-
It would boot up and be exactly...
So
Hargeet
expanding
knows what
on
I'm
that-
talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the interface is on top of the kernel, right? So
Yes.
the interface can be changed to something other than Explorer, which is what
Yep.
you normally see in Windows.
Yep.
And that's exactly what you're talking about, which is something I was asking Jason about when I was there. I was like, look, you have the tech. It's already there. You have the Xbox UI. Just bring it over. What's the like and
But we
it
don't
is,
want
like,
all those
you couldn't
services
tell me,
running in the
but they're
background.
looking at it, right? What was that?
We
don't
don't
want all
those
the services,
those
because Windows is
services
fast.
running in
That's the
background.
thing, right? So there's core, right? There's
Mhm.
Windows core, which server runs, right? So
Yep.
in server, you can decide I don't want the UI, I
Anything,
don't want all the
yes.
garbage
Yep.
because that's just too much superfluous crap. I'm
Yep.
just running an application server. I just want the core Windows and put my server on.
Which
it.
exists today, right?
That's
But
been
what everyone's
around for a
talking
while.
about, what everyone's talking
You just
about
bring
is
that to this. You bring it
he
to
wants.
desktop.
Well, but yeah, I know the one you're talking about, the full modular one. It boots up Windows, and you
it
can't even
wouldn't
load
be
up
that-
the UI, right? He
Exactly.
wants
It wouldn't be
more
that
modular.
crazy.
He wants it
It would be like
limited.
a boot option.
Exactly.
I go to Xbox mode, and it's just
Yes.
Xbox. It just
Xbox.
boots up, and that's all
Yep.
you see. By the way, the Xbox does this today, right?
Yes.
The UI is a sub VM.
Yes.
It's not actually the core Xbox Core OS.
That's right. Yeah.
Right?
At any time,
runs
there's
a
about
VM
2
that
or
runs on
3 VMs
Windows.
at any moment that are running on
Yeah,
that.
and that's why you get the UI,
Yeah.
right? So the same thing. That's what they would do. They just say, hey, take the core, Windows
Mhm.
kernel, which is already there,
Yep.
and just say you can switch this to game mode,
Yep.
and the default UI that comes up, it's just Xbox, right?
Yep.
And I've been seeing this for a while. I think that is the way it's going to be. And I think
Mhm.
most of the big, PC manufacturers are going to work with them to say, or PC, whatever
Mhm.
they put stuff together, are going to have like 3 SKUs that are certified, right? So it'll have the exact CPU, memory, and GPU requirements
Yep.
to make it work. So the drivers are native; it's just there,
Mhm.
right? And so it feels like a console, right? So you can have mid performance, high performance, low performance, whatever it is, right? And then that would be the target, and they'll work to certify those with other, developers like Dell or
See,
HP. Or something.
I
You
think
just
in
buy
the
whatever-
PC space, in the PC space, that hybrid solution is perfect. But on the opposite end, right, in the console space, like that's where he and I were going back and forth. I feel like that solution works best for PC people who want that hybrid solution. So far, because of Windows today and how it is today, it may not be so advantageous for console users yet. They'll have to do some work
That's the
to
reason
make it
why I say
advantageous for
you
console
dual
users.
you do boot OSs and you just share the drive space, and it is based on the Windows kernel, so it should be able to run something that you sideload,
100%.
right? But at that point, the Xbox that you buy in your store, in your Best Buy or whatever, that's basically your Surface today. It's basically a reference design.
Yes.
But your partners, like your Asus and your Dells
Exactly.
and
They
whoever,
can just make stuff.
they are
Exactly.
making Xbox. So every gaming PC is an Xbox. And now we're talking about hundreds of millions of Xboxes.
So
out
Web
there.
Dave, the ultimate
And-
question. He's smoking something. Is it bubonic,
Okay.
sir? Is he onto something or is he crazy, sir? This is the question.
He's saying, am
Oh,
I
no,
crazy?
I
for
like
my-
the
He is
idea.
assuming
No,
that
no, no,
10th gen
I like the
consoles will
idea.
definitely be this. That's the square he's standing on.
And
what do
by
you
the
think?
way, this allows people with handheld devices to be running this
Xbox
this
games.
OS as well. And so it's one app, which means your saves can cross. You buy it one time. You don't have to think about, is this console build? Does it have crossplay? No, it's one thing. Whether you're on mobile, whether you're on your beefed up PC, whether you're on your Xbox reference design, it's still the same OS. It's still the same games. You don't think about it.
Go for
And
it,
you
Dave.
have hundreds
Two
of millions
questions.
of gaming devices.
2 questions. One, when your regular Xbox type thing that you're talking about, like, would it be able to do in Windows mode? Would it be able to, I don't know, StreamYards, and you be able to work on some other
Yeah,
programs
because you're switching to
as
Windows.
well, like Photoshop?
I mean, the
Yeah,
proof is
but
in the
remember,
proof is in the
then
pudding
that's
today.
like that.
Like the ROG Ally can do that.
Right. True.
Right, but
Okay.
that's
So-
full
so,
blown
and then-
Windows
then-
versus a
Right.
cut down version.
You're talking about will
And
they
my
limit the
second-
OS? Okay, I hear you.
That's my
The
question.
Xbox OS should be limited to what it is that you experience on an Xbox today.
Yes.
But you can manually switch into the full fat Windows mode.
And your
do
second
all those
question.
things.
Okay.
Your
And my
second question.
second part,
Yep.
to answer the question, is so in a couple of weeks when this deal's done, Everborn's still going to come on our show?
1000%.
Then yes,
Well,
I agree with everyone. Whatever he said is
I agree with
awesome.
everything you just
You gotta
said.
say
That's
something
fine.
nice about Sega, and then
I'm
say
playing. I'm playing.
Oh,
I'm playing.
man.
No, I think it's a cool idea. It'd be neat if
You
it
just
can
gotta
actually
say-
work.
Say Sega 3 times.
Oh,
I'll show up
Yeah,
behind
he'll
you.
just show up. Even in your bathroom when you're
All
asleep. When your wife is like,
Whoa.
stop
whoa,
saying Sega.
whoa.
Stop saying. Just stop saying Sega.
All right.
But okay,
Anyway,
we have to let
yeah,
Mr. Web Dave go.
Moments later.
Thank you.
My man.
I think that would probably be after that one. That's probably the 9th Sega reference. So whoever's drinking right now, I'm sorry. Forgive me.
You drunk?
Whoever's drinking, you need to go
White girl
see
wasted.
some medical professionals. Forgive us. Web Dave,
I love
thank
you guys.
so
Thank you
much
so
for
much
being
for having
here.
me on, man.
Appreciate you taking so much
Thank
time
you.
out of your day just to kind of hang out with us and be foolish yourself.
I love it. I love it.
And Red Streak have a great show on your hands with Gamers Council. Tell the
Thank
people,
you.
even though it'll be it'll be down there when the show posts underneath the like button that you should be hitting. tell the people where else they can reach out to you. Tell them where they can catch up with all the amazing interviews and where you will be tomorrow on the Lord's Day.
That's true. I will be on the Iron Lords tomorrow, which is still a shock. Hadn't quite set in yet, but that's going to be awesome. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a great time, and I'm very grateful to them for inviting me. So I'll be there tomorrow. So I'm going to be tired tomorrow night when I have to jump on.
When you're late, when you're late for your own show, which you probably will be.
Oh no, I'll be there. I can dual box for that. Don't you worry. And then of course we got Hargeet is going to be on our show tomorrow.
Oh, excellent! That's great. That's excellent.
Awesome. And Fuzzy Belvedere will be there as well. So I'm
Great
sure
members.
Retro will fill you in on more. So, but guys, one last time, congratulations on 100 episode, and I do mean it. 1,000 episode. I hope we get an invite back too, because you guys are great, and I hope you continue to work together. You guys are a great dynamic and very knowledgeable, and it's very entertaining for all of us, and we enjoy you greatly. So please, bring the power. Bring it all the time. Sega.
Thank you.
Love you
Thank
guys.
you. Thank
I
you.
guarantee
guys-
you will get to an
Howdy,
episode
Dave.
1,000
Howdy,
if the Sega.
If Sega happens,
I can promise you that.
Oh,
And say hi
brother.
to Mag for me, will you?
We'll do. And as he says, we have
What is this
the
nonsense?
man joining us.
Yes.
What's going
Good.
on, sir?
I couldn't, but first of all, gentlemen, congratulations on 100 episodes. It's unbelievable. I don't know what the hell Web Dave is talking about. 1,000 episodes. You guys are going to be like 78. We're going to be crawling at that point, all of us, in the retirement home, complaining about Sega still not coming to Xbox. But anyway, that's a whole other story. And I got to tell you, I was listening in the background, so I got to catch up here.
Please.
Rosario Dawson, if she's not playing Sarah Bond, then we're not making the movie.
Good
We're
pick.
not making the movie.
Over
that's
Angela
pick.
Bassett,
Very
sir?
Yes,
Over Angela
Angela Bassett's
Bassett?
too old. She's too
Caliber?
old.
No,
Listen.
Mag is 100% on
That's
this.
a good pick, Lamag.
Tracy
You
Morgan's
old-
back.
Why even bother spending $500,000 on de-aging technology when you could just get Rosario Dawson with very little makeup?
Seen Angela Bassett?
What?
She
Yeah,
looks
have you
like,
seen Angela Bassett?
39.
Nah, man, she's too old. Another thing, by the way,
Rosario
Sega mentioned 9 times. If you had 9 drinks and that puts you under, do not come to Canada. Our universal health care will not save you. That's not enough. That's an appetizer up here. So, anyways, I'm choking down a burrito. I get home from work. I'm choking down a burrito. I turn on YouTube, as I always do, and I get one bite in, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. They're still live. Because you guys went live at 10 o'clock. I was in my office doing what I had to do. And I was going to eat something, and I got to head up north, actually, for a couple days. And then I'm like, well, I got to stop by and say hi now that they're live. They're still live. So what a pleasure it is. Ice Cold, I saw what you wrote in the chat. I dare you to come to XNC on Mondays when Colt lets me off the leash. Oh, you better come. He put boo Mag. I don't think these old eyes didn't see that. Yeah, anyways, sorry. I didn't mean to come in like a whirlwind, but here I am.
There
So
you go.
how's the
Do
show
your
been
thing.
going? I haven't been able to watch. I was working.
Oh, brother, we have been acting a fool as you expect us to. And it's been a great show.
Wow.
We've been having a lot of good fun right now. We're actually, what is it? 4 hours and 6
That's what I'm
minutes
saying. I
of
couldn't
stream.
believe it.
Yes.
Because
And
I
we-
messaged us in the PTG chat. I said, there's no way I'm going to make the show, guys. I'm sorry. I'm working because I usually work till 2. And then I get home and I'm like, no.
4 hours, ladies and gentlemen, and we are still going strong because the mag is here. Yes, we have one last topic to go, but we're gonna end it strong. We're gonna end it strong. Now,
Hey, shout out to Dirt Griggity in the chat.
yes,
What's up, Derek?
yes, absolutely. I was actually about to put that up there right now. Let's get the last 3 super chats here. Spartan 661 with a $2 super chat saying, "Congratulations on 100 episode, guys. Thank you, Spartan, for being here. We appreciate your support. Thank you so much." And the man known for that TTS, we got Dirt Griggity with $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. He says, "Congrats on 100th episode, gentlemen, 100th show. Thank you." And then he also, with a $2 super chat, says, "Obviously, I mean the 100th episode, guys. LOL." Thank you, sir. You didn't need the super chat second time. We appreciate you.
Baby. Talk
You know,
that itch.
You know, we fashion ourselves as a Saturday morning cartoon. So because of that, we are PG-13. If we were Monday nights, boy, if you need that Monday night slander and you don't want the PG-13ness, oh, Dirt Griggity got you covered, ladies and gentlemen. You got to go check out that show because, boy, that PG-13 leash is off, and we appreciate you, sir. There you go. So yes, thank you for being here. Great show, as always, sir. We appreciate you. Oh my goodness. All right. So, okay. We're gonna get out of here. We're gonna leave. This is the end of the show, but I unfortunately have to let one go because we have one final guest. We have to let one go because we have one final guest. And we have to, and this guest is more visual than he is anything else. So we have to bring him on the stage. So because of that, Silent Cypher, I will take you off of this stage, sir, as the first one in, last one out. Thank you for being here, good sir.
Cypher,
we appreciate
Love you, Cypher.
We appreciate you, good sir.
Good seeing you, brother.
We are at the end of our show, so clearly we won't be without Silent Cypher for too long. But please check out Silent Cypher's stuff. Check out the Xbox International Podcast. Where else can they find you, sir?
Well, first off, thank you guys so much for having me, and congrats on 100. Like that's a huge thing. It's like you guys said, like even going into it, just a few episodes, it's hard to see that 100 episode mark, right? But you guys are here, and you guys have stuck around, and it's awesome, and you have an awesome community. So thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to doing this again soon. It was awesome to have you guys on our show back in the day. Hopefully we can get you on another time. And yeah, I look forward to playing some games with you and talking more stuff soon.
Thank you so much for being here, brother. We will catch up with you very soon, back on this very channel. I must let you go, but the reason I had to let him go, because it was time. We're rounding the bottom of the show anyway, but of course, before we get gone, could not end without
without the slander.
Without.
Oh boy!
I'll let the name
get out of here before this happens.
I'll let the name just sit here, and he could just regale us with
icon.
his name. We'll just regale us with his name.
Icon.
Gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Slow
Well,
Black.
look
How
who
you doing
is.
today?
Gentlemen.
Who that?
How you guys doing?
We're doing all right.
Congratulations, 100 episodes. I have to say, there are not too many shows that make it to 100. And you guys not only did it, but I see the growth, and I love it. I love to see it. I love to see how you guys are coming into your own, and it's awesome. That said, the icon says it all. Doesn't it, Everborn?
So good.
It is just wonderful to look at.
I just can't wait to officially own your ACL. Because
that's all he's gonna get.
Your knees out to so many people that like all I want now is like a cartilage or like a ACL or MCL or something, a kneecap. I don't want the full knee because there's just too many people. At this point, we're gonna be just like passing it around. Like you get Tuesday, you get Thursday, you get Saturday, you hold, everyone.
It's gonna be like the Last Supper of knees. But don't worry. Y'all better hope I don't win. But Slow-Mo, you see, you're doing this after I just tried to open a GoFundMe for you because you were coming back from Disney, and I know that pain.
That's a painful visit.
Man, look, I was sitting at the train terminal when I sent that super chat. I was like, do I really want to do a 20?
No, brother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna have to be selling some things on Florida Avenue just to get back right after.
I was gonna say 20 won't even get you a bottle of water, so you should save. Yeah, save it.
This 100th episode has turned into a drive to get Slow-Mo back right, because clearly he needs the assistance at this point.
When we went there last year, somebody had the nerves to tell me, "Oh, but those memories are priceless." I was like, "No, they're not.
They're not priceless. There's a price." Yeah, and I saw the receipt,
and it hurts. And it hurts. Everborn. Me and Everborn rarely agree, but we 1000% agree on that. My kids was ready to go at 3 p.m. I was like, no.
And you're like, hell no. We're going to close out this place. Do you know how much money I spent?
Yeah. You're here for the fireworks, kids.
They're going to kick me out of here. They're going to kick us out. You're going to ride on all these trash rides, and you're going to pretend you love it.
Indeed, sir.
So Mag and Slow-Mo, what do you think about my idea of the Xbox
future hybrid
merging, becoming a hybrid, merging with with PC? So basically, and doing it through an OS that won't show you Windows at all.
I'll let Mag go first. Go ahead, Mag.
Go for it.
No, you go first, man. I think I'm gonna have a lot to say about it. Go ahead.
I really don't know where to go with that because I wasn't expecting that kind of a response of to that. Is this going to be physical hardware? Is this what we're doing?
It would be physical hardware, but that hardware is really a reference design. So every gaming PC out there that's running Windows would have this mode. So it would technically be an Xbox, but just like they have the Surface today, but they still have all their partners making PCs, you'd sell an Xbox, yes, but it'd be running the same OS as all your partners that are releasing.
So basically, this is a sneaky way to get every partner that's making PCs right now to also make Xboxes.
Pretty much, yeah. And for the console guy like me, we don't have to see any of that. We could just be relegated to the Xbox store.
So you can basically boot up. You can boot up your laptop in Xbox mode, and all you see is Xbox, as if it's an Xbox laptop.
Okay, is it also the same generation architecture for the CPU, the GPU?
That's what I was actually
SSD, because all that other stuff.
You should be able to change it, right? So there's going to be a spec. That would be the way to do it. Do a spec,
reference design,
but let people go beyond it and then get it certified.
Yep.
Right. So I would say let it go.
But I mean,
what I will say though is the hardware that Microsoft makes is something that they'll only update every few years.
Correct. That will be a standard.
Someone could build a PC and do whatever
it's
they
a
want.
Reference design. Once you have anyone can take it and go off in whatever direction they want.
Here's the problem I have with that, and this is where I was going to have, because I was on my way, after picking up lunch.
Speak on it, PC sir. Go ahead. Yep.
So Microsoft doesn't do that per se. They don't have a reference for a particular architecture. This is why they go to AMD for that.
Yep.
AMD
they cover the spread.
Has that. Yeah, so they pay AMD to make them an APU for the Xbox. Now, imagine, Matthew, you don't have to imagine. Let's look at Intel, their entry into the GPU market. Intel, we know they are certified in this stuff. They're big in CPUs. They used to be in GPUs. They're coming back to GPUs. They now still can't even. And they planned it out. They knew they wouldn't be able to. They don't have the firmware, the drivers. They don't have the architecture right now to even compete with NVIDIA straight up. They know they can't do a high-end GPU yet. There's so much that goes into it. It isn't just, hey, Microsoft, you got a ton of money. Go ahead and make a reference.
I'm not saying they would make. When I say reference, I just mean the box itself. They would still be using AMD or NVIDIA, right? This
probably
is just
AMD. They probably don't want to.
They're definitely doing AMD.
Stick with AMD.
They're sticking with AMD.
Well, I would argue that that NVIDIA is not out of the question because they have that deal with them for the server chip, the servers, right? That could bring down cost if they wanted to do other things with them.
Sure.
Are you talking about the next Xbox CPU or GPU?
Yeah.
And don't discount Intel either.
Yeah,
they're very much in it.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Hargeet. Intel is far more interesting in this space than anyone else because AMD has tried for a long time. They cannot keep up with NVIDIA. They've tried. They've beaten them in certain instances, but NVIDIA's
also
drivers
have done a really terrible job of pricing their products. They could keep up if they price their products appropriately. They following behind NVIDIA like, hey, let's just do $100 cheaper. No, NVIDIA is way too expensive, and you're just being dummies following them. But go ahead.
So Slow-Mo, to the point that you're making, this is the replacement idea for it, right? The Rogue Ally is exactly a console-like APU that is a Windows machine. It's a full Windows machine. But this would be very advantageous if it had Xbox. Instead of running Windows. If it was Windows Xbox Edition, right? If this was running Windows Xbox Edition, it would be a much more compelling device. The thing that hampers it is it's still running bloody Windows.
Yes.
Right? And it gives it a freaking desktop OS interface instead of a gaming interface.
Proper UI interface. That's right.
And more of these could exist, right? They don't have to be portable. They can be portable. But that's the beauty of doing the bridge between, right? It's to say, let's take that Xbox UI and put it onto a Windows capable, machine and say, you can have a console-like experience totally. And if that's what you want to do, great. Here you go. You can just boot
it's
up
literally Steam OS today, Helios OS, which is open source.
Exactly, right? So just
Valve has grabbed what they grabbed for it. They put their drivers on it. They've certified it for their purposes. But you can grab it Put it on your 4090 base system. Put it on your potato system. It doesn't matter what you put on it.
Right.
It will still
But-
act as
but
if it's a
they'll
valid
certify.
machine.
Yep, but they'll certify this Xbox OS for certain ones
for
where
specific
it
specs.
It just works exactly.
Right. And as a
Asus can
developer,
come up with PS5, whatever it is, exactly.
Right.
Go ahead,
As a
everyone.
developer who knows there will be tens of millions of the Xbox actual one, they
Yep.
can profile specifically for that and leave everything else up to sliders based on whatever your individual
Yep.
machines have for the people that want to use it. But the point is graduating Xbox from custom hardware and
To
custom software
reference software design, basically.
Right. And then
They
everyone's
wanna
using
do
the
it.
same
You can hear it.
software.
They want to do it.
Yeah,
That's
they
what-
definitely-
So something that
Another
constantly
question I
evolves over
have-
time. Is
another
that what we're
question I
talking
have-
about?
It does, yes. It constantly evolves over time. Yes, as hardware comes out, they can incorporate more hardware in, but it would always
Right.
keep console people feeling like they're in the console world, and it could always
Which is a-
make power users feel like they could do power user stuff because the same thing allows for both.
And every one of their partners is essentially making an Xbox for them.
This is actually a
We were
good
talking
idea
about
because
hundreds
what is
of
it? What is a negative talking point with Xbox right now that they feel that the console market, the console gamers, the console purchasers feel like they're being left behind.
Yep.
Right, and they're basically second class citizens when it comes to the Xbox ecosystem because it seems to be more focused on the PC side of things, right? And so they say, well, the PC gets these specs and that specs and that specs, and I'm stuck still here playing 30 frames, right? And so on and on. And then of course, listen, you got Sony creeping up with a PS5 Pro. There's no Xbox, as far as we know, Xbox does not have an answer to this, right? Apparently, the answer, which we've heard maybe sort of alluded to once in a while, is that the Series X is the mid-gen upgrade. Right? So, and obviously, it's got a little bit of a more topped-up power than a PS5 does, but not a PS5 Pro, right? So this would keep them in the game, keep people up, keep people feeling like they're not second-class citizens. And then, of course, if you have the money and the know-how, not the know-how, but certainly the disposable income, that you'd be able to continuously, incrementally upgrade your system. I think that's brilliant. Now, can they execute it?
Completely different story.
That's a whole.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's one that we could talk to a
We can
blue in
talk
the
about
face.
that next
but
week.
can they
That's a different
execute
4-hour
something like
podcast,
that?
sir. That's a different 4-hour podcast.
I mean, they're still the ink is not even dry on this deal yet. They still can't even finish that. Like, let alone start looking at things like this. I mean, this is great, great idea, but man.
No,
Yeah,
no, I think it's. Go ahead, Slow-Mo. Yeah.
I agree with Pixel in the chat. I do not think that the Series X was their mid-gen refresh. I think that's nonsense. I think that's something
marketing
that
if they're
people-
saying that.
Yeah, that's something people have come up as a counter to the whole PS5 Pro thing. My idea with the PS, with their idea, they're saying that they're not coming out with a mid-gen refresh. We also heard that they remember when they said that we don't like to show games too far in the future, and then very next year they showed
They
us
said
like
they was
12
coming out
games.
with VR.
Right.
Yeah,
so like
yes, they did.
I think
They
they
said
are
games was
not,
coming in the next 12 months.
exactly.
did.
So
We
like
could go
they
one
are
at a
not
time all
at
down the
a
line.
point right now where they they don't want to announce a mid-gen refresh as a response to their competitors' mid-gen refresh.
Yep.
They're going to announce it on their own terms.
Yep.
So what's going to happen is the same thing Nintendo does. You ask Nintendo right now, you coming out with a new Switch next year, and they'll be like, no, we have our product is selling great, we're fine, which is nonsense because we all know it's coming early next year.
Yep.
They're doing the same thing, except they're not anywhere close to where PS5 Pro is, which is fine. Because remember, Xbox One X came out.
That's right.
How many times? How long after the PS4 Pro? They don't.
Right.
Phil is in the mindset of we're going to continue to still have the power narrative, but we're not going to do it on Sony's timetable, and that makes sense because clearly you're both at different stages of development for your hardware. You don't want to rush something to meet Sony at the market at the same time and end up making a mistake. So that's what.
Well, hold on. Let me reluctantly. While I hate to say this, it's not because I don't like agreeing with Slow, but because in this instance I wish I was wrong. Because I still contend that Xbox, the one that you see right now in your living room, the Series X and S, still have more to say. But I don't disagree that the mid-gen refresh is probably in the cards. Even though I think it shouldn't be, but it's probably in the cards.
Yeah,
I don't think it is though.
Okay, you don't think it is?
I mean, it's possible that, like, it did not seem like that was something that they were really looking at.
Yep.
Right. So we had this discussion, and I like it just doesn't like I threw out there, hey, if you're gonna do it, then I want you to go all out, make it $1,000, right? And then Jason asked the like 12 people that were there,
Would you buy it?
Would you buy it? Half said yes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I don't know if it's a valuable thing for them to spend money on. They're not going to get a return on it. It's not going to make any difference.
No.
As far as their number of sales of consoles, it's going to stay relatively the same. I just don't see it adding to them. This is a console war thing that it gives you bragging rights. Oh, mine's more powerful. It doesn't.
Even PlayStation's using
matter.
that same reason to do it, right? Even PlayStation's not. I
don't know what their reasoning is.
The only reason they're going to get from that
is
is to be able to say that they are no longer behind that power narrative behind Xbox. That's the only thing they will get.
Potentially, unless it's they want certain features, but like Jim Ryan would never spend money unless it was worth it, right? So that's the part that's interesting to me. If Jim Ryan is saying there's going to be because it's not official yet. If there is a Pro, what is the reason for it, right? It could be something to do with VR. It could be something to do with
Pixelbit
better...
G saying a very, very interesting statement here. He says it's not about value, it's about optics. I really think he's right on that.
I agree with him 100%.
Just like the PS5 was sold at $399, even though it really wasn't. Right? It really wasn't.
But I'll push back on optics.
Okay.
Is it better optically to say I'm going to have a Xbox Pro versus I'm going to buy Sega? Which one would you choose?
Well, they can do with what they can. They do what they can, right?
Yes, you can.
PlayStation can't do
You
that.
have to pick because he has to pick. Phil has to pick. Which one do you want?
Yeah.
Why?
And then you have to look at what's going to bring you in more revenue. What's going to bring you more revenue?
Exactly.
Well, we know the answer.
They don't give it. They don't care.
That has nothing to do with optics. What brings you more
totally
revenue is not the.
How much more buzz do you get from saying I'm buying Activision Blizzard King versus saying I have a Pro? Don't tell me the Pro is anywhere close to that.
I don't. Right, I agree with you there, but but I disagree with you. I think you can do both things at the same. I think you can do both.
It's not going to happen.
And the company has to. So Phil has to make a decision. I'm going to spend $2 billion making a Pro, or I'm going to spend $2 billion making acquisitions of studios.
Well, but Hargeet, one part to that though, and I'll let you go 100%. I will let you go, Mag. That last statement you made, that assumes that they make that decision. But we've already heard from them from day one that the minute that you even hear about the Series X, they're already skunkwork projecting the next one, right? So that's already built in. That is already built in.
That'll be the next generation.
That's right, but it's not a decision that is made after their competitor pulls the trigger. And we already know, and I'm sure you know this. You can tell me if I'm wrong. They have multiple prototypes. I'm sure. Both mid-gen and full next-gen prototypes.
Yep.
Already in the
always
mix.
evaluating things.
So that's all they do.
So to say that it would cost them money, it's not added cost. That cost has already been spent because they're already
spent. Yeah,
the R&D is there for their production is going to be the cost. That's the problem. It's not the innovation. The Beard himself. They've got a mid-gen, next-gen, and a gen after that. They're already working on. That's their job. 24 hours a day is not 24 hours a day, but you know what I mean.
It's a production line cost. Is what you're saying.
The innovation is there. Production is an entirely different situation because then you're going to have to put them in plastic. You're going to have to put them in mass production. The chips, the shipping, everything else. For what? In the end, right? And look at the 1X. The one I bought it, right? Yeah. Most of us did, right? We had the Xbox One, and then we went into the 1X, right? We're like, all right, this is great. And what was it like 2 years later?
Yeah.
2 years later, we get the Series X. Are you going to launch 3 SKUs in 4 years now?
Well,
and if you include that 1X in there, five SKUs
optics. Was definitely optics, 100%.
No. That I understand because they were being you know. Well, we know what happened last generation, but the thing is, are you going to launch 3 SKUs in 4 years? That's what I'm asking because we're not talking 2023. Dude, that's a tough. That's a tough pill to swallow.
But this is why I kind of feel like if they do, I do expect them to have a mid-gen refresh. It's not going to come until something like 2025. Like it's not coming anytime.
That's more realistic. I would take that. But you know what they should focus on now? Now that you got ABK and maybe Sega in the bank, start producing service. Start producing you know what I mean? Like the games, the Game Pass. Start building that up. People will come. Look at the Nintendo look at the Nintendo Switch. That thing, okay? Look at the hardware in there. That thing is now by today's standards is a joke. It is still selling like hotcakes.
I will push back on you, sir, and say that thing was a joke the moment it hit street date.
Oh,
It was
okay,
a
fair
joke from day one.
Fair enough.
Still,
but look at
it
how
sells
many
every day.
like
Yes.
and it's still selling like hotcakes. And look at the games that are selling like mad. Let Microsoft at this point and Xbox focus on the service, focus on the games.
Yep.
Get
Power
those
does
games
not
out
win
there in a consistent
generation.
manner. Let's
True.
go. And
So-
you've bought the world. Now show it to us. Right?
So-
Give us the world. And then 2 years from now, revisit this conversation.
Well, you can't like think about it 2 years from now, because if you're just thinking about it then.
They're thinking about it tonight.
He means
I'm just saying-
pull the trigger 2 years from now.
That's
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
don't-
talking about. I'm talking about
Right.
launch 2 years from now. Then we'll talk.
If there is a mid-gen thing, I think they would let Sony, blow their wad. Pause. First, see what's there, see
right.
what's there, and then beat that a year later or whatever.
It's like the Price is Right. Where the person comes out and says $8, and then that guy
801.
right after him goes 801.
Right, exactly, 801.
Right.
Can I let me put something else here. Let's say the PS5 Pro comes out and they launch, let's say, I don't know what, 3 exclusives, okay, on the console within that time period between they launch the PS5 Pro and the Xbox does a mid-gen refresh. Okay, let's say 3 games. In that same amount of time, without launching a next-gen refresh on the Xbox side, Xbox could potentially launch like 36 games.
And by the way,
games.
I'll push back on that narrative for you too, Mag.
Yeah.
When they release that PS5 Pro game, it'll also be playable on the PS5. They won't
Right,
leave,
of course.
They won't leave the
but
Pro. They
those-
won't leave the 5 folks behind.
No, of course they're not going to leave it behind. But I'm just saying, this is what I'm talking about. So, like, let Xbox focus on the games right now, because I can guarantee you, if you have bigger, better games going on in a more consistent manner, it doesn't matter if you've got a Pro. It matters that you've got the games that people are going to engage in. That's what I'm getting at.
So those
Right,
three
which is-
exclusives.
I agree
are
with
gonna
Mag,
be-
but I will also say this is also why it's as we were saying, you can do both, because
Exactly.
the people that are working
Thank you.
on game development are not the people that's working on hardware. They're 2 different camps with 2 different budgets, and they should be going all out on both of them. So because if you don't have the hardware, I mean, you better have the games. If you
That's
got
what
the
I'm
hardware
saying.
without the games, it doesn't matter, right? So they have completely 2 separate people. Like Matt Booty out here don't care about the hardware. He just care about whether they drop games this year, unlike
It's
last
about
year.
spending people out of existence.
But he care about that too.
Hey,
But like,
no slander on Peach's name, sir. No slander on
Peaches,
Peaches. Continue.
Peaches.
oh, but no, it's
And
just
Pete Hines is out here playing for the
Pixel Bit G, settle down, man. The guy's gonna like sprain a finger.
but no, like they have
typing like a madman.
They got more money than everyone else. They can afford to go balls to the wall on both software and hardware. So if you have a presence of mind and you already came out there and said, "Hey, we're never going to lose the power narrative again," don't let that be something that people are always bringing up to you from now until the end, or from the PS4 Pro's launch to the end of this generation.
This is exciting now. Now that you brought that up, this is exciting, because now I want to see this play out. Because now I want to see what's going to happen now and see the power plays that they're. Because listen, you think that's like after this ABK thing, you think Sony's just going to just walk away, take the ball and go home? No, look for the clapback. The clapback's coming. So like when that happens,
just like it was at the June showcase.
Yeah. And there you go. Exactly. Hey, this is what it's going to be. They're going to be throwing haymakers at each other, because this is like the balance of who's going to be the market leader moving forward. They're going to be throwing haymakers back and forth in the bet, and the only people that actually all benefit from this, everybody here. You know why? Because we're consumers, we get competition. Dude,
as long as Sony doesn't buy Sega, they can.
No, they're not going to buy Sega. They're not going to buy
Whatever they
Sega.
want.
Competition breeds excellence. So this is great for all of us. But what I'm saying is, I'm really excited to see where this is going to head now, because now I'm like, well, wait a minute. He said they weren't going to lose the narrative. Is he going to let them take it now?
Exactly.
If presuming that the rumors are true.
Yeah.
So let me say a couple of things on this.
You can walk and chew gum. That's my
so Mag said that they're going to release 3 games. I know what those 3 games are. I just got a fact from my fact machine.
Facts.
Those games are going to be it's going to be Foam Stars 2, and Foam Stars Director's Cut.
Hey,
Right?
I'm waiting
So
for
those
the
are gonna be
director's
two
cut.
games.
So that's
All right,
that's where the
now-
money is, guys.
Right. The other thing is
Uh-huh.
I actually I know that they are I know for a fact they are thinking about, they do have a mid-gen roadmap. What that is, I have no idea. But I can tell you for a fact that they do have some sort of a roadmap and things
Oh, yeah.
that they are thinking.
Yeah, I think so too.
Right?
Yeah.
So 100% that's things, when that would happen, when it would come out, whatever. I am gonna take a little bit of a different tack because I said it a few weeks before. You already have an Xbox Pro and it's called a 4090. Shut
It's
up.
called the PC.
Right?
No, it's not.
Right?
Yes.
Shut up. Let me
Stop
finish.
it.
Yes.
Let
No,
me
no,
finish.
no. Let him thread the needle because I think he has an interesting point. Go ahead.
No, okay, not the guy
Let
who
him finish.
refuses to play anything on PC.
Okay. You know what? You are right. I will make his point for him because he shouldn't speak on PC matters. I hear you.
Okay, that's fine.
What
That's
he
fine,
is
but
saying,
I'm not talking about PC right
What
now.
he
I'm
is
not talking
saying
about
is,
PC.
he says that because Xbox has an ecosystem which is everywhere and not just a piece of hardware, they can thread the needle and say, "Hey, you want the best piece of hardware that shows off our games the best way? That exists for you right now." PlayStation can't say that unless they give you new hardware.
You know what's
I
funny?
believe-
I have a video coming out this next week that's going to be touching to exactly that. So it's funny you bring that up. I'm just saying that there are a camp of console gamers who think very much like Everborn, and anytime there's anything you got to troubleshoot on PC, they throw their hands up.
Yeah.
They fall on the ground like they're 5 years old and start kicking and screaming.
Yep.
And you're like,
Well, let's be
"PC is
honest
terrible."
though. Let's be honest though. They're not like Everborn, who is a developer and is also a troglodyte. That's just a unique thing. Right there. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Like, that's just unique.
They're just troglodytes, right?
Listen,
So it's
I
just-
can troubleshoot code. I do not want to troubleshoot PC issues. I'm not an operating system hardware guy.
But
Listen.
I understand that. But to my point is that like the whole, if the response is, well, you got your mid-gen refresh, it's a 4090 to the people who refuse to touch anything PC, they're gonna be like, that's not good enough.
Yeah,
All right,
it's not good
but
enough for me.
That being said, let me tell you what I think. This is not a think what I should do. This is what Everborn wants. I believe that the mid-gen refresh should be a handheld Series S. Not about power. It is about a new form factor
convenience.
that allows you to play those games, and that would shoot them through the stratosphere. So if you have
and for my
your
panel members,
handheld, your Series S,
Pixel
and your
Bit G's
Series
face
X,
just melted off like like Raiders of the
Pixel,
Lost Ark.
that
Pixel
would do
knows
them
what he's
way
talking-
more than an Xbox.
Pixel knows what Everborn is talking about because for my panel members and or chat who weren't here or have not heard it, the Fox famous YouTuber was on here as well, and he was basically saying that based on the certain development requirements that PlayStation has that Xbox has put on their developers, right? The hardware you have can do a lot more just in general of speeds and feeds, but they have been very, very, very staunch about locking down how far you go as far as resource usage. And because of that, the Fox thinks that due to their already priming the pump that way, the very next generation of the chips they're using, which would be Zen 4, can benefit because there's always a certain amount of benefits you get every single iteration. And all they need to do now is traverse to the next gen, and everything the developers have done up until now will turn every Xbox game you play right now on your PC into a handheld game.
Okay, Kay, I got a question for you. Multiple questions, actually.
I'm listening. Yeah.
Was the Vita a mid-gen refresh for that PlayStation generation?
That's different. That's a different. That's a completely different. No.
You can play those PlayStation games.
No. But hear me.
Just saying a handheld.
A device,
You upset him so much
handheld
his
that
voice went up
plays-
2 octaves.
No, that's different though. That's a little different. That's a little different. They built.
How is it different?
It's different. It's
Vita
different.
didn't play PlayStation
Well, no,
3 games.
Exactly. Vita played
I'm saying
different
something
games
that's gonna play
completely.
All your games.
Okay,
Exactly.
okay. Is the Q Lite is the Q like the PS5 Pro?
They don't play
Hey,
native
hey.
games.
You guys opened this. You guys opened this can of worms. Now you got to deal with it.
No. Okay. I hear slow mo. I hear what slow mo saying.
Not a mid-gen refresh for
No.
anybody. That's a side thing.
It's a next gen.
That's an
game.
additional.
It's a next gen
of
thing.
how to play your games.
Because it would
And it's a
require
good
a new.
option,
It would
and it
require a new
works.
architecture. So it would not be
So
a
if a
mid-gen
handheld Series S is now the the mid-gen refresh, does that mean that the Series X is actually still then the mid-gen refresh console?
It is. I mean, whatever.
So
But look,
if we
we've only had one
Tarantino
mid-gen
this and go right back to the beginning of
Yeah.
the story, I
We've
think
only
I
had one,
I said
as-
that 10 minutes ago.
As Hargeet is saying, we've only had one. So why does
only
that
had
have
one.
to be part and parcel of the life cycle moving forward every time?
I don't know. It's very
I'm
interesting,
just
man. I'm
saying, if
excited
we're
to see
talking
where it
about
goes.
a new piece of hardware. I think a handheld Xbox that plays all the same games.
I agree with
It
you.
makes the most sense.
it
Everborn
would
is
do-
100% right.
It would
I agree
do
with you.
way better for them than
Because
Of course it would.
they're taking the lessons of the Switch, basically. They're taking
why
the lessons
wouldn't
of the
you?
Switch. Yes. And
Why
they can
wouldn't
do
you?
that lesson of the
Everybody's
Switch and do it better than the Switch. They could.
And
Well,
what did I say on
I
the show
agree,
multiple
agree.
times?
Yeah.
What did I say on the show multiple times on PTG and of course on XNC? What have I said? We're not the target anymore.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We're not the target anymore. We are already ingrained as part of the 10 to 15% that's going to purchase anyway, right? They're not after the 10, 15% that are the guaranteed consumers. Okay? They're after our I know it sounds weird. They're after our children. Okay? And I mean,
We're coming for your kids.
I know. Sounds of freedom, like let's go. But here's the thing. What I'm talking about here is that they're after our children, and our children will play on anything that's convenient. My kids, sometimes they have to come to my work for like an hour and sit in my office, right? And because my wife and I switch shifts or whatever, right? So they don't care that they're not playing on the console or anything else. Like I wouldn't play on a handheld. I need to play on
Minecraft
that
on the
TV
tablet.
back there.
Yeah.
Dude, they're playing on the tablet. They're playing on my phone. They're playing on my computer, which you're not
They
supposed
don't
to touch. But they get on there anyway. They're playing Five Nights at Freddy's. That's a free-to-play game right off of Google. Right? They don't care where they're playing as long as they're engaged, and that's what's important. Everborn is 100% right. This is the way that they could go. He's absolutely right, through the stratosphere with something that takes off, that's affordable and well put together. I mean,
And
the specs got to be
by the
good.
way, Mag,
Yes.
this would also, we know that Xbox has a lot of optimization tools that just don't get used.
Yes.
They're just not the default. If you had a device like this and it sold well, developers would target that and use the optimization tools, and that would
goddamn right they
benefit
would.
the Series X.
And the
things
very
would
last-
run much better on the Series X
And
what
as
are
well,
they-
just as a result
And the
of that
very
doing well.
the very
Thank
last
you.
piece of the puzzle I'll add to this as well is the problem that Microsoft and all platform holders have had is teaching you, the consumer, the ladder problem, which is, we went from 1080p to 4K to this. There's diminishing returns. If you go
That's
handheld, now all of a sudden you have a convenient new device that people are all whiz bang excited about, and it doesn't need to be 8K because that's the next
No, it
step in
doesn't.
the ladder, right? It doesn't
Yep.
need to be
And
more
you know what?
hardware with diminishing returns.
And by the
it can
way-
be better than the Abacus and still not much more and still be performant
By
because
the way,
it's
you
about
would
something
go,
else.
You would go
I
after
agree.
that handheld Switch market, and you would get a lot of PlayStation people to say, "Wow, this is the handheld that I want," and in addition to their PlayStation, so it would do. I think that's
Hashtag
the way
grown
you
man
go for your
Switch.
mid-10.
You know what? By the way,
It
gents,
sounds great.
sorry, go ahead, Slomo.
Sounds
It
like
sounds
there's a butt
great.
coming.
But you
There's
know
a
they're
but.
not doing this because we saw Phil.
We're just talking though. It's like we're sitting around having a couple beers talking about aliens. It's just like we don't know if they're coming or not. We're just talking.
this
Oh,
is
yeah,
hard.
but
here. And next
Mag,
week we'll be on the
got,
floor to
I got
cover.
Bleep Blue Gray over here playing on my PC, man. What you talking about? but no, but like I mean, we just saw Phil over the weekend respond to someone who had a suggestion about the Ally, and Phil's
He
all
tagged the
talking
head of-
like it's his product. Yeah, he's talking like, hey,
and he,
yeah,
but
that's
he
a great
tagged
idea.
the head of
Some people
devices
do
at
work.
Microsoft.
Say
on
again?
that. He tagged the head of devices at Microsoft with that.
He tagged the head of devices
They
and the head of
haven't
How did
software
you
told us,
development.
spot that?
But the Ally
He
is
tagged
their
two people.
handheld.
You check their handles. One is
The
the head of
Ally is
devices.
their
I didn't even
One
know-
is
I
the
didn't
head
even
of
notice
software. Yeah.
Yep.
Look,
Wow, I didn't
they
even
also
notice
did that with the Steam Deck, right? They were starting to say, hey, we're gonna make something happen with the Steam Deck.
Yeah, and
However,
then it
that's come
never did.
along. But
Yeah.
but the Rogue Ally, they're doing a bit
Damn
more.
it, I
but
didn't know
does
that.
not prevent them from making their
Building
own
their
things,
own.
right?
That's
So
right. Yes.
Microsoft does this all the time. They're in co-opetition with everyone. That's just the way it is. They can make their own stuff.
Co-opetition, I like that.
Yeah.
It's the way it is.
good.
Right?
It's good,
They
yeah.
cooperate and they compete. That's just the way it is. And so there's nothing stopping them from doing this. There's a lot of pluses to doing that versus making a pro, because
True.
you just added a whole new segment of gamers that just weren't interested. Look, the pro is for like 5-10% of the community that gives a crap about that. This is the reality of it. A gamer that's gonna say, "Hi, I just need something on my TV," will get a Series S and get the portable and say, "I've got both. I'm good." Because think that's what the Switch does, right? The Switch is a very low-end console. You just take it with you.
And the
right?
best part about what you're saying
you
here
could
is
dock
what the Fox described is then you don't have a new profile, a new pain in the butt for developers.
Exactly.
It's exactly
Just
the same
your
thing.
S in your hand. You plop it down,
Exactly
and
the
it's
same
your S
thing.
on your
And
phone.
the only
you know what
thing
they're
is,
gonna do?
the next gen
Take it with you.
benefits from the optimization, so you don't have to worry about it. So it
They
is a very
respond-
good needle to thread.
Yeah, but here's the thing. In the end of the day, what Hargeet was saying is that they respond to what actually customers are actually asking for. Look, for example, look at what and one last thing or one more thing at the game show. What was that? It was a Series S.
Yeah.
Yes.
They wouldn't do that unless people were asking for it, or they think that it was going to sell. It's not any more powerful. It's not any more powerful than it was before. It's just got more.
It's just
got
cool
more
black
storage
and it's
space.
got storage. That's it. Enjoy.
They told about that was like we about to own Call of Duty, and the only thing this Series S can install is Call of Duty.
Yeah, it's
Can't
Call of Duty.
install
We might as well
nothing
up it up a little bit. That's right.
else.
That's
We might
right.
as well give more storage.
So you know what? I'll let the last super chats have the last word of the day, which, funny enough, second to last is the Mag.
Yes.
And he says, congratulations to my brothers and family for 100 episodes of slander and discussion. Love it. Never stop. Thank you,
Never
sir.
stop, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. Actually,
Thanks
I
for
do have to
coming,
back
man.
out. I didn't think I was going to be on here this long, but I do have to head north.
This is the
He has
last,
to pull out.
super chat, and oh God, stop it.
Mag practices the rhythm method.
This this is the last and best super chat of the day, and you'll understand why I say that the minute I put it up. From my wife with a $2 super chat. Happy 100 episodes. Thank you so much. Kimberly.
I apologize for the last couple of jokes. Kim.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. But yes, we are looking at the barrel of 4 hours and 44 minutes. Son of a bitch. And I said that.
55 likes.
That's it. It's beautiful. Beautiful.
And I
thing.
dropped.
Wait, hold on. We cussing now?
We swearing because we passed that point, baby. We can drop them F-bombs. Go ahead. Drop them F-bombs.
God damn, motherfucker.
There
I've
you
been
go. There you
I've been trying. I've been holding back. You know how I feel.
This will get
sometimes.
explicit on the show.
I haven't
on
sworn on a
DPS,
podcast.
We on DPS, we don't do that. But out here,
Neither do I.
Slowbo was holding
damn it.
back-
I feel good. It feels
For the
Slowbo was
100th
holding
episode,
back
we
the
all drop
F-bomb
it.
like
We
a
all drop
fart.
it.
I dropped nothing, believe it or not. No, I'm so used to it now between XNC and Primetime. I don't say anything more than dang. Otherwise, Colt is gonna his head's gonna explode like scanners. But so I don't say anything on there. But even in the chat, someone put damn in there and it got like I'm like, yo, I'm like, dude, chill.
yes.
But it's okay. That's it.
Hey,
It's a
man.
family show.
100th episode. If we get demonetized for this episode, who gives a fuck? It is what it is.
What?
Thank you.
I just heard that.
Never heard that.
Thank
Oh
you.
my goodness.
Love it.
You got nothing to worry about. We about 4 hours.
I was just
in.
clutching
It's
my
fine. It's
pearls.
4 hours. It
He
is
was
what-
fell
But we
asleep
still
trying
got
to
almost
catch us
200
at this
people
point.
watching.
Almost 200
Yes, I
people
know. It's
watching.
crazy. It's crazy. That's great.
Vanessa in here. Thank you so much for being here. Another great member of the community. We appreciate you for always being here, always checking out our content. She says, congratulations on the 100 episodes. You are awesome. So are you.
Slow-mo.
Thank
Sorry,
you so much.
Kay, can you do a poll to get us out of here, right?
Okay.
This would be Slow-mo and Pixel's vision. Would you rather a Xbox Series Pro or an Xbox handheld as their mid-gen hardware release?
Third option.
What would you prefer?
Both. Because they can afford to do both.
No,
I couldn't do it. It's got to be one or the other, man.
Easy.
That's it. No,
I'm not mixing an acquisition versus a hardware like Hargeet.
man.
Sorry, Hargeet. I'm saying hardware versus hardware, handheld or pro. You got to choose which one.
Put it in the
Okay,
chat.
so I'm putting it in the
I'd
chat.
rather have a handheld,
say,
but
put
I
in the
still
chat.
think they're
I'm
doing a
gonna
pro.
just say
putting it in
that
the chat.
for this chat that I know values power, and that's why they bought the Series X, right? Y'all will be wanting that mid-gen refresh and not the Switch knockoff. Let's do this, okay?
So I put it in the chat, and because we are a slanderous lot here, the chat reads as follows: Series X, the Xbox Series Pro, or Xbox handheld. And because we have the boss dog Hargeet in here, we have Pro, we have handheld, or Cloud Gang. Screw you all.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh wow! You know what? Now I gotta vote for Cloud because GeForce Now was amazing.
I had
Wow.
to do it. Come on. I
Look
had
at
to do it.
I
guys.
see Pixel in the chat. How did Cloud get here?
It is almost 50-50 right now. Oh, it is like this is exciting.
Wait,
Oh, handheld's dropping.
I'm getting ready to yell stop the count.
The chat has
Formatted.
spoken. They want power. They
No,
don't
wait a
want,
minute, it's not over yet.
Power
It's not
narrative.
over. It's coming
they
back.
don't
It's
want the
over.
handheld like you guys out here with the Ally. Now you know what? Here's the thing. You know, if they launch a next gen
45
refresh
frames per second is just
They will.
fine. Yeah.
or mid
Take
gen,
your
I want to
knees.
know how many
Take
people
your
buy
knees.
the damn thing above the
Yeah.
5%.
Doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
I want to see more than 5%
at
buy it.
most.
See, and what I want to
It's
do,
the optics.
And what's the point?
I want
It's
to
the
talk
optics.
to I want to talk to my Cloud Gang. Screw you all. 8%. We need to have a chat there. We need to have an in-depth conversation.
Cloud Gang is the Green Party that's just coming here not wanting to win. They just want
That's
to
right.
skew
They're
the
just
vote.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
They're just dirtying up the ballot. Yeah.
I
The Green
refuse
Party.
to have a 5-hour podcast, so I'm
but
gonna
look at
end it
right
here.
now. It's 39 and 11.
Don't
for
even do
handheld
outros.
and
Just say
Cloud, and
goodbye.
50% for Pro.
I refuse to do
If
a
I didn't
5-hour
vote Cloud, it
podcast.
would have been for Pro.
So we gonna be 15 minutes before, 10 minutes beforehand. Thank you guys so much for being here. For the people in the chat, for the people that showed up here, all the ILP, for Silent
Trying to
Cypher,
end
and
the show so he could win on the Pro people. That's
oh
what he's
no
trying to
no
do.
no no, that's not what
This
I'm
is
doing.
he's
That's not what I'm doing. Because I'm
He's trying to do
handheld
a
gay.
stop
I'm
the
handheld
count.
gay. I'm handheld gay. But I'm trying to not to get to 5 hours because that'd be a new record. Stop. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Mr. Everborn Saga, tell the fine people where else they can find you for another 100 episodes.
Everbornsaga.com is where you want to look. Please look. We said it at the beginning. Look at this amazing shirt. You can get this shirt. You can get this hat. You can get that poster behind me. All that stuff. We have merch. We have books. And I will put my Everborn books up against any mainstream comic book in the industry. Don't believe me? Go check it out. Everbornsaga.com. We got a huge sale coming on right now. I just got in the final sketches of the final pages of Ariel's Adventure Chapter 2. So that book is getting ready to be inked and then colored and then lettered and done. It's an exciting time. We're going to be setting up a Kickstarter for that soon. But in the meantime, show your support for Everborn Saga and what we do over there. Go to everbornsaga.com. Check it out. You can find me also everywhere else on playing Everborn. Playing Xbox, PlayStation, and Steam at Everborn.
Grab
Saga.
them, charge them
Everborn
more
Saga.
shirts. Everbornsaga.com
That's
is still
another
up
thing
there.
that you can
Let's
get
go.
I co-sign the Everborn
sir.
Quality in the comics. If you are concerned by his choices in games, don't worry.
Doesn't affect his
It's
writing.
not a problem. Like the comics are different. There are quality. Sonic is not. So don't think because he loves Sonic that's what you get.
Twisting of the knife, baby. Ooh.
I'm trying to reach out to Sega for a Sonic crossover. We'll see how that goes. But listen, thank you, Slow Mo. But please check it out. I promise. You don't buy anything. Well, I hope you buy something, but I guarantee you, once you see it, you will want to buy something. Go to everbornsaga.com.
Slow-mo slap
it is-
Sonic. Tell the fine people where they can find you and all the great things you do, sir, with your dynamic duo, Mr. Gaming Forte.
Shout out to Gaming Forte. I saw him jumping in with some slander earlier. I got some
Absolutely.
words for him later on, offline. But no, great show as usual. Again, congratulations to 100 episodes. You can find me on my channel, Slowmo Backslap, or on Gaming Forte's channel as we do Damage Per Second podcast Thursday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on both, as well as our own DPS channel. So if you don't know where the actual podcast is at, it's still going live on that. Don't worry. I'm also dropping a bunch of videos this week. Some of them are going to be about some Xbox stuff. Some ideas I have. Other ones will be about Ratchet and Clank on PC and some testing
Ratchet
that I'm
and
doing.
Clank playing on potatoes. I hear you.
Hey, look, I got some. I see some things. I got some ideas for some testing. So it's just like, look, I might as well throw my hat in the arena.
I have
too,
I have server grade old school like 80s hard drive. It's like this big. You know, when you turn it, it goes. Every time you turn it on, let's try playing it on that real quick.
Right. But no, again, real quick, shout out to the Ashley Luca. I'm gonna be on her podcast tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna have a good time as usual. So again,
hey, slow mo about Luca. I'm trying to get her to agree to do a podcast where we give people bad relationship advice. I think it would do numbers.
That'd be hot, man.
That would do crazy numbers. I'll talk to her about it. But getting her to do anything more than her one podcast a week is already like, I don't know if you checked in last week. She was just like, she showed up. I'm in Florida. I'm like, let me relax. Let me listen to the podcast. She basically was like, I'm here. I don't feel like being here. I'm out. Peace. I'm like, what? It was like a 2-second podcast, so I don't know, man. She's barely doing that one.
I love it. Thank you for being here, bro. Jokes aside, you make this show better every week. You're here, whether in the chat or on the show, bro. We appreciate you for being here every time, brother. It is. This show is not the same without Slow Mo in here in one shape, form, or fashion. So thank you, sir. We really appreciate you. Thank you for being here as usual.
What is better, Slow Mo on the show or Slow Mo arguing with Pixel in the chat? Because I don't know what's funny.
Red Tree, sir. Let's give you your flowers and your outro. You are one half of a great team, and even by yourself, you provide a service that I think the community should know more about. Like people say Game Pass and it's Game Pass. Game Pass, the waters are deep, man. Like really deep. And if you're not sure how deep they go, I suggest you check out Red Tree's channel. Why don't you tell folks all about that?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, congrats Everborn. Congrats Kay on 100 episodes. That's crazy amount of work. People who do this know how much work that actually is. So shout out to you guys and shout out to the chat panel today. This was a lot of fun. You guys can find me Game Pass _daily on Twitter, Game Pass Daily on YouTube, and of course tomorrow we'll have our show Gamers Council with Web Dave. We got Hargeet. Me and Hargeet will probably be arguing on there, disagreeing with each other as we did. That's why I love this community though. Like we don't have to agree. I think there's I'd rather have a handheld, but I think that Pro is coming, guys. But anyways, thanks for having me, Kay. It was a lot of fun. Good seeing Mag and Slow Mo out here bringing the heat as usual. But yeah, great time, man. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being here. Great member of the community. People should be playing more Fortnite. Check him out. He has a great community night. He hosts community streams. It's always great. I'm always, even if I'm not there, I'm always in the background. I'm like watching. It's so much fun. It's
really
great.
Now a lot of Fortnite, huh?
Brothers,
all about that Fortnite. I love the Fortnite.
Can we get
you
some
gotta
more
join a Slow Mo. I'll send you the link to the Discord, brother.
I need my handheld, brothers and sisters.
The handheld was close. It was 44-42 at one point. I was excited.
Now it's 45 to 40.
So close.
And my cloud gang is hanging with 15%.
Cloud gang. Cloud up.
Green Party is in there.
Everborn has deployed the bots and all his stock accounts. They all have jumped in and let me grab my stock accounts. Hold on.
Yep.
The Green Party got one seat in the Senate.
You're trading in your Xbox, right? No console, no PC. All right. I'm waiting for you, the 15%.
Hargeet Chani.
No Xbox.
Let's get you out of here as well.
It's growing.
Mr. Hargeet Chani, we appreciate you for being here, sir. You don't have your own channel, but you make everyone's channel so much better. I see you on all these other shows. He's the most prolific individual I know that does not have social networks, social media.
Yeah,
I don't know how the hell you
him.
do it. Thank you for being here. He heard it through the podcasting grapevines that I was here because he's not on Twitter. And then he was on the show, right? Like I gotta come to you. I need to sit down because we all need to get the bane that is x.com from our back. So you're gonna have to school us Thank you for being here. Tell the people where they can find you this week and all the podcasts you do on
42 right now, by the way.
This guy.
Well, how about that, folks?
This guy. they're
Turn
padding
the
the numbers.
off. Look, he's turning them off just now. He just looked down.
Oh my goodness. Is it
Turn the button off.
I just
All
need
done.
1 more %, and then we stop at the count.
Recount.
We're closing the poll.
Let's go Florida.
Stop it now. Stop it now. Stop it. Stop it.
Let
Stop
Hargeet
it.
Kill it.
let
Stop it
Hargeet
now.
get his words
Yep,
in.
I
Go ahead,
won.
Hargeet.
Yeah, all right. So you can actually find me on Discord at hchani is my gamer tag or my tag on or my username, whatever it's called on Discord. And no numbers needed anymore, thankfully, so that's pretty cool. And then hchani again is my gamer tag on Xbox if you want to reach me there. I will be joining Retri and Web Dave tomorrow after ILP's I'm sure monster session as usual. So joining them after that. And then usually I'm on RDX, so we'll have that on Tuesdays at 8 p.m. US Eastern, and then Web Day Booms Primetime Gaming Podcast every Wednesday 7 p.m. Mag will be there. Everborn and Asante are generally there as well. So hopefully we'll have a full crew. This coming week, we won't be hearing much about the deal. I think it's the following week, right? When the 7th, we'll finally start getting something. So that week will be interesting, right? We'll see what happens then.
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute. 42 to 45.
That's it.
Stop it.
Stop the count.
Throw in the towel. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This
moving now.
What country are we in? Is
it
this
has
Russia?
been
I feel like
a great show. We have left it all on the screen. It's been slanderous. Ladies and gentlemen, people, please go into the chat. We want we're actually at the handheld right now, so I guess we can stop the count. My Rogue Ally gang is probably really happy right now because they're getting handhelds. This is great. Yeah. It's been so great for the folks that are still on here, for the folks that jumped in, joined us, Lord Kagito, King, all of them. Like, it's just been too much. And all the super chats, all the people. Bro, I cannot tell you all how crazy this episode has been, how happy I have been to be a part of this. Here's to 100 more. Guys, it's been a great one. It's been awesome. We're done. Let's get out of here. 44 to 43%.
Yeah, cut it right here. Cut it.
Pro control. Pro gang is ready. Son of a.
I think Everborn is out of bots.
I mean, the reality is it's dead even, and so that means either one is a potential. I'm
gonna say that the cloud votes were really for handhelds because they want to be able to play on their handheld.
That is true.
I'm taking that as a W.
No one's playing cloud at home. Come on.
Exactly.
And I waited for you to say these lines right now because now, once I hit the ending credits, we will have officially creeped into a 5-hour podcast.
Well, you need to hurry up and hit that because I got to pee. So I thank everybody. I've been sitting here
real quick,
for 5 hours.
That I spent the past week on vacation playing through cloud, and guess what I was playing it on?
What were you playing?
A laptop.
That's the preferred experience right there.
GeForce Now.
So to assist in Everborn's bladder, I will say,
Jesus Christ,
have a good week.
Get out of here.
Good
Later,
night,
everybody.
Nice to be in orbit.